Welcome to Charlie Audiobook Stories. Please like and subscribe. It helps us more than you can imagine. Subscribing and leaving a comment helps this channel more than you know, so please feel free to offer suggestion for future audiobooks or to just say hi. Thank you for listening. We hope you have an excellent day. Note, I do not own the rights to this audiobook. This audiobook is under fair use law. For entertainment purposes only. All rights goes to the original author who wrote this excellent masterpiece. DM for credits removal. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, brands, media, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to an actual person, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The author acknowledges the trademark status and trademark owners of various products referenced in this work of fiction, which have been used without permission. The publication, use of these trademarks is not authorized, associated with, or sponsored by the trademark owners. This book is intended for adults only. Spanking and other sexual activities represented in this book are fantasies only, intended for adults. The following story contains mature themes, strong language and sexual situations. All characters are 18+ years of age and all sexual acts are consensual.
Chapter 1. Knox. There's nothing I like better than a day down by the river with family and friends. Hot, clear weather and the waters of the Guadalupe River sparkling with sunlight. Cold beer in hand. Burgers on the grill, and my brothers laughing and cutting up nearby. It's pretty much perfect. Until my brother's new wife, Ivy, ruins it. She hands a stack of red Solo cups to her husband, Boone, and then looks over at me and my other brothers, where we're parked on the nearest picnic table, enjoying a couple of natty lights. My sister, Winona, is bringing a friend, and Clay's bringing his girl, and she's bringing a friend. I bite back my groan, watching as my youngest brother Seth puts down his can. "They hot?" he asks. Of course he's gonna ask that. He's 20 and still thinking with his fucking dick. Of course, I'm 23 and I do the same. But I know what kind of girls these'll be. Blonde, giggly, vapid, angling for rich guys. Winona, Ivy's younger sister, is a sweet enough girl, if not my type. But man, she has shit taste in friends. I can only imagine the horrors that Clay is going to be flinging on us. "Two babes," Gage says, giving me and Seth a smooth, confident smile. "That means one for me and one for whoever wants my leftovers." I snort and pick up a cigarette butt from the table as Seth scowls over at Gage. "What makes you so sure they'd be interested in you?" He just lays his confident smile on Seth, all cockiness. "Because I'm me." Seth looks over at me, frowning. I slow my hand so Seth doesn't see I'm reaching for his beer. Instead, I shrug. He ain't wrong. Seth's frown turns into a scowl and he glances back over at Gage. "Suck a dick, Gage. I bet I can get one of those chicks faster than you can." He's not paying any attention to his beer, and so I drop the butt directly into the can. Now we'll see how long it takes for Seth to notice it's there. "Oh, I'll take that bet," Gage says in his laziest voice. "So will I add in. We both know they're gonna take one look at Gage and cream their panties. Happens every time. Gage just flashes his white grin as if it's some sort of accomplishment to be Gage Price. I'm just amused, mostly. And I watch his beer to see if he puts it down. "How much?" Seth asks, crossing his arms over his chest. He's the youngest, but he's got the most bravado. 50? 100? "How about that shiny new truck of yours?" "If we're betting that, it's gotta be a real challenge for you then," Seth demands. So, make it a challenge, Gage retorts. He puts his beer down and turns on the bench toward Seth. I casually slide his can toward me, listening to them argue, and look for something around here to put into his beer. The ketchup bottle is nearby. Ketchup and Natty Light? Sounds like a shit show to me. I slide the bottle to the edge of the table and into my hands, all the while keeping my focus on my brothers as they bicker about the terms of their bet. This is how it always is with Gage and Seth. They're the youngest Price brothers and the closest in age and temperament. Out of the 5 of us, Seth is the careless hothead and the youngest. Gage is a year younger than me, and he's the pretty one, the ladies' man. Doesn't matter if they're young or old, rich or poor, Gage can get him in the back of his truck within a hot minute. All he has to do is flash his smile. He's the only one that inherited Dad's lady killer attitude. Of course, I hope he doesn't end up like Dad, with 5 boys and 5 different baby mamas. That shit always turns into a mess. Then, of course, there's Boone, the oldest Price and the responsible one. I glance over at him. He's stoking the coals on the grill and chatting with Ivy, her pregnant belly sticking out like a basketball under her dark swimsuit and white, breezy cover-up. He's utterly devoted to her, and if I didn't like Ivy so much, I'd probably hate her for stealing so much of his time. But she's a nice girl and makes him real happy, so I can't be mad. Clay's all wound up over a girl, too. His high school sweetheart, who he just recently reconnected with. I think of Natalie back when I saw her at her father's ranch. Plump, but pretty. Kinda lonely and sad. Not really Gage's type, so I'm real curious to see what kind of friend she's dragging along with her. I finish squeezing a few hearty rounds of ketchup into my brother's can of beer when Ivy wanders off with Boone, heading to the restrooms. At that moment, Ivy's sister pulls up in her new little car, and Gage and Seth both lean forward with interest. I mostly sit back and watch. That's kind of what I do. As the middle brother, I don't have my own foil. I'm on my own. It's always been Boone and Clay, and then Gage and Seth. I'm not the best looking. I'm not the smartest. I'm not the youngest or the oldest. I'm not the ambitious one or the friendliest one. So I mostly sit back and watch everyone, and tweak them to see if they're paying attention. Kinda like I'm tweaking their beers at the moment. Winona gets out of her car, but no one's looking at her. She's practically a kid sister. Instead, Gage, Seth, and I are sizing up her friend. The moment I see the friend, I snort and go back to watching my brothers, because this girl isn't here because she's wanting to hang with a family. She's clearly here to catch herself a rich bachelor. How do I know? She showed up to a family barbecue in a red string bikini and high heels, and I'm pretty sure the bottom of that bikini's a thong. She saunters forward, acting as if poor Winona ain't at her side, her attention on the 3 of us at the table. Seth begins to pick up his beer and I tense, but at the sight of the blonde he forgets all about it. Not yet, then. Of course, I wonder if I should add more to it, since both he and Gage are so distracted. It's not that she's not gorgeous, of course. She is. The girl sweeps her blonde hair back with a practiced motion and levels a sultry smile at me and my brothers. Can't help but notice she's got a nice pair of tits, and the ass that hangs out of her thong is tanned to perfection. I'd be a eunuch if I didn't notice shit like that. All the same, though, she ain't my type. I cross my arms and lean forward on the picnic table, waiting to see how things will play out. "I'm Gina," Blondie says, stepping over to introduce herself before Winona can even say hello. I notice that Ivy's sister frowns at her friend and then shrugs with a roll of her eyes, heading back to her car to get her bag. Guess she isn't all that surprised by her friend's predatory sensibilities. Guess she's run into this sort of thing before. "Well, hello there," Gage says in his best flirty voice. I swear he sizes her up and she visibly preens. Poor Seth doesn't stand a chance scoring this one. Gina saunters over to the table and manages not to lose her footing despite the incredibly high-heeled, impractical sandals she's wearing. "So, what's your name?" She scans over all of us as she says it, as if mentally assessing who will be the best catch. I can practically see the wheels turning in her mind. "Gage," my brother says, lifting one finger in introduction. "Seth," says my younger brother and races forward to help her with her bag. "Seth Price." Her eyes light up and she hands the bag to him. "So, you're one of the Prices." Her gaze slides to Gage. "You too?" He nods, a hint of smile playing on his mouth. His expression is as lazy as ever, and he remains where he is, sprawled and uncaring on the bench. I know his game, though. I've watched Gage work a girl 1,000,000 times. He's gonna let Seth woo her hard and then swoop in at the last minute and win her away. It's like a game to him. Sometimes I think he doesn't see people as people. Me? I can't see past the person underneath just to appreciate the appearance. Gina's attention swings to me, sizing me up. No doubt she sees the beard and t-shirt, just like my brother's. The redneck tan. But Seth's a blonde and Gage has a Latina mama, so they don't look much like me. I'm a ringer for Clay and Boone, despite all of us having different moms. Clay and Boone's moms were both married to my dad, though at different times. Mine was the mistress. I guess I'm the first bastard Price. And maybe that's why I answer like I do. "I'm just a cousin," I say. "Johnny Smith." Gage snorts lightly. Seth just shakes his head. They know my games, too. "Nice to meet you, Johnny." Gina's smile remains sweet, but her interest fades immediately. Like I knew it would. The bag in Seth's hands is designer, and she's glittering with gold at her neck. She came here looking to score a rich price, and now that I don't fit the bill, she's done with me. The cynic in me is amused and unsurprised. Same story, different day. Happens with every chick I meet. Far more interested in the wallet than the man. It's the one downside of being obscenely rich. I suppose if there has to be a downside, that'll be it. As downsides go, it's not the worst problem to have. Hell on my personal life, though. Gage thinks I should just suck it up and take whatever ladies throw my way, like he does. I can't do it, though. At heart, I'm a people watcher, and I can't get past the flash of greed I see in most girls' eyes when they hear I've got money. I know there are girls out there that aren't interested in a guy purely for his wallet, but I'll be damned if I can find them. Gina looks around at the picnic table and then nibbles on her lip. "Is there a powder room around here?" "Powder room?" Seth echoes, a confused look on his face. "Crapper," I say helpfully. Gina gives me a withering look. Oh yeah, she hates me. I love it. "Yeah, let me show you where." Seth gets up and takes her arm, leading her away before Gage can volunteer. Not that Gage is gonna volunteer, of course. That ain't Gage. He's never lifted a finger for a woman. They usually just fling themselves right at him and all the work is done. He needs to meet a woman that won't put up with his shit. But Gina ain't that girl. We watch as Gina and Seth leave, and then Gage turns to me, amusement on his face. "You got something against getting laid, Johnny?" I smirk at him, noticing that he picks up his beer. Just holds it, though. Doesn't bring it to his lips. I'm good. She ain't my type. What is your type? Someone less obvious, that's for damn sure. I just shrug. Bro, we gotta get you some pussy soon before your dick shrivels up. I ain't worried about it, I tell him, and take a swig of my beer, wondering if that'll compel him to pick up his own can. It does. He just shakes his head at me and takes a big gulp. A strange expression crosses his face, and then he tosses the thing at me, spitting. You cocksucker! I laugh gleefully and duck his poorly lobbed shot. What? You know what, dickface? He rubs his mouth like it's been wounded, and his gaze falls on Seth's forgotten beer. Oh, this is too good. I don't know how I managed to keep a straight face when he picks it up and drinks it, and gets a cigarette butt in the mouth. This time, he gets up from the table and puts me in a headlock, then pours my beer on my head while I bray with laughter and try to break free. Boone and Ivy return a moment later, and a short time after that, Seth returns too, without Gina. His expression is annoyed. Winona was there by the bathrooms, and so they stopped to have girl talk. I tried to be nice and wait, but then we went past the rental place, and an ex-boyfriend showed up and said hello. I got the fuck out of there. He drops down on the bench across from me and scans the table. Where's my beer? I start laughing, and then Gage does too. Gage and Seth are still giving me shit about it when Clay arrives with a cooler and two more girls. One is clearly Natalie, the lady love of his life and the girl he's pined after since he was back in high school. She looks cute, her curvy figure shown off by the swimsuit and the waves of her dark hair flowing over her shoulders. Most of all, though, she's looking at Clay with reluctant adoration, and I like that. Clay's probably the nicest guy in the world and deserves to get the girl he wants, even if he's paying her to be his girlfriend. But we already had this talk. I told him to be ruthless around her, and about as ruthless as Clay gets is pretty much teddy bear level. Can't help my brother if he don't want to help himself, though. And from the dopey look on his face, he's already beyond hope. Oh well. I'm more intrigued by the woman walking to Natalie's side. For one, she's not dressed like she's going river tubing or on a picnic. She's dressed like she's going to a funeral. A very goth funeral. She's wearing a plain black slip dress and black leggings. Instead of sandals, she's got on Chucks, and her hair, as black as her clothing, is parted down the middle, and it looks as if she's wearing no makeup. She's pale, and her face looks rather round despite her slim body, and the most discerning feature is her big, dark eyes. For a moment, I think maybe she's a stranger who got lost and needs directions. But then Natalie says something, and the woman replies, a hint of smile on her face. This is Natalie's friend that she brought to the party? I'm shocked and intrigued. I can usually peg people right away, but I'm not sure what to make of Natalie's friend. I remain quiet while Clay makes hasty introductions, and it's clear he's intent on herding Natalie off for some alone time. The friend's name is Lexi, and I mentally file that away. Lexi. Lexi. Is that short for anything? Gage asks, giving her his best charming smile. Yes, Lexi says, her voice uninterested and flat. She keeps her arms crossed over her chest and looks around with one eyebrow raised, as if unsure what to do at a picnic. Her gaze sweeps over me and my brothers, and she studies Seth's camo swim trunks, trashed t-shirt, identical to mine, and trucker cap. And she still doesn't answer. Gage waits and then glances over at me. A chuckle escapes him. "Short for what?" he prompts. "Meredith," Lexi says in that same dry voice, and then walks away. Gage's brows go up. Nearby, Seth, Ivy, and Boone look equally confused. Seth eyes Lexi up and down and looks over at Natalie. "This your friend?" "She looks weird." "Thank you," Lexi says immediately. Her voice is dry and sarcastic. "So this is society. Fascinating." "This is my friend Lexi," Natalie announces. And I'm not sure if she's reminding us of Lexi's name or reminding Lexi that she's supposed to be a friend. "She's really very sweet once you get to know her." "Take that back," Lexi demands and saunters ahead to the water's edge. "I'll be by the water, frightening children if anyone needs me." It gets real quiet for a moment. "Oh, she's serious," Natalie says, a rueful smile on her face. "But I promise she's harmless. She's mostly going to lurk and look menacing." Lurk and look menacing, huh? I jump to my feet to follow. I'm already fascinated. It's clear she doesn't want to be here, and she doesn't appreciate my brother flirting with her. I might be half in love already. Lexi barely gives me a look as I move into step next to her. I don't mind her standoffishness. It's kind of refreshing after Gina and her cooing and hair-tossing. "Kinda a warm day for all that black clothing," I comment, walking alongside her. "I like to think of it as SPF 1000, she says in that same caustic, almost monotone voice. It's clearly meant to be unfriendly, or a challenge. I like a challenge, though. Effective, if not the breeziest, I admit. Next time, you might be better off wrapping yourself in duct tape. She glances over at me. "Or tinfoil." "Nah," I drawl. "That'll bake you like a potato." She snorts, but her step's slow, and she glances over at me. "Are you the unofficial host designated to help me enjoy myself at the party? Because I'm good. I meant it when I said I was going to hide in the bushes." "Because you don't want to talk to anyone, I guess?" She shrugs those incredibly slim shoulders. All of her is slim and long, and I decide I like it. She's certainly not dressing up to show off her body, which just makes me wonder all the more what's underneath her dark layers of clothing. Like I said, I like a challenge. Lexi looks over at me again. "I'm perfectly capable of stringing together words to form a sentence. I'm just getting out of there so I don't crowd Nat and Loverboy with my epic third wheelness." She leans toward me and lowers her voice to a whisper. "It's called being a friend." She uses air quotes. "Or so I'm told. I call it tired of watching you two cast longing looks at each other." She's so salty when she speaks of affection. I love it. "You really gonna scare kids?" "I'm going to lurk and be my natural self. If that happens to scare children, I can't be held responsible for weak parenting." A slow smile curves my mouth. I think I like this girl. "Did I mention my name's Knox?" "I didn't ask. It's short for anything?" "Yep," I say. "Meredith." That wins a laugh out of her, and it feels like I just got a goddamn trophy. We don't hide in the bushes for too long, because it gets too hot and the Texas sun is unrelenting on the riverbank. I think longingly of my beer, but I don't want to leave Lexi's company either. She's making today more interesting than I imagined, even if there's very few unsupervised children for her to frighten by the riverbank. "You wanna head back to the others and grab some sunblock and a drink?" She squints up at me. If we must. I promise I'll protect you from anyone who tries to be friendly. I pretend to flex a muscle. Though you look scrappy enough to take on anyone. Lexi wiggles her eyebrows. It's true. I play dirty. She shrugs. I suppose we can try to be social at this social thing. Otherwise, I'm not being a good friend to Nat. I'm trying to give her space. But there's space, and then there's your face on the back of a milk carton space. I wouldn't worry about Natalie. I doubt you're gonna see much of her today, I mention as we turn and start to head back toward the picnic area. I can't help but put my hand at the small of her back, just because I'm dying to touch her, even in that small way. It's not often I meet a girl that trips my trigger, but Lexi's doing it for me. There's just something about her casual, fuck you sort of attitude that I appreciate down to my core. Plus, I kind of like the idea of stripping away that veneer and getting her to lose control. What would she look like all passion-dazed and begging for me to touch her? Would she be bitterly sarcastic even when I'm deep inside her? Just the thought makes me uncomfortably hard in my swim trunks. I do a quick tuck and adjust as she steps ahead of me, heading back to the area my family's claimed for the picnic. No one's at our designated area but Boone and Ivy. My brother flips a burger on the grill as Ivy lays her head against his arm. He turns to the side and presses a kiss to the top of her head, and she rubs her big belly. My mind immediately focuses on that domestic picture, swapping myself out for my brother and Lexi out for Ivy. I imagine her with a very pregnant belly, carrying a child. My child. It's amazing how possessive I can feel over a woman I just met, but damn, I have to bite back a groan before I embarrass myself. Of course, I don't imagine Lexi dressed as sweetly as Ivy is, or that she'd have such a Madonna-like expression on her face. She'd be in black, Lexi, and the expression on her face would be more challenging. I love it. No Nat or Clay? Lexi asks as we head back to the covered picnic table. Ivy glances over at us, a knowing look on her face as she makes eye contact with me. She keeps the smirk off her face. They went rafting down the river. The boys took Winona and Gina with them. You should go join them. I imagine you can still catch up. Sounds like fun, Lexi says in a voice that indicates that it sounds like anything but. She hates fun, I tell my sister-in-law with a wink, and sit down at the bench, grabbing the sunblock before Lexi can. Lexi turns back to me, an amused look on her face. You know me so well. It's almost like we're separated at birth. I tilt my head up at her. That wounds me. Why's that? Her voice is a low murmur. I think you would have figured out by now that I don't plan on being very brotherly. And just to test the boundaries of our new friendship, I squirt a little sunblock on my finger and wave it at her. Now come and let me take care of your face. Men, she murmurs, her gaze locked to mine. Always obsessed with rubbing white stuff all over a girl's face. The sly smile she gives me makes us both laugh, and when she sits next to me, I pop a blob onto the tip of her dainty nose. I can't tell if we're flirting or just teasing each other. All I know is that I'm enjoying the hell out of myself.
Chapter 2. Lexi. Well, I did not show up to be a wanton slut, but it looks like I'm leaving that way. Actually, I'm kidding myself. I can't do it. Won't do it after what I've been through. But someone like Knox Price makes me want to forget everything bad in my past and show him that I can put my ankles behind my ears. He's just so damn perfect for me. Well, not the age. I'm pretty sure he's younger than I am, and he dresses like something straight out of Duck Dynasty. But underneath that hobo beard and the ragged clothes is a guy with a quick mind and a sly sense of humor, and he finds my weirdness amusing and not just weird. That's rare enough on its own. But I'm not here to hook up with someone. Not today. Actually, if I could figure out how to avoid men for the rest of my life, not ever. But today was all about my girl Natalie. She's been treated cruelly by her man of choice, Clay Price. I know she loves him because she's crazy like that and wears her heart on her sleeve. It doesn't matter that he abandoned her for days. He apologized, and she wants so desperately to believe him that she's willing to spend the day with his family at a picnic and river tubing excursion. I'm here to be the shoulder to cry on in case he hurts her feelings again. Luckily, it looks like that might not be the case. They disappeared the moment we got here, and it's clear from the way he's acting that he's just as whipped by her pussy as she's whipped by his big blue eyes. She's been glued to his side, utterly happy ever since we arrived. Which is fine. I don't mind being a discarded woman. I'm just relieved she doesn't need me after all. I can keep myself entertained, and since she's having a good time, that means I can relax. Which brings me back to the problem of Knox. He's one of the weirdly rich, overly bearded, and completely redneck brothers of Clay Price. I knew Clay's family would be here today, and I figured they couldn't be worse than Nat's dad. The family is actually kind of cute, in a disgustingly happy sort of way. Boone's all over his pregnant wife, and Clay's acting all devoted, so I won't kill him. Yet. The younger brothers are playful in the way men can be, and they're all flirty. I can dodge flirting with the best of them, but I have to admit that I'm intrigued by Knox. He's got these dark, watchful eyes that make me think he misses nothing. He's not the talker of the group. That's Seth. He's not a flirt like Gage. He just sits back and watches everyone else. That intense gaze taking in everything. And for most of the day, that intense gaze has been fixed on me. It's been a while since a guy flirted with me. Everything I do and wear is pretty much designed to be anti-flirty. That's just who I am, and I enjoy it. I prefer shooting someone down to tossing my hair and batting my lashes. You want to see how big the balls are on a guy? You challenge him. Most fold like a deck of cards. But Knox Price just takes my prickliness with one of those slow, knowing smiles and plays right along. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't hot. It makes me remember how very long it's been since I've had sex. A really, really long time. There's practically been an ice age between my thighs since the last time a guy was there, and it's been of my own choosing. I like being independent and strong. I like being on my own. I like being Fort Lexi, impenetrable, and unlikable. I prefer being the salty, weird bridesmaid and never the bride. I don't date, after all. In fact, I do my very best to shut down all guys that think they should hit on me. But a few always slip through and make my life miserable. Currently, it's Keith Lawrence, local lonely fireman and pesky neighbor. He's been a nightmare ever since we met and toes the line of stalker. Not quite obsessive enough for the cops to do something, but just obsessive enough to make me sleep with a knife under my pillow. I wish I could say Keith would eventually get the hint, but I'm not sure he will. I think he views me as a tease. I hate that shit. I swear he thinks I'm wearing black because I'm trying to toy with him, not because I want him to fuck off. And because he thinks I'm flirting with him, he gets too inappropriate right away. Which is funny because Knox is flirty, but in a way that's subtly different. He doesn't look at my clothing as if he's just waiting to peel it off of me. He doesn't act like I'm a huge cockhound just dying to get a taste of his dick. He talks to me like I'm a person. So refreshing. More men should try it. It's been a long time since I was attracted to someone the way I'm immediately drawn to Knox, though. Maybe it's the way he sabotages any beers his brothers leave unattended. Maybe it's that watchful look in his eyes. More than anything, I think it's the confidence he carries, despite his young age. Because it's also obvious to me that he's younger than my old, crusty 28. I should shut him down. Let him know with a look that I'm not interested in the secrets that lurk behind those smoky, dark eyes. The last thing I need is to get another man thinking I want something from him. When he puts his hand on the small of my back, I should push it away. I've been down this road before. But maybe, my brain reasons, he's young enough that he doesn't want anything long-term. Just a quick hookup. A one and done. And maybe I'm okay with that. I've never had a one-night stand before. But when Knox smiles at me, I can see why girls chuck responsibility to the wind and let themselves be swept away for a night. I won't give in to it, of course, but that doesn't mean I can't think about it. The object of my tormented thoughts must be a bit of a mind reader, because he nudges me with his shoulder as we sit next to the fire, and I put the graham cracker on top of my most recent s'more. When night fell, everyone abandoned the water for a campfire and marshmallows. I joined them, despite the fact that I spent most of the day on the banks instead of in the water. Just because I brought a swimsuit doesn't mean I have to use it all the time. I'm nonconformist like that. I squeeze my s'more to melt the marshmallow and chocolate together, ignoring my new companion. Immediately, Knox snatches it from my hand and scarfs half of it down, and then offers me a gooey bite. "Natalie looks happy with Clay," he murmurs. I ignore the half-eaten s'more and glance over at the couple from across the fire. Happiness is fleeting. Misery is forever. He's right, though. Nat's cuddled against Clay near the fire, her skin bright red from sunburn, and she looks happier than I've ever seen her. I worry that she's making a mistake. But then I think about her life back home, with her miserable-ass father and the ever-mounting pile of bills. Maybe she deserves a night or two of happiness, even if it's not permanent. So I'm not going to say shit. If she gets her heart broken, I'll be there to support her and help slash his tires. Until then, she can have a few days of happiness. Knox chuckles, slow and easy, and licks a bit of chocolate off his thumb. I can't help but watch that tongue move over his skin and think incredibly unclean thoughts about him and licking. I make myself a new treat and take a big bite out of it to distract myself. "Dunno if I agree with that assessment," Knox says after a moment, leaning in to whisper in my ear. "Fleeting things can be a lot of fun." Okay, that's definitely a cue for me, I think. One night stand in the works? I consider it briefly, very briefly. And then I think about that thumb and the licking and the thick beard that curves his jaw. I'd be a crazy woman if I said the beard wasn't a consideration. Beards. Licking. Knox. Me. One night stand. Nope. Nope! I think of Keith Lawrence. He's never seemed safe like Knox, but I also don't need another guy hovering around. If Keith even so much as thought I had a boyfriend, well, it could go one of two ways. He'd either buzz off completely, or I'd wake up to a boiled rabbit in my kitchen. But Knox and Keith never have to intersect. Knox lives around here, near San Antonio. Me, I live out in East Texas, over in good old Luca, population 3,250. After tonight, we won't run into each other again, except maybe if Clay and Nat get married. There's really no downside to a fling. Boy, I'm really, really trying to convince myself I need to get laid. I really don't, though. I've got the world's best back massager / vibrator back at home. I don't need a boyfriend for emotional support either. I'm fine on my own. It's just that Knox is so cute and disheveled and completely wrong for someone like me. We look like a mismatched pair, which might be why I find him so adorable. I look over at Clay and Nat. They're cozy and clearly about to get out of here. I can ride back with them and get a hotel room, or just head back to Luca on my own. It's clear the third wheel / wingman isn't needed any longer. I can head back home and see if my neighbor has left a present on my doorstep. Again. Or I could take what Knox is offering and let him say howdy to my pussy. And really, what's a little cunnilingus between friends? It's been so long since I've had sex that my cobwebs have cobwebs. But even so, I can't help but think of Keith. Nosy, pushy Keith, who hides his obsessive behavior behind a gosh shucks attitude, and who scares the crap out of me to the point that I avoid men just because of nutbags like him. So, even as much as I would like to hook up with someone like Knox, who pings me in all the right places, I won't. Sorry, cobwebs. You get to stay a little longer. Come on, Clay says to a yawning Natalie. Time to go. Time to go? I'm not sure I'm ready. Look at how cozy they are, so wrapped up in each other. And I just feel... Ugh. Excuse me, I call out in my best British accent. Have you been drinking, good sir? I can't allow you to drive us home if you've partaken of the spirits. What did she just say? Seth murmurs. Clay shakes his head, a rueful smile on his face. No drinking. I left that to Nat. I'm the designated driver, and now I'm going to take my girl back to our room. Damn. I was almost hoping he'd want to stay another hour to clear his head, so I could make Knox a few more s'mores and see if he licks his thumb again. I shouldn't even notice his lips or tongue, given that they're practically covered by a dark, bushy beard. But that just seems to highlight how pretty his mouth is. It's unfair, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm leaving right now with a couple that's been all over each other all day. Oh, goody, I say flatly. Can I come along? I don't feel like a third wheel at all. I see Nat flinch, and I immediately feel like an asshole. I should. I'm trying to rain on her parade instead of being a good friend. I'm such a jerk. I hate myself a little, but I can't take the words back now. That hand brushes over the small of my back again, and then leaves. At my side, Knox pulls out his phone. I'll take Lexi home. I'm calling my driver right now. Oh, I don't know what to think of that. But when I look over at Nat and Clay, and his arm is on her shoulder, all possessive, and she's leaning into him like he's the only thing keeping her upright, I know it's going to be a long, uncomfortable ride back to the hotel. Then I'll have to immediately grab my crap from their room and make the long drive home to Luca, despite the late hour, because I don't have the cash for a hotel room. But if Knox takes me home, I can at least avoid the awkward car ride with the smoochy couple. I can figure out the rest when I get to the hotel. I look over at Nat, and she's giving me this worried look, like she's the world's worst friend. I feel guilty for making her think that. So I do the only thing I can think of. I tilt my head toward Knox and wink at her, indicating I'm fine with getting a ride home from him. If you're sure, she says slowly, giving me an out. She knows I don't date, don't drink, don't hook up. But I don't want to drag down their evening, not when she's clearly having the time of her life. So I lean over Knox's shoulder and put my chin there, as if I'm reading the screen of his phone. I see the driver text a quick OMW, and I add, tell him he needs to bring us Happy Meals. As if this is normal and no big deal. And I do this all the time. I am such a good pretender. So is Knox, because he immediately types in, "Bring Happy Meals ×2, and puts his hand on my knee. Of course, this might not be pretending to him, but weirdly enough, I don't feel unsafe with him. Even if I climb in that limo and then climb into his lap and tell him not to touch me, I don't think he would. He's already shown that he respects my boundaries more in one day than Keith has in the last 2 years of being my neighbor. Limo ride, here we come. I only hope Knox isn't too disappointed when he finds out he's not getting laid. Chapter 3. Lexi. The limo arrives a short time later, and when it does, everyone seems to scatter. I grab my bag and hitch it over my shoulder. "Let me," Knox says in a low voice, and takes the bag before I can protest. "My arms work just fine, you know," I tell him, but he only shoots me a smile and pops it into the trunk before the driver can. We are handed our Happy Meals, ushered into the back seat, and then the driver gets in the front, and we're off. Knox puts aside his Happy Meal and pockets his phone, giving me a speculative glance. I nibble on a fry, acting more casual than I feel. "Mesmerized by my beauty?" He chuckles and leans his head back on the limo seat, looking sleepy and delectable and unfair. "Something like that. Just trying to figure out why you didn't want to get in the car with Nat and Clay." Was I that obvious? Only to someone who's good at watching people. I nibble on another fry, and then lick the salt off my fingers. I'm not really hungry, and I can't even pretend it. Let's just say that Nat's been missing him really hard for the last few days, and I'm not convinced their clothes will remain on their bodies when they make it to the parking lot, which would make it extra awkward if I'm there. He grins acknowledgement. "They do seem to be hot and heavy. But Clay's always known what he wants, and I'm pretty sure it's always been her." We might have to disagree on that one. Just because I'm loyal to Natalie above all, and I know how much she's missed him and suffered ever since they broke up. How there's never been anyone for her but him, and how lonely she's been. But that's a lot to dump on Clay's younger brother, who will be eternally loyal to him, and rightfully so. We're going to be Democrats versus Republicans on this one. Dog people versus cat people. Sticks versus stones. "Where do you live?" Knox asks, and he toys with one end of my hair that somehow landed on his shoulder. I had no idea we were sitting so close, but our shoulders are pressed together despite the huge backseat of the limo, and I feel strangely reluctant to move away. I shrug. "Out in Luca, like Natalie?" He grins. "That's a long drive I just volunteered for." That grin is going to undo me. I shake my head and decide to let him down gently. "My car's at the hotel that Clay and Nat are staying at. You can drop me off there." "You drove several hours to stay with Natalie at her hotel?" "Yep. Natalie needed a shoulder to cry on when your brother abandoned her for a few days. Looks like they've kissed and made up, though." I might be a little miffed that she forgave him so quickly. He must be a heck of a smooth talker. 3 days of girlfriending and moral support vanishes in the face of the good dick. Not that I blame her, but still, kinda stings a little. Knox only laughs at my sour tone. "Clay is terrible at playing hard to get. Natalie, too." Boy, he's not wrong about that. They're both awful at hiding their feelings. Guess they're perfect for each other. They can practice their poker faces together. He snickers and rubs his beard, then glances over at me. He studies me for a long moment, and then gives me another one of those heartbreaking smiles. "Well, even if their relationship is a hot mess, something good came out of this. I got to meet you." He's killing me. Straight up killing me. Knox, I say softly, then hesitate. You don't have to say more, Knox tells me in a low voice. It ain't an invitation if you don't want one. Just me acknowledging a kindred spirit is all. It's not that I don't want the invite. It's just, how old are you? I'm gonna be 24 in another month. He looks over at me with gleaming dark eyes. But we both know it ain't age stopping you. Well, it's definitely a speed bump, I say dryly. I'm going to be 29 when you turn 24. You're still at the age where it's all party and no responsibility. You make it sound like I'm 20 years younger than you, not 5. He puts his hand on mine. It's calloused and hard, big and warm. It feels way better than any casual hand should really feel. Unfair. And just because I'm a bit younger than you doesn't mean I'm not mature enough to be your friend. Is that what we're going to be then? Just friends? Part of me is relieved, and part of me is decidedly not. If I was going to be careless and fool around, it'd be with someone like him. Actually, screw the someone like him part. It'd be him. He nods and rubs his fingers over mine gently. I'd be happy with more, but I also ain't the type to push a woman when she's not comfortable with giving more. So, we can be friends. He picks up his phone and wags it at me. Want to exchange numbers, good buddy? I laugh at that. Sure thing, pal of mine. By the time we type numbers into each other's phones, send obscene and ridiculous test texts to each other, and then make goofy faces so there's a photo to go with the number, we're pulling up to the hotel. I'm a little sad to realize my time with Knox is at an end. I'm sure we'll be text buddies, but I live a few hours away, and without a reason to hang out, I doubt there'll be many meetings in the future. It'll end up like every other long-distance friendship, slowly petering out. But I can't worry about that right now. I pat his hand and point in the distance. My car's along that way. The limo cruises at a crawl through the parking lot, and as it moves with glacial speed, I see my car tucked underneath one of the trees. And right next to it, I see Keith Lawrence's pickup truck. My heart goes cold in my chest. There's an alarm bell going off in my ears, and everything around me tilts dizzily. Maybe it's not his truck, I tell myself. Maybe there's another F-350 with the oversized tires and that strange topaz gold paint job. But there's no mistaking the big KL decaled on the back of the window, or the truck nuts hanging from his trailer hitch. Because, of course, I'd be stalked by someone who loves truck nuts. Keith somehow found out I was here in San Antonio and drove 3 hours out here looking for me. That's fucking crazy. That's something only a stalker would do. Of course, he is my stalker, so crazy is always on the table. You okay? Knox asks, and his voice is like liquid silk against my ears, soothing and gorgeous. He gives our joined hands a little jiggle, as if reminding me of them, and I look down to see that I'm clutching at his fingers so tight that mine are white with pressure. What is it? I open my mouth to tell him, but nothing comes out. Truth be told, Keith Lawrence is my secret shame. I always feel like maybe he wouldn't stalk me if I was stronger around him, or if I gave off a different vibe. That if we hadn't gone on a date once, way back 2 years ago, he'd never have grown this attached. And telling Knox this feels like it would be admitting a mistake. And I may be many things, but someone that admits when they're wrong? Nope. I know how this will go, too. Keith will show up when I try to get into my car to confront me and want to know where I've been. He'll see Knox and the limo and think the worst. Or even more dire than that, Knox will see Keith and assume I either have a boyfriend and have been cheating on him, or that I need rescuing. Both scenarios offer nothing but ugly solutions. I don't know what to do. Lexi? Knox squeezes my hand and touches my arm with his other hand. An idea flashes through my head, a crazy one. One just so crazy that it might just work. I look over at Knox and then put my hands on both sides of his face and pull him in for a kiss. I think he's surprised at my actions. I can feel him stiffen underneath me, and then he pulls me against him, dragging me into his lap. He's strong, and the mouth on mine has soft lips despite the bristle of beard around it, and the contrast is surprisingly arousing. One hand goes behind my neck, and then his tongue slides into my mouth, and the kiss goes to a whole new level. I forget all about Keith. I forget all about driving home, or the fact that I just told Knox I wanted to be just friends. Right now, all I want is to be in his bed and to see what else he's good at if he kisses this well. Because, oh my God, his mouth, hot and demanding. He kisses me like he's mastered the art. He slicks his tongue into my mouth over and over again, a subtle message of what I'm going to miss out on if I walk away. He kisses me so hard and so deep that I lose track of time, and it seems like eternity before our mouths part. When I pull away, I'm breathless and full of need, my nipples hard, and an ache pulsing deep between my legs. I changed my mind, I tell him, panting. Want to get a room together? It's the perfect solution, really. I sleep with Knox, and I don't have to worry about confronting Keith tonight. I sleep with Knox, and I get to experience all the toe-curling promise he's been teasing me with. Best of both worlds. His hand flexes against the back of my neck, almost like he's petting me. Our mouths are inches apart, and the way his gaze dips to my lips, I know he's thinking about kissing me again. Room here? He asks. Oh. No, not here, I say, and slide a hand down the front of his old concert t-shirt. The neck has been completely cut out, and so have the sides, which means it'd be so easy to slip my hand around the fabric and touch the rock-hard, browned chest I've been trying not to drool over all day. I don't want to run into Clay or Nat when I do the walk of shame. Somewhere else. Actually, I wouldn't care about running into Clay or Nat. It's Keith I have concerns over. But he nods. My place isn't far from here. Your place sounds perfect. It's a double wide. I shrug, like I'm one to judge. I live in a roach motel of an apartment. As long as someone doesn't come out and tell me to squeal like a pig, I'm fine. Huh? Deliverance, joke. Deliverance? He echoes slowly, as if he's never heard such a thing in his life. You know, the movie about the guys that go camping and meet the redneck. I break off abruptly as I realize there's a knowing gleam in his eyes. Ooh, you ass! You got me good. Did I? I reach under his shirt, then twist his nipple. I think you had me hypnotized with your tongue. Don't think that's true. If you were, you'd be talking less and kissing more. His hand lazily plays up and down my spine, teasing along the lines of my swimsuit under my clothes. More kissing, I lean closer, our noses brushing before I lightly press my mouth to his again. I think I can handle that. He grins at me and then tilts his head slightly, looking over my shoulder at the waiting driver. Let's go back to my place. Yes, sir, the driver says, and I realize he has the window partition down and heard every last bit of our conversation. Oh, well, he can have an earful. I don't care. I glance out the window at my waiting car and Keith's truck next to it. My problems can wait another day. For now, I'm going to pick a different path.
Chapter 4. Knox. Feels a little weird bringing Lexi back to my trailer in a limo. Feels even weirder to bring her inside because I know the place is a mess. There's dirty clothing on the floor, dishes in the sink, and nothing but beer in the fridge. I scratch at my beard as she looks around my place, amusement on her pretty features. Wasn't expecting company, I admit to her, moving to the couch to swipe an old shirt off of the arm.
No shit.
She chuckles and sets her bag down on a corner of the couch, still looking around. Her gaze stops on the painting on my wall.
That is the ugliest thing I have ever seen.
Isn't it? I'm kind of proud of it. Ivy made us go to an art gallery opening because she sold the building, and I saw that and it was so hideous I had to have it. Made me laugh.
I can see why.
She tilts her head, studying the picture.
I can't tell if it's a man jerking off in a field or if it's a milkmaid with an invisible cow.
Me either, honestly. But Ivy's client was so thrilled that I was glad to make her day. Unfortunately, that means she bought more of his art and keeps pushing it at me every time I go in. Lexi chuckles and glances back at me, arching a brow.
How much did it cost?
Couple grand. More like 30, but money don't mean much to me nowadays. You like it? I know where I can get a similar one.
I love it. It's so hideous and weird.
My kind of girl. She gets my sense of humor. The rest of the place is pretty mundane, I'm afraid. No erotic milkmaid out in the bedroom or anything. I don't spend much time here unless I'm sleeping.
What? You mean to tell me this isn't a hopping bachelor pad? With a chick magnet like this?
She points at the bright pink and yellow painting.
I'm shocked.
I'm not much for picking up random women. In fact, she might be the first woman I've ever brought back to my place. I'm not a love 'em and leave 'em guy like Gage and Seth. I need to get to know a girl before my dick joins the party. Just a pretty pair of tits or a nice ass will get my attention, but I have to know there's something in the brain, too. And Lexi's brain is damn fucking sexy. Her ass is pretty kicking, too, from what I saw in the plain black getup she wore earlier today. Still a little shocked that this amazing creature changed her mind and decided to come home with me tonight. Had to stop myself from mauling her in the limo, because my driver was watching a little too much for my taste. But right now, watching Lexi wander around my living room looking at my stuff, just reminds me why she came over, and my cock is achingly hard in my pants. I'm still thinking about that kiss. Her hands on my face, her legs pressing down on my lap. Thanks to the humidity, her stick-straight hair is softened into loose waves that brush over her slender, pale shoulders. Unlike Nat, Lexi was vigilant with her sunblock, and her skin looks as touchable as ever. She glances over her shoulder at me, a teasing smile on her face.
Can I see the bedroom?
I gesture at it, indicating she can go first. Fair warning, it's not much cleaner. She smirks.
You're a guy. A certain amount of slobbishness is expected.
But Lexi strolls forward, arms crossed over her chest, and moves down my trailer, ignoring the creak of the floor. I kind of wish for once that I'd listened to Ivy's nagging about how I should buy a real house and not live in one of the shitty trailers we've all been living in for what feels like forever. Some part of me appreciates the weirdness of it. Bunch of billionaires living in shit-ass trailers on scrubby land. But I never thought about bringing a chick back to my place until now. Boone got this tricked-out mansion because he wanted Ivy to have a nice place. At the time, I laughed at him. Now I get it. I move 2 steps behind Lexi as she enters my room. There's more laundry here, a game console and stacks of games piled up on my dresser. My laptop's on one corner of my unmade bed, and I'm relieved that my sheets were recently changed thanks to the maid that sweeps through our trailers and straightens our shit on a regular basis. Thoughts?
It's interesting, she says after a moment. Are you sure you're only 23? I don't see any bongs or beer cans in here. No used condoms on the floor.
I snort. I'm younger than you. Doesn't mean I'm a pothead or a drunk. I like beer, but not in bed. Don't like the smell of weed. And no ladies come back here.
Except me.
Except you, I agree. But you're not like most. She gives me a curious look.
You got a secret Wednesday Addams fetish?
I clutch at my chest. How did you know? Lexi grins and then sits down at the edge of my bed, bouncing on it to hear the squeak of the springs. The mattress is older and creaks alarmingly when she does.
This is definitely not the bed of a ladies' man, no.
You think the spring sounds are a bit too much ambiance?
Definitely. I prefer a nice wall-banging headboard myself.
That paints a shockingly visceral image in my mind. Of Lexi, her hands pressed up against a heavy wooden headboard, her mouth open with need as I slam into her, so hard we shake the bed together. And then I picture her doing that with someone else and feel like breaking something. I want to ask her if she bangs a lot of headboards, so I can know who to punch. But I know that's too possessive of a question for tonight. She's still not mine. Not yet. Tonight is just a hookup. I need more than just a promise of sex to bring her back to me again. It's a challenge I look forward to, though. I move toward the bed and she gazes up at me, the playful look leaving her eyes. The hungry look returns, and I wonder if she's thinking about the heated kisses we shared in the limo like I am. I hope I didn't give her too much time to change her mind. I want to make her mine. She crosses her legs slowly and tilts her head back, watching me. Her mouth is still full and pink from our kisses earlier.
I'm on the pill, before you ask. And clean. I haven't had sex in at least 2 years, and I'm sure I can pull up my doctor's last test on me if you need verification.
That's very...
arousal dampening.
She grins and swings her foot back and forth.
Now you can see why I haven't had sex in 2 years.
I can use a condom. I'm not put off by her blunt talk at all. It's the opposite, actually, because now all I can think about is sinking into Lexi without a condom, feeling the hot, wet clench of her around my cock. Jesus. She grimaces.
So, this is where it gets weird. I have a latex allergy, and I'm going to break out in rather unsightly hives if you so much as touch a condom. Which is why I get tested so vigorously. Do you have your last test results?
I scratch my head. I honestly don't know.
Most doctors have patient portals you can access and pull lab results.
She pats the edge of the bed next to her.
Go on. I'll wait.
This is definitely the weirdest conversation I've had with a woman. But I sit down anyhow and pull up my email. I'm sure I've gotten emails from my doctor in the past, and I'm also pretty sure I've never paid a bit of attention to them. I flip through my inbox, looking for something that involves patient portals or doctor records or whatever. As I do, Lexi slides one leg over my knee and moves closer to me. Her arms go around my free arm, and she leans in closer, pressing her breasts to my arm. I'm going to break out in a sweat if this continues. She touches my earlobe with one fingertip, tracing it.
Any luck?
My cock's so hard it's like she's touching it instead of my ear. Gotta be here somewhere. A latex allergy? Jesus Christ. I've never heard of such a thing. But she's practically encouraging me to bareback her, and I can't pass that up. Lexi's hot as hell, and with this in the package, I'm a goner. It's difficult to concentrate on my email, but I find something that looks like it might be on the right track and type in a password. And type it in again. And again. Because I keep fat-fingering it while she's caressing my goddamn earlobe. Not that I want her to stop.
Almost there,
she practically purrs. If she meant coming in my pants, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm almost there, too. But I finally managed to log into my doctor's website and pull up my records. Here, I tell her, shoving the phone in her hands. I know I'm clean. She can figure it out from there. I push her back on the bed as she stares at my phone screen, scrolling through, and pull off her shoes. She arches one gorgeous leg so I can do so, but doesn't otherwise get up. I toss them aside and then tug on her leggings, pressing my mouth to her skin as I bare it. God damn, but her legs are amazing. Sleek and taut. I swear, there's not a bit of jiggle on them. They're very pale, just like the rest of her, but I don't mind that. It's just part of her weird charm. She's gorgeous, though, and I want to put my mouth between her legs and taste her. But when I push her dress up, all I see is swimsuit. Hell, I mutter. She chuckles and rubs her foot along the inside of my thigh.
Did you forget we went swimming earlier today?
I vaguely remember her stripping down to a plain black suit and getting in the water. Vaguely. I guess I was just hoping I could close my eyes and you'd be naked under me. Lexi slides backward and sits up in a fluid motion, then crosses her legs under her, tucking them close in a way I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to repeat.
We could take turns undressing for each other. You go first.
I lean in, trying to kiss her, but she only leans away again. With a frustrated groan, I flop down on the bed. You're cruel to a man, Lexi.
You like my cruelty. It turns you on.
She ain't wrong. With a rueful chuckle, I get to my feet and give her the world's unsexiest and quickest striptease. My grubby sneakers go flying at the same time that my swim trunks do. And then off goes my trucker cap when I rip off my shirt. Total strip time? Less than 10 seconds. Lexi's eyes widen in surprise, and her laugh dies in her throat as she studies me.
Well, the rest of you certainly isn't underage,
she murmurs, gaze locked on my cock. I'm 23, not 13, I tell her, moving back toward the bed. Takes all that I have not to strut, though. I know I've got a nice-sized cock. My chest might be a little hairy compared to some of those too-smooth Hollywood types, but it ain't nothing to scare a girl. I'm just like all of the Price brothers, tall, tanned, and unshaven. Any problems with the merchandise?
No,
she says, and her voice has dropped to a husky note.
I'm quite the happy shopper.
She unfurls her long legs and hops to the floor in a fluid movement.
My turn, then.
She gives my chest a little push, knocking me to sit back down on the bed. Lexi moves forward with a graceful step, and then lifts her dress over her head. Her hair falls along her shoulders in tousled waves, and now she's in nothing but her plain black one-piece. Despite the fact that it looks nothing like Gina's fancy little red bikini, she looks incredible. The neck is square, which means I get just the barest hint of tits. And the hips are cut high, which means her legs seem like they go on forever. More impressive than that is the way she holds herself. She puts her arms over her head and does this little stretch that looks elegant and like a huge fucking tease all at once. Makes my cock hard just to see it. Well, harder. I've been hard since we walked through the door. Hell, since we kissed in the limo. She does another little elegant bend, and I remember something she told me earlier. You said you teach yoga? Oh, yeah. She's got the sultry purr in her voice again. As I wait for her to finish undressing, she lifts one bent leg and then grabs her foot. Slowly, she extends her leg upward until it's straight and practically over her head, leaving her pussy tight and practically revealed to my salivating gaze. Jesus, I think I love you. She gives the most delightful little cackle and then just as gracefully lowers her leg and puts her hands on the straps of her swimsuit. With a bouncy little teasing turn, she shimmies it off and then turns to face me again. Naked, Lexi's even more glorious than I thought. I mean, she's already ensconced as the center of my fap fantasies, but this just brings things to another level. Her breasts are small but high, the most perfect, pert little mounds I've ever seen. Her waist is slim, and her hips curve outward to the most gorgeous thighs. Even more spectacular than that is the dark little strip of hair that covers her pussy, just enough to hide her from my gaze. Tease. My mouth goes dry at the sight of her. Don't suppose I could get you to turn for me?
Since you asked nicely,
she murmurs, and does just that. Now I get an unfettered view of her backside. And holy shit, it is the most perfect ass I've ever seen. Rounded and plump and perfect. It curves like the most perfect bubble atop those sculpted thighs. I can't wait to taste her. Hell, I don't want to wait any longer. I get to my feet while she's doing those sexy little stretches and move behind her, grabbing her by the hips and rubbing my cock against that perfect backside. She gasps and turns in my arms to face me. That's fine, because that means I can kiss her. I pull her against me and claim her mouth with my own, devouring her with hot, hungry kisses. She moans into me, and her breasts press against my bare chest. I feel her skin all along my own, sexy and soft, and my cock feels like a brick, I'm so damn hard. Lexi gives the sexiest little sigh, and then she's pushing me toward the bed, her hands on my chest. I don't need to be told twice. Without letting go of her, I haul our twined bodies backward, and we bounce onto the bed. She laughs as I roll her underneath me, and then hooks both of her legs around my waist, capturing me against her. Think I'm the luckiest man on earth, I tell her, pressing my mouth against her jaw and moving down to her neck. She arches against me, wrapping her arms around my neck and encouraging me. I'm not stopping there, though. I need to taste her everywhere. I slide lower, cupping one of those perky little tits and teasing the tip of it with my fingers.
You are, she agrees, breathless. Consider yourself blessed with my pussy.
And tits, I say, licking the tip of one. Can't forget the tits.
I think they need a bit more encouragement before they feel blessed.
She arches her back, pushing against my hand. That's so. I nuzzle the tip of one. Oh, great and glorious titties, let me bestow you with my ever-abundant thanks. As I speak, I tease one nipple with my fingers and nip at the other. She wriggles and arches underneath me, panting.
Save the abundance for later.
Naughty thing. I love her wicked, weird sense of humor. I nip at her breast again, this time a little harder. Hush, and let me work on my devotionals.
Hushing,
she says, breathless. She can't stop moving underneath me, her body flexing and undulating as if her movements can somehow encourage mine. Doing a pretty damn good job of it, too. I caress and tease her breasts, using my mouth and hands and even my beard, until she's writhing underneath me and making soft little cries. Fuck. I love how noisy and restless she is. It's like she can't contain herself. Makes me crazy with need for her. But I love the playful vibe we have going, and I want to continue it. I flick her nipples with my thumbs and then begin to slowly skate down her body, kissing the valley between her breasts and moving ever downward. Oh, great and powerful pussy, bless me with thy juicy taste. She laughs, wiggling underneath me again.
You're officially the worst. Or the best. I can't decide.
The best in all the worst ways, baby. Man, I'm already living for that laugh. I continue to kiss down the slope of her belly. I deliberately scrape my beard along her skin, because she shivers each time I do, and her little breathless moans grow louder. It feels like eternity until I kiss my way to that little patch of hair over her pussy, and press the first of what I intend to be many kisses there. Hello there, promised land.
Don't mind me saying so, but you're weird,
Lexi tells me. Her voice has gone all lush and soft on me, and when I caress the inside of her thigh, she opens up like a flower, ready for my touch. God, she's beautiful. I'm the luckiest son of a bitch alive that I get to have her in my bed tonight. Of course, tonight is just the beginning, I'm thinking. I always thought it was a little strange that Boone said Ivy was his the moment he saw her. Clay's always only wanted one woman, ever. Never thought that made sense. Until now. With Lexi clutching at my hair as I nuzzle her sweet pussy, it makes total sense to me. This is the woman I was born to be with. We're perfectly in sync, both in mind and body. I ain't never felt this way about anyone. It doesn't matter to me that I just met Lexi, or that she lives 3 hours away, or that she's 5 years older than me. She's mine. And tonight, I'm going to show her. With that thought in mind, I use my thumbs to part her slick flesh and bury my face between her thighs. She cries out, her hands tightening in my hair. Gone are the teasing laughs and the inane commentary. She's panting and breathless now, her heels digging into my mattress as she squirms underneath me.
Knox! Knox! Oh, God, your mouth!
I lift my head, just because I know it'll drive her crazy. You want it somewhere else, sexy Lexi?
Don't call me that,
she mutters, and then hooks one leg over my shoulder and digs that heel into my back.
And quit talking and get back down there.
Yes, ma'am. I lean in and drag my tongue over her folds, enjoying her muffled shriek of response. She's definitely sensitive here. You like getting your pussy eaten out, baby?
Never had it before, she gasps.
Never? Well, shit. I'm about to blow her damn mind. With a pleased grin, I get back to work. I drag my tongue over her delicious little cunt, back and forth until she's lost in the moment again. It's clear she likes it best when I move toward her clit, so I deliberately avoid that, choosing to tease the slick opening to her core with my finger and skating my tongue along her sensitive skin. I save her clit for last, and just barely brush over it when I do. She makes a sound of protest and her hands flex against my skin. She pushes me higher when I try to go low, lifting her hips as if she can guide me. God damn, but she's fun to tease. I let my mouth move where she wants it and nibble on her clit with my lips. Her low, tortured moan tells me I'm on the right track, so I continue doing that. I lick and suck and tease her clit, then slide a finger deep into the hot well of her cunt, pumping her as I do. Cool, calm, detached Lexi claws at me like a wild woman. I fucking love this. I keep the rhythm up despite her constant movements, propelling her toward an orgasm. I need to see her come. Want it more than anything. I need to know that I can make her lose all control. That I'm making this as good for her as it's gonna be for me. So I keep nudging her forward, pushing her even when she's whimpering and her hips rise off the bed. I keep my mouth right where she needs it and thrust into her with my fingers. She's hot and slick and her cunt grips my fingers like a vice each time I do. Almost there. Come on, Lexi. Show me how beautiful you are when you come. She pushes at my face, trying to move me away from where I've encamped between her thighs. I ignore her hands, though, because I can tell from the full-body shiver that quakes through her that she's close. Oh, Knox! I groan and grind my hips into the mattress, because just the way she says my name makes me want to lose it myself. But then she chokes back a little gasp and her body jerks, and she floods my beard with her wet release. God damn, that's sexy. I keep licking and working her, determined to wring out every little reaction, and she quakes underneath me, shivering and gasping until she pushes me away again. This time I let her. I sit up, my cock aching like it's never ached before, and the taste of her on my lips. That was beautiful, I tell her. To my surprise, she blushes, her cheeks as bright red as the rest of her.
That beard is unfair, she pants. And so is that tongue. And that mouth.
You're welcome, I drawl, secretly pleased I got her to react like this. It's like she gets more and more perfect with every passing moment. I can't stop touching her either. I know I should probably give her a few to catch her breath and steady herself, but fuck that. I slide a hand up and down her leg, caressing, just because I need to touch her. One day and I'm already addicted. So, you've never done that before, huh?
Did I say that?
Her voice is casual, but her nose and cheeks are bright red, which tells me she's still embarrassed.
Clearly I was full of shit.
Clearly. I don't believe her for a second. Let her spin whatever narrative she wants. I suspect the truth. Don't know what kind of fucking jerks a pretty thing like her has been dating that they wouldn't love that pussy like I did, but that's fine. Just means that she's mine and no one else's. I prowl forward on the bed, ready to show her that just because I'm a few years younger, it doesn't mean she should dismiss me. I don't care that she's older. All I care about is that she's her. I love the way she laughs, the way she talks, the way she has no time for other people's bullshit, and most of all, the way she responds in bed. I need to make her come so hard tonight that she won't protest when I ask to see her again, or when I invite her to move in, or when I tell her she's gonna be my wife. I see now why Clay and Boone move fast. It just makes sense. You want to lock your girl down so you can have her at your side always. It's only been hours, and I already feel intensely possessive of Lexi. She's mine to protect and keep safe. Of course, I need to keep all that shit to myself right now. Don't want to scare her. I move over her, bracing my larger body on my elbows so I don't crush her, and give her a kiss. Her lips are soft under mine, her eyes dazed. Love the way she looks up at me, as if she's both surprised and impressed by what I just did to her. Little does she know this is just the beginning. I plan on making her crazy with lust for the next 60 years or so. Of course, all I say is, you taste good.
Thank you. It's my own special recipe.
But her nose is cherry red. So cute. I nip her nose with a little kiss and then move to her cheeks, her jaw. Wouldn't mind another taste of that home cooking. She puts a hand over my mouth.
You're taking the metaphor a bit too far, even for me.
I chuckle, because more than anything, I love making her laugh. I get the feeling she ain't often impressed by much and laughs even less. So the fact that I can make her smile makes me feel like a goddamn king. I tease her nipple with my thumb, watching her reaction to see if she's ready for more, or if she needs more time. But Lexi only sighs and slides closer to me, running her hand down my pectorals and tugging at my chest hair.
Maybe you should stop talking before worse comes out of your mouth.
If you want a kiss, all you gotta do is say so, I murmur, and lean in and give her just that. Her mouth hungrily meets mine, and as I taste her, I decide I've waited long enough to make her mine. I slide my hand between her thighs, and she spreads them for me again, moaning when I tease her folds, making sure she's still wet enough to take my cock. I shouldn't have worried, of course. She's still as slick as hell, and arches her hips up against my hand when I touch her. She's as eager for more as I am. I settle my body against her open thighs, our mouths locked together in a continuous kiss. Using my hand, I drag my cock back and forth through her wet folds, making sure it's good and lubed up. She moans and follows my movements with tiny raises of her hips until I can't stand it any longer. I want to be inside her. I fit the head of my cock at the entrance to her core, and pause, because going bare inside a woman screams against everything I've ever known. It ain't right. It ain't polite. The condom's always used. Always. I hesitate and break the kiss. You did say you're on the pill, right? She nods and wraps her arms around my neck, pulling me in closer. Just checking. If she ain't concerned, I guess I ain't either. Certainly isn't like I don't want to be inside her, feeling everything. Want that more than anything. I capture her mouth again and thrust into her. She stiffens under me with a gasp, and her legs clench around my hips.
Oh, Knox,
she breathes against my mouth.
You feel so big.
Flatterer, I grit out. Can't be teasing, not right now. Not when her cunt's clenching me so tight it feels like she's wrapped her fist around my cock. Being inside her bare means I feel everything. Every ripple that courses through her body. Every shiver. Every gasp she makes. Feels fucking amazing. She gives a little cry and squeezes her thighs around my hips again.
Move,
she pants.
Please move. I'm dying here.
Can't have that. I lock my hand on her shoulder and pump forward again. Her little grunting cry of pleasure matches mine, and I move once more, starting a rhythm. As I rock into her, I watch her reactions to see how she's responding. Am I pleasuring her? Is she still with me? Faking it? I think I'll fucking let the floor swallow me up if she fakes it on me. But Lexi shifts restlessly under me, her hips rising to meet mine and create more force between each thrust. Her lean, delicious body is growing as sweaty as mine is, and the little noises she emits as we come together aren't the sexiest, but I love them because they tell me she's so with me that she doesn't even care what sound she's making. Good. I love the dig of her nails into my skin, the clench of her thighs at my hips, and the jiggle of her tits as she arches her body to meet my thrusts. I'm close to coming, but she has a look of intense concentration on her face as I pump into her, and she feels so good I know I won't last long. But she closes her eyes and a little line appears between her brows, and her mouth parts.
Harder, Knox. Need harder.
She's not gonna fake then. She's gonna demand until she gets what she wants. Damn, I love this woman. I do as she asks, biting down on the inside of my cheek so I can have a contrasting sensation of pain instead of just the heaven that's her cunt. It allows me to keep going, to thrust harder. I grab the back of her knee and press her thigh forward, allowing me to push deeper into her with every meeting of our bodies. And, just like in my daydreams, she grabs my wooden headboard and braces herself, her head thrown back with ecstasy. Fuck. That's so sexy that it's killing my control. I ram into her harder, my balls slapping against her skin with every rough thrust, and each time we come together the entire bed shakes. Doesn't matter. My entire world is focused on giving it to her as hard as she needs, because I want to see her come again. Come on, Lexi, I silently encourage. Give it to me. Then I feel it. There's a deep body shudder that seems to move through her, and her heels dig into my ass as her entire body tightens underneath me. Her cunt seems to grip me even tighter, and her mouth opens in a silent cry. Ah, fuck, she looks perfect. I pump into her harder, wanting to push her over the edge, needing her release. She slams a fist down on my arm and screams, and then I feel it all through her body. The quivers that move through her pussy as I fuck her. The flex of her body under mine. She's coming hard, and I'm right behind her, my hands tense on her thighs as I thrust wildly into her with my own orgasm. I've been fighting the tightness in my sack, determined to hold out, but once she releases, I give myself permission to go over too. With a low growl in my throat, I come. I've never let go like that. Feels like I'm emptying my entire body into her wet, inviting pussy. I come so hard I'm seeing black at the edges of my vision, but I don't care. It feels incredible. She feels incredible. More than that, she feels perfect.
Chapter 5. Lexi. I wake up sometime before dawn, my pillow missing, and a big arm latched around my waist. I sit up in bed and realize Knox has both his pillow and mine, along with all the blankets. Damn, the man's a thief. I bite back my chuckle of amusement so he can keep sleeping, and slide out of bed. My pussy is pleasantly sore from the pounding it got last night, and I swear that if I crawled back into that bed and woke him up, I'd be leaving his bedroom bow-legged and happy. Unfortunately, I can't. The sex was amazing, but I'm already feeling a pang of regret that I chose to sleep with Knox, a guy I barely know, instead of confronting Keith. I move toward the window in the bedroom and glance outside. It's still dark out, I should probably call an Uber and have them come get me and take me back to my car. That would make the most sense. Staying here and waiting for Knox to wake up just means that there'll be an awkward conversation, and he'll feel obligated to give me a ride back to the hotel. I'm not a fan of forced conversations, so I'd rather not. I tiptoe over to my discarded leggings and hitch them up my legs, then slip on my dress. All the while, Knox sleeps on, completely oblivious to the fact that I'm awake. It's a shame I have to nail and bail, because he's so cute in the early morning sunlight. The shaggy beard hugging his jaw is just begging for me to run my fingers through it, and there's a floppy lock of dark hair curling over his tanned forehead. From my vantage point, I can see that delicious chest hair arrowing down to where the blankets hide his very impressive cock. Sigh. He's going to be a guy that's difficult to forget. But reality's calling me. I need to go back home, contact my yoga clients that I bailed on for the last few days, see how my advertising is doing and what my next month's lesson plan will look like, figure out how to pay the rent on my small studio and which credit cards still have room on them. I slide my shoes onto my feet and tiptoe out of his bedroom. More than anything, I need to make sure Keith didn't do something insane like take a baseball bat to my car while I left it unattended all night. I grab my bag and look for a piece of paper somewhere in his trailer to leave a note, but I can't find one. I dig in my purse and find a tampon. Well, that'll have to do. I peel it and flatten the wrapper, and then write on the pale underside. Had a great time. Text you later. Lexi. As love notes go, it sucks, but I don't have a lot of room to write, and I'm not really sure what to say anyhow. I put it under a beer can on the coffee table, and then grab my purse and tiptoe out of his trailer before calling an Uber to come and pick me up. The unplanned Uber drive back to the hotel takes a large chunk out of my credit card, but it's worth it when we circle the parking lot at the hotel and Keith's truck is gone. Thank God. I breathe a sigh of relief, thank the driver, and then get out of the car and pull my keys out of my purse. I should have known it was too good to be true. The moment I approach my car, I hear a door slam across the parking lot. I look over, and that fucking truck's still there. It's been moved. Well, shit. I climb into my car and pretend like I don't see him there, starting the engine. Before I can back out, though, Keith walks behind my vehicle and puts his hand on his hips, blocking me and waiting. I can't roll forward because there's a hedge directly in front of my car. Fuck, I mutter. I consider for a moment, then roll down my window ever so slightly and try to act like all of this is no big deal. You might want to move. Keith immediately moves to my driver's side window and puts his hand on the glass and manually pushes so hard that my hand crank for the glass goes around in a slow circle. Shit. I ignore the dread pooling in my stomach and stare up at him with my best dead-eyed expression. Where you been, Lexi? I was worried about you. Good for you. He leans in my window, 6 feet of solid ex-military crazy, and eyes me like I'm a problem. Went by your dance studio. I roll my eyes. It's yoga, and it was closed. Your neighbor at the diner said you'd been closed for 2 or 3 days, and I was worried there was a problem. Didn't see your car in the parking lot at the apartments, so I called some of my buddies at the police station, and I was able to track your car here. A chill goes down my spine. Jesus Christ. You shouldn't have, I say flatly. I mean it. I was worried about my girl. I'm not your girl. He eyes my messy hair and the fact that I have no makeup on. You aren't someone else's girl, are you? Because I don't think I'd like that. I don't remember asking for your permission, I tell him. But there's a sick clench in my gut, like there always is when Keith's around. He doesn't know how the hell to back off. "Where you been, Lexi?" he says again, with a menacing edge in his tone. I try to roll up the window and ignore him, but he keeps his big asshole hands planted on it, and I can't budge the damn thing. "I'm staying at the hotel with a friend, jerkwad. Let go of my car." "You are?" "Yes." Now that's funny, because I told the lady up front that I was with the authorities and looking for a missing friend, and she didn't have you checked in as a visitor. Authorities? This fucking asshole. He's a firefighter, not a cop. Even if he was, it didn't give him the right to stalk me like this. "I'm staying with a friend." "Natalie? The fat one? Because I'm pretty sure she went back to her room with some guy last night, and I didn't see you with them." He tilts his head, gazing down at me. "So you want to tell me the truth? You know I don't like it when you lie." And here I am without a shit to give if you like it or not. My, this is quite the tragic situation. I reach into my handbag to grab my phone. He grabs my purse and hauls it out of my grip before I can do anything, and flings it across the parking lot. Tampons and lipsticks scatter on the pavement, and I can hear the angry crack of my phone as it smacks the ground. Shit. I remain frozen in my car, hardly daring to breathe. One wrong move and Keith is going to go from asshole to murderer, and I won't be able to do anything. He's bigger than I am, and far more bloodthirsty. I'm all bravado. I clench my hands on the steering wheel to keep them from trembling visibly. "That was shitty of you," is all I say, and I'm proud of how brave I sound, even if I'm screaming with fear on the inside. "I don't like these games, Lexi." Keith's voice gets low and dangerous. "I'm not fond of them myself, Keith," I spit back at him. "If you must know where I was, allow me to educate you." I keep the words cutting and brief, my lip curling. "I knew Natalie was going to get laid, so I went to a bookstore and read books for free until they closed. Then I went to Denny's and had coffee until 4 in the morning. And I went to the local Y as soon as they opened and participated in some hot yoga. Are you fucking happy? I stayed out all night with no sleep because I'm trying to be a good friend." And I give him my fiercest glare, hoping that he buys the ridiculous lie. He gazes down at me for a long moment, and I'm half terrified he's going to reach into my car and grab me by the throat. But after a time, he nods slowly. "Okay then. That was all you had to say." "Can I go now?" I bite out, and put one hand on the manual car window lever again. I'm fucking tired, and it's a long drive back to Luca. Keith releases the window and takes a step back, still watching me with those creepy eyes, like he's waiting to see if I'll crumble. I just give him my most aloof stare, calmly roll the window up, back out of the parking lot, and turn onto the road. It's not until I get onto the highway that I check my rearview mirror. No topaz truck behind me. Good. My trembling overtakes my body, and I can't stop shaking. Oh, God. Oh, God. Keith's crazier than ever. Not only is he stalking me, but he's getting the law involved. I don't doubt for a moment that his buddies at the police station helped him find my car. How? I don't know. When I get out, I'm going to check the underside of my vehicle for a tracking device of some kind, which sounds completely crazy, but Keith is completely crazy. I swipe at the terrified tears that slide down my face, and my happy night of sex with Knox is completely forgotten. It's a good thing I snuck out, because if Keith saw me with Knox, I don't know what he'd have done. I can't stop shaking, or crying. I want to pull over to the nearest fast food place and just bawl like a baby, but I'm terrified Keith is behind me and he'll stop and want to know why I'm upset. I have to keep going. I reach over in my car seat, looking for my phone, and freeze. My purse and all its contents are still scattered in the parking lot of the hotel. Shit. I don't have my credit cards, my wallet, my phone. Nothing. No cash, no ID. No birth control. Motherfucker. I consider turning around and going back to the hotel to gather up my things. But that means I'll have to see Keith again. I'll have to have another conversation with him. I'll have to get out of the safety of my car. Fuck that. I can get a new phone. I can cancel my credit cards. I just never want to be that close to an angry Keith ever again. I'll figure something else out. Chapter 6. Lexi. Days later. Lexi. Yo. Natalie. Who's this? Lexi. It's Lexi. I lost my phone and they couldn't give me back my old number because of something with the contract. So this is my new number. Save it. Natalie. Thank goodness. I've been texting you for days. Where the heck have you been? I've been calling and texting and you haven't answered. Lexi. Sorry, I didn't have the money for a new phone until today. You know how it goes. I emailed you, but I guess you didn't get it? Natalie. No, I've been spending all my time with Clay. I figured if anyone needed me, they'd call. Lexi. Well, there you go. Needless to say, I'm fine. Just write this number down, okay? Natalie. Did you lose your phone at the party? I can ask Clay's brother if they've seen it. Lexi. It's all good. I promise. I have a shiny new phone no one in the world could possibly afford. Visa won't know what hit him. Lexi. Imagine me laughing maniacally at the thought of some fool giving me another credit card. Yet they do. Suckers. Natalie. Oh, geez. Natalie. I'm glad to hear from you anyhow. What's new? How's work? Lexi. Slow as ever? That possible client/investor I told you about bailed. Figures. Natalie. Here's a thought. Try being friendly. I know it's hard, but I swear you get results. Lexi. But then people want to talk to me. I hate talking. Natalie. Huh? Lexi. In all seriousness, I'm fine. Business is fine. Everything is fine. Fine all around. Want to go to lunch this week? I mean, if you're buying. Natalie. I'm still with Clay. Smiley face. Lexi. Sorry, that pause was me throwing up in my mouth a little. Natalie. Stop! He's wonderful. Lexi. I know. You told me. Wink. Lexi. I'm just glad you're happy. Natalie. I thought his family was nice. Did you like them? You seem to get along well with Knox. Wink. He asked me about your number. Should I pass this one on to him? Lexi. Let's not and say we did. Natalie. Uh-oh. That bad? Lexi. Not bad. But can you just tell him I have Ebola or something? And my mouth is covered in sores so I can't talk? Natalie. Ouch. How about I just not give him your number? Lexi. Or we can go with that, sure. You can give me his in case I change my mind. Natalie. Will do. Sorry it didn't work out. Lexi. You know me. I'm difficult even on the best days. Now tell me what you and Clay have been up to. I let Natalie go on and on about Clay and how wonderful he is and how happy she is via text, making the appropriate smiley faces and commenting when I need to. I'm not paying much attention, though. I'm still thinking about Knox. He asked for my phone number. He wants to talk to me. I sigh because I wouldn't mind talking to him or seeing him again either. But the timing is rotten. Keith's still lurking entirely too much for my liking, so the best thing I can do is remain under the radar and go about my day as normal. He'll eventually buzz off. He always does. Until then, I have to play it cool. I still have plenty to occupy my time, at least. I'm still canceling credit cards and trying to get new copies of the ID I lost. I could ask Keith if he picked them up, but I'd rather roast in hell first. The door to my studio opens, and my 3 o'clock enters, 5 minutes late as usual. She's wearing jeans and a t-shirt, not optimal yoga wear. But she pays on time, so I don't much care. I text a goodbye to Nat, put my phone down, and nod a greeting at Alice. Let's get warmed up, shall we? Weeks later. Lexi. I'm sorry to hear about Seth's death. I saw on the news. I'm shocked. He was such a great guy. Kid. Whatever. Natalie. I know. Clay's devastated. They all are. I am too, but I'm trying to hold it together for Clay. Lexi. Is there anything I can do? Send flowers? Something? Natalie. No, it's okay. I'm helping Ivy with the arrangements, but thank you for offering. Lexi. Now I feel like shit that I blew off Knox. You think I should call him? Natalie. Honestly, no, I'd leave it alone. None of them are handling Seth's death very well. Let them grieve for a bit. Lexi. Will do. Give me the address and I'll send flowers, though. It's the least I can do. And call me if you need a shoulder to cry on. Natalie. 'Kay. Thanks. 1 month later. I swing my legs back and forth in the doctor's office, waiting for him to come in. The paper gown catches my eye in my reflection, and I glance over, then hop off the table and move toward the mirror. I cut my tits because they look a lot bigger than normal. Surely that's my imagination. Surely all of this is my imagination. I turn to the side, then frown. I'm just here to make sure. That's all. The home pregnancy test had to be wrong. Dr. Kepler enters and beams at me, pretending not to notice that I'm playing with my boobs as he enters. How are we feeling, Lexi? We're feeling a little hoary, Doc. Thanks for asking. I hop back up on the table and immediately start swinging my feet nervously again. He chuckles and moves to his counter, pulling out a pair of disposable gloves, and then pauses. No latex, right? Only if you want to examine my rash right after you examine my hootenanny. You're a funny one. I remember that, too. He winks at me and opens a cabinet. Non-latex gloves just for you and your hootenanny. Thanks, Doc. Normally I'd give him more shit, but I'm too nervous. So, what did my pee test say? Well, what do you want it to say? He pulls on his gloves and glances over at me. I just glare at him. I want it to say no, of course. Feet in the stirrups, please. When I do, he moves forward and puts a blanket over my abdomen, and one of the nurses discreetly enters the room. Test results, please, I say back immediately. What your test said, Dr. Kepler continues in a mild voice, is that someone remembered her latex allergy but didn't remember her birth control. Shit. I'm pregnant? Yes. He sticks fingers in inappropriate places and continues my exam. I remain quiet, staring up at the kitten posters on the ceiling and trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do. Pregnant. Jesus. Me, a mother. God has a very ironic sense of humor if he thinks this is a good idea. I'm barely capable of taking care of myself, much less a baby. The stacks of unpaid bills and the sheer number of credit cards I have can attest to that. Or my fridge, considering it's empty of everything but expired yogurt, some wilted greens, and kombucha. Even I don't want that shit. He finishes the exam and beams at me from between my thighs. Everything looks great. You're about 6 weeks along. Congratulations. He pulls the gloves off and turns to one of the rows of pamphlets on the wall. Unless you don't want to keep it. I don't judge, of course. It's your body, and I can't tell you what to do with it. But if you need information on terminating it, I have some pamphlets. Terminating it? That sounds so awful. Ugh. I'm still coping with the fact that I'm pregnant. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I'd advise you to take a few days and think everything over. Nothing has to be a snap decision. His voice is soothing and calm, and he gives me a fatherly look. If you're still taking the birth control, you need to stop. Once you get dressed, you can talk to the front desk about a follow-up appointment, and we'll decide how to proceed from here. That's it? That's all I get? I lick my lips and pull my feet out of the stirrups, sitting up. The gown's hanging loose around me, and I hug it close like a blanket. I can't believe I'm pregnant. Did you miss any of your pills? A few days. More like a week. Okay, maybe 2. I'm normally diligent about that sort of thing, but the last while has been a bit of a mess. I lost my pills when Keith ripped my purse out of my hands, and I was too chicken shit to get it back. I didn't think about the consequences until a day or 2 later, when I realized I didn't have any. I couldn't get my prescription refilled without a credit card to put it on, and my credit cards were gone. My bank account is always close to 0 thanks to the monthly rent on my studio and my apartment, so I hoped that nothing weird would happen. I even had my period last month. Well, kind of. It was spotty and light, but I told myself it was because I was stressed and not eating so well. Oh, God. I bury my face in my hands. I had sex with someone, and we didn't use condoms because of the latex, and then I lost my pills and didn't get them back for a while. So, yeah, I'm an idiot. One time is all it takes. I've had young women get pregnant even while on the pill. It's not infallible. I give him a miserable look. You're not helping. Dr. Kepler grimaces. I guess I'm not. Do you need to talk to someone? Oh, God, do I ever? I feel a desperate need to talk to someone. Anyone. I want to call Nat, but, oh my God, she'd freak. She doesn't even know that I slept with Knox, and I haven't felt like there's been a good time to bring it up. Not after I ghosted him, and then Knox's younger brother died. The entire situation is hella awkward. As for Knox himself, that's another can of worms entirely. If I'm this freaked out at being a mother at 28, I can only imagine what he'll think of being a dad at 23. Another realization hits me as I go cold with fear. How's Keith going to react when he finds out I'm pregnant with another man's baby? I know it's none of his business, and I know I shouldn't give a shit. But the thought of Keith finding out makes me break into a damp sweat. If anyone asks, I came in here for a routine lady business exam. Dr. Kepler's expression goes from genial to sour. Lexi, you're my patient. What we discuss is confidential. I won't tell anyone what this is about, because that would violate HIPAA laws. Okay. He says that, of course, but I've seen too many people bend the law when Keith puts on his "gosh, shucks, I'm harmless" routine, like all his cop buddies that seem to look the other way every time he amps up his harassment. I'm not allowed to disclose your medical records to anyone unless you give them written permission. Well, no one has permission, I say defensively. What goes on in my vagina is only my business and your business. And possibly the father's, Dr. Kepler agrees with a pat on my shoulder. Bring him in next time. I'd love to meet your young man. Boy, you don't know the half of that, Doc, I tell him, thinking of Knox. Young man is a little too on the nose for me. I get dressed as the doctor heads out, and I'm barely paying attention as I offer the front desk my credit card. Me. Pregnant. So, not only do I have to worry about what I'm going to do about this, and Knox, and Keith, but I also need to think further ahead in the future, like how I'm going to run a one-woman failing yoga studio when I'm obscenely pregnant, or after I have the baby. This one's declined. The girl in pink scrubs behind the counter gives me an apologetic little grimace. I'm sure it's just a glitch in the system. Do you have another we can try? More like a glitch in my wallet, I tell her, and hold out 3 more credit cards, all of them near the max limit. Pick a card, any card. Luckily, card number 3 is a winner, and I leave the doctor's office with a follow-up appointment, a copy of What to Expect When You're Expecting, and dread churning in my belly. Pregnancy is the last thing I need. I have to amend that statement when I get to my apartment and the door's hanging open. I can hear someone moving inside and whistling. I glance down the hall, but there's no one around, and I sure wasn't expecting a visit from maintenance today. Hello? Lexi, come in. It's Keith. Motherfucker. I head inside, my mind whirling with a mixture of anger and confusion and hormones. How nice of you to invite me into my own apartment. He looks over at me in surprise, a wounded expression on his face. He's wearing a handyman belt and has the cabinet under my kitchen sink pulled open, pipes spread on the floor. I'm sorry, Lexi. Did I scare you? Was talking with Jim today and he mentioned that his knees were hurting him, so I thought I'd help out. Help out with what? I clutched the book closer to my chest, trying to protect my hammering heart. Keith is in my apartment. In my apartment. God knows what he's peeked through. I feel the urge to wash everything in my lingerie drawer just in case. Why are you taking apart my sink? Oh. He glances back at it. Like I said, Jim needed some help and, you know me, I like to help out. He's all smiles, as if he's not stalking me or anything. Jim said the pipes aren't up to code and some of them have to be replaced. Told him since I was off duty today that I'd be happy to help out. And here I am. He spreads his hands, a wrench in one, and does his best to look helpless. I'm not fooled. My entire body is tense and alert. I'm not going to relax until I have the door shut safely behind me and the deadbolt thrown. No one told me the sink needed to be fixed. He was trying to do it while people were at work. He turns back to my sink and squats on the floor again. I'll be done soon enough and out of your hair. Just like a lice combing. Neat. I keep my voice flat. I'll just be sitting over here staring uncomfortably until you leave, then. I sit at one of my bar stools and slap my purse on the counter, giving him my best glare. I'm close enough to the kitchen knives to grab one. Keith looks back at me and gives me a grin like we're best buddies. You have the weirdest sense of humor, Lexi. You shouldn't say shit like that. Can't help it. It's the demons inside me. Or shit like that. He frowns and then nods at the book I've slapped down on the counter. Who's pregnant? Oh, fuck me. I've been so rattled at the sight of him in my kitchen, I forgot I was carrying a pregnancy guide. One of my clients, I tell him, keeping my face expressionless. I need to know what stretches she can do without rupturing something. For your dance class? Now I'm about to rupture something. Yoga. Right. He turns back to the sink. If you don't mind me saying, you'd be better off teaching dance around here. I do mind you saying. I mind you being here, too. I pretty much mind all of this, and I think I'm going to complain to the office that you're in here without my permission. I dig through my purse, looking for my new phone, and pull it out with a wave. He just shrugs his big shoulders. You can call Earl, but he knows me. He knows I won't do anything to harm you. He knows I'm sweet on you. Is that what we call stalking nowadays? I'll update my lexicon. But I put my phone down, feeling helpless. He's right. Earl's the owner of the building, and he's a volunteer firefighter. They're drinking buddies, which I didn't know until after I moved into this building. This town is too fucking small. I need to leave. Except any apartment would be first and last month's rent up front, and I'm pretty much tapped out on my credit. Not that they'd take it. And I have business here. And I've got a bun in the oven. So I grit my teeth, slide a knife under my purse, and wait for Keith to leave. He putters around for a half hour and replaces a bit of pipe under the sink with something that looks like the same sort of pipe. $10 says he made this up just to get into my place. I answer him with one-word responses until he finally leaves, and then I bolt the door behind him and push a dresser in front of it for good measure. Then I go hunting through my bedroom to see if anything is missing or has been touched. I feel exposed, vulnerable, violated. I feel like I need to cry, but I'd rather pound something. And my boobs fucking hurt. Furious, I tear apart my lingerie drawer, but I can't tell if anything's missing. I check the bed, and then peek into the bathroom. There's a bud vase with a rose in it on the counter. That cocksucker. I grab the entire thing and fling it against the tile wall of the shower. It shatters into a million pieces, which just makes me cuss even more, because I'm going to have to clean it up. Pissy, I glare at it, shoulders heaving. Where is my fucking zen today? Keith stole it, just like he's stealing my privacy and making me lose my mind. I want nothing more than to relax and do a couple of calming asanas to set my brain straight. But if I get sweaty, I'll have to shower. For all I know, Keith sabotaged the plumbing, so he'll have to, oopsie, come back and help once more. God, I hate this. I hate this so much. I sniff back the tears that threaten to well up and march into the living room, grabbing my rolled-up yoga mat. My studio. I'll go to my studio. At least there I can turn on some soothing music and not worry that Keith is going to show up. For some reason, he avoids my workplace. I guess he doesn't like the thought of women outside of the kitchen or some sexist bullshit like that. But if I get sweaty, I don't have any place to shower. I don't feel safe doing it here. What if Keith put a camera somewhere? Or what if I'm mid-shower and he finds a way to come back inside? The thought gives me goosebumps. I pick up my phone and text Nat. Lexi. Hey, you busy? My shower's busted and I was wondering if I could go over to your house and use it. Lexi. Your dad's house, I mean. Up until she shacked up with Clay, my poor, sweet, too innocent Natalie lived in the ranch/museum with her decrepit old asshole dad and basically took care of him and his museum. Of course, now that she's with Clay, he's got her dad living in an assisted living place, and she just moved in with him to some house that came with an obscene price tag. She's now in the outskirts of San Antonio, and I miss her like crazy. I mean, I'm happy for her, but at the same time, I'm a little resentful of Clay for stealing her away from me when I need her. Nat. Hey. Nat. Might not be a good idea. The new staff gets a little wigged out if someone comes over without notice. Nat. I can text the manager and let him know a friend's coming by to shower if you want. Nat. Or you can come visit me for a few days. Smiley face. The new place has a guest house. It's practically screaming for someone to give it a gothic makeover. God, I would love to escape for a few days and hide over at Natalie's new place. I don't even care that I'd be third-wheeling it, and they'd be all schmoopy all over each other. There'd be no Keith. I'd have room to breathe. Unless he followed me. And then I'd have to explain to Natalie and Clay both why Keith won't leave me alone, and someone will want to step in and help me out with my life. And I've had enough of that shit to last a lifetime. I can do this on my own. Mostly. But the thought of getting away for a few days is super tempting. Lexi. Unfortunately, I have clients. Nat. Maybe this weekend? I haven't seen you in forever. Lexi. Maybe this weekend. Sure. Nat. I'm glad you texted. So... Lexi. What? Nat. How do you know if you're pregnant? I stare at my phone in horror. How the fuck does she know? I haven't told anyone. Nat. Because I puked this morning and I missed my period. Nat. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Nat. Do you think I could be pregnant? Oh, thank God. I can feel my entire body unclench as her excited texts roll in. For a moment there, I thought somehow that Keith had found out, and I was picturing how angry he'd be. I shiver and fight the urge to vomit myself. Instead, I focus on typing a response. Lexi. You might be. Do you have the urge to wear cardigans and wander around the kitchen barefoot? Nat. Huh. Very funny. And you know I always wear cardigans. Smiley face. Nat. But seriously, I haven't gotten a test yet. I'm scared to. Lexi. Do your boobs hurt? Nat. They feel a little sore. Is that a thing? Lexi. So I've heard. I touch my own throbbing tits and wince. Heard my ass. Nat. I'm so excited. Nat. Clay and I have been wanting to try. Nat. We've wasted enough time apart, you know? Lexi. Fingers crossed you've got something growing inside you, and it's not a waterborne parasite. Nat. Ew. Thanks for that. Lexi. You know I'm here for you. Wink. Nat. I'm going to the pharmacy right now to get a test. Should I say something to Clay, or wait to get results? Her excitement is practically palpable. I know my Nat. I know how excited she must be about the thought of babies with Clay. It's like she's had a miserable experience for so long, and now all her happiness is exploding around her like a mushroom cloud. Good for her. I'm genuinely thrilled that she's so happy. I just wish my own shit was a little more together. I ponder her question, then text my answer. Lexi. Depends. Does Clay know you're trying for a baby? Lexi. Or will he be upset if you're preggo? Nat. OMG, no. He'll be thrilled. He tells me all the time he wants to see me pregnant with his baby. Isn't that the sweetest? Nat. I love him so much, Lex. Puke. I ponder my own baby daddy. Would Knox want to know that I'm knocked up with his bun? Or will he be horrified? Should I tell him? I want to ask Nat, but I'm not sure how to phrase it. Lexi. Hypothetical question. What if he didn't want a baby and you were pregnant? Would you still tell him? Nat's reply is pretty much immediate. Nat. Well, yeah. Nat. Of course. Nat. He's the father. He deserves to know. I mean, it wouldn't affect how I feel about things, but I'd feel like a jerk if I didn't tell him. Nat. But he wants it. I promise you he does. Smiley face. Nat. OMG, I'm so excited. Should I get more than one test? Nat. No, don't answer that. I'm buying one of everything, just in case. I send back a smiley face, distracted again. He's the father. He deserves to know. I don't think she's wrong. I think the father deserves to know, even if it's going to be a terribly awkward, painful conversation. Ugh. It's going to be even more awkward when he finds out I'm keeping it and I don't need his involvement. Getting rid of it isn't an option. It's in my body, so it's mine. The thought of getting rid of it hasn't even really been in my mind. It'd make things easier, but it's not who I am. So I'll figure this out, baby and all. But I guess I should tell Knox. How, I wonder? Text message? Phone call? Should I show up on his doorstep? Ugh. The thought of doing that makes me feel all squirmy, because then I think of his beard on my thighs and how sexy that was. I think about his beard a lot, actually, especially late at night, when I'm feeling lonely and I'm in bed alone. It's my new favorite memory to masturbate to. If I show up on his doorstep, though, he's going to think this is a team effort. Oh, yeah, that's a bad idea. As nice as Knox is, this isn't his problem. I remember him asking me about a condom and me practically telling him to shove it in me already. I don't need him to participate. I can do this on my own. So I need to think of a good way to tell him. Somehow.
Chapter 7. Knox.
Well, that turned out fucking shitty.
Gage shakes his head and strips off his jacket and tie as we head back to our hotel room.
Can't believe Boone sent us out to talk to that prick Taylor about buying his land, and all he wanted to do was squeeze us for information on where and how he should drill. Cocksucker.
I don't say much. What is there to say? Gage ain't wrong. We came out here to East Texas for business. Dressed up all fancy-like and stayed in the nicest hotel in the area. Which, okay, ain't saying much. But we brought portfolios and bought Lance Taylor drinks and dinner and did our best to schmooze the guy to get his land. Not that we need it, but Boone likes to stay on top of the competition. And with oil prices on a roller coaster lately, it ain't never a bad idea to have as much drillable land as possible. Turns out, Taylor wasn't all that interested in talking about selling to us, though. He just wanted to pick our brains. And my brother? My brother ain't interested in work half as much as he is in drinking. He downed far too many whiskeys at dinner, and even now, I recognize the look in his eye. We get back to our hotel rooms and he immediately shoves his keycard in his door, flings it open, and then tosses his jacket inside without stepping in.
I'm going down to the bar,
He says.
You want to come?
You've had enough to drink, don't you think? I say, keeping my voice uninterested. If Gage knew how much it pissed me off, he'd just drink even more. I swear he's trying to drink himself into the grave next to Seth. Can't blame him for being messed up over Seth's death, but this ain't healthy. Still hurts to think that we lost my youngest brother to a rigging accident. Worst thing of all was that he didn't need to roughneck for money. Boone just wanted him to do it to gain some character. Now he's in a grave, and we're all blaming ourselves. Gage just glares at me and storms back down the hall, shaking his head. That didn't go well. Figured it wouldn't, but also figured I needed to say something anyhow. Well. I enter my own hotel room and toss my jacket off, then unclip my tie. Someday I'll learn how to use a real one, but for now, the clip does all right. I move to the minibar and see what's inside. I've been fucking with the maids a bit, pulling stuff out of the minibar and stashing it in random spots around the room to see how they'd react. Interestingly enough, they refilled it with new snacks and left the extras on top of the dresser. Guess I should have seen that coming. Probably billed me for 'em too. Doesn't matter. I reach in and grab a soda, twist off the cap, and consider putting it back in after one sip. Not because I'm cheap. Just because I like fucking with people. Seeing if they pay attention. But, nah. The joy's gone out of a lot of it since Seth died. Now, kinda feels like it doesn't matter anymore. All of my pranks and nudging are half-assed at best. Ain't got the heart. My phone buzzes, dragging me out of my depressing thoughts. That'd be Boone, calling to check on our sorry asses. He's not gonna be happy with the waste of time, but ain't much I can do about that. I answer. Before you ask, it was a bust. Boone curses under his breath. Knew it. He was just shaking you down for information, wasn't he? There was something cagey about the way he was acting. That asshole. Yeah. I don't get the impression he wanted to sell at all. Or if he did, it was for a hell of a lot more than his land was worth. Either way, it's a dead end. All right. Anything else going on? How's Gage? I can hear the worry under his casual tone. He handle it well? Well enough, I drawl. Drank like a fish, and he's down at the bar drinking some more. God damn it. I don't want to bury his ass, too. You're supposed to be watching him. Watching him pickle his liver? He's a grown man, Boone. He wants to drink, I can't stop him. But I feel the same way he does. Ever since Seth's funeral, Gage has been a mess. We've all handled it badly, but Clay and Boone had their women to lean on. I just bottled it up, like I do with everything. Gage always leaned on Seth, and he's lost without him. He's been drinking far too much for any human to handle. I get it. I want to drink away my thoughts sometimes too, but that won't bring Seth back. Ain't gonna find him at the bottom of a bottle. Just fucking go down there and drag his ass out of the bar, Boone snarls, and then hangs up. I pocket my phone and change clothes instead, stalling before I have to go retrieve my younger brother like a nagging wife. I'll give him time to down a drink or two first. That'll make him easier to manipulate. Of course, there ain't nothing gonna stop him from going back to the bar after I drag him away, but I'll do my brotherly duty. Once I'm in a t-shirt and jeans, I feel more like myself. I don't mind pretending, but suits and ties are more Gage's thing. He loves to be pretty because the ladies love it too. Me? I'd rather be comfortable. I put on my favorite scuffed boots and head out into the hall and downstairs, toward the bar. The place isn't crowded, but it also ain't hard to find my brother. He's there at the bar, 3 ladies clustered around him. Even shit-ass drunk, Gage is irresistible to women. I take the closest empty seat, which puts me next to one of the women. She glances over at me, and then gives me a sultry smile when she realizes I look like Gage.
Why, hello there. You the brother?
Poor cousin, I drawl. No money. Name's Jack. Her smile stiffens and she glances down at my clothing, the ragged t-shirt and faded jeans, and says,
Not interested.
She immediately turns back to Gage. At this point, though, Gage has noticed me. He nods in my direction and sucks down another whiskey, then points for the bartender to fill it up again. One of the women touches his hand, and I see her sliding her room key into his sleeve. If I don't step in, I imagine Gage is going to get all their room keys. Then again, this might be their thing. Or they might be call girls just looking for a rich John. All right, ladies, I say, raising my voice. Gage is packing up for the night.
I am?
Gage asks, and looks up at me with red, slitted eyes.
Thought I was just getting started.
No, you're cut off. I hold my credit card up to the bartender. Cash him out. He's done.
God damn it, Knox. Just because you're my brother doesn't mean you're my keeper.
Gage scowls at me from down the bar. That's exactly what it means, I say as the bartender takes my card. The woman next to me gives me a speculative look.
I thought you said you weren't the brother.
I thought you said you weren't interested. My tone is brusque, and she stiffens at hearing it. I don't care. I ain't interested in her. I drum my fingers as the bartender rings up the bill, pretending I don't see Gage sucking down the drink of one of his lady friends before I haul him away. By the time I take my card back from the bartender, Gage staggers to his feet and I haul his arm around my shoulders.
I'm fine,
he tells me, weaving.
Don't need a babysitter.
You do what you like, I tell him. But when I feel like you're in trouble, I'm gonna come bail your ass out. He just chuckles at that. Gage is quiet as we cross the hotel lobby back to the elevator, then make our way up to our floor. He's fumbling too hard to open his door, so I take his key from him and use it, then haul him toward the bed and let him flop there. I take his shoes off for him as he groans, face down on the blankets.
Were those girls hot? Wondering if I should tell one of them to come up.
I shrug. Didn't really pay attention.
All I remember are tits,
Gage says.
Big, bouncy tits.
He flops over in the bed.
You pretty much told him to fuck off. Dunno why. You could've gotten your dick wet.
They're fake, I tell him flatly. I ain't interested in fake.
Easiest way to forget how shit life can be is to bury yourself in a hot girl. Doesn't matter if she's fake.
Does to me. All they want is a wallet and a guy to buy 'em shit. They don't know anything about you. He narrows his eyes at me.
You ever met a girl that doesn't give a shit about the wallet? I haven't.
Yeah, I think of Lexi, with her lithe body and her weird sense of humor. She's not traditionally sexy like Gage thinks of it, but just the thought of her dark hair and little smirk makes me ache inside. Yeah, I met a girl like that once. I must be obvious, because Gage points at me and laughs.
That weirdo goth, right?
That's the one.
Damn, Knox. How come you didn't hit that?
I got silent. It's none of Gage's business if I slept with Lexi or not. He's my brother, but he's also a drunk lately and can't hold a secret to save his life. Shit happened.
You mean Seth died?
Instead of turning sad or angry, Gage just laughs.
Shithead's cock-blocking you from the grave. That's just like him.
He puts a hand to his forehead.
Oh, fuck. I miss him.
Me too. I'm not as hollowed as Gage is, though, and I feel guilty for that. Maybe because I've always been a bit more remote than my brothers. I didn't have that closeness that Gage did with Seth. He was my brother and I loved him, but Gage is shattered by his death. Maybe I'm fucked up, because I only feel like my heart's been cored like an apple. I'll recover, eventually. I don't know if Gage ever will. I slap his leg. Get some sleep. I'll come get you in the morning. He mumbles something and rolls back over in bed, grabbing a pillow and hugging it to his face. I leave his room and shut the door behind me. I don't go back to my room immediately, though. I lean against the wall for a few minutes, waiting to see if he's gonna try to sneak back down to the bar again or if he's really gonna sleep. My phone buzzes with a text message. I glance back at Gage's door, but it seems like he's staying put. Good. I head toward my room, enter, and check my phone. It's Boone again. For a moment, I think he's gonna rag on me for Gage or the meeting that went to shit. So I'm a little surprised when I see the message I get. Boone. You need to tell me something? He attaches a picture of flowers in a vase. I don't get it. Why flowers? Is there some secret message I'm missing? Knox. If you're asking if I sent flowers, you ain't my type. I like 'em less hairy. Boone. You got the flowers, dumbass. They were sent to PBO office. There's a card, too. Knox. Wasn't expecting anything. Who are they from? Boone. Dunno. Okay to open the card? Knox. Knock yourself out. There's a long pause. Minutes long. I watch the 3 little dots on my phone, waiting for Boone's response, but nothing's coming through. Wonder what that means. Who the hell sent me flowers? It's probably another person sending sympathy notes for Seth's death. Like I want flowers. I'd rather just have my little bro back. Oddly enough, I think of Lexi. Maybe I'm not as fucked up over Seth's death as I should be because I'm obsessing over her. Don't matter that she ghosted me after our night together. Left me a note and told me she'd call and then never did. Won't answer my texts, so I figure I pissed her off somehow. I can't stop thinking about her, though. Never met anyone that felt so fucking perfect to me. Her smile, her body, her mind. I met her and it felt like I'd finally met my other half. She was just ideal for me. And she wasn't interested. I'm still coming to terms with that. When I met her, I knew she was the one, just like Clay knew Natalie was his, and Boone knew Ivy was his. I don't like the thought of her not being in my life. With the last month being a hellish mess because of Seth's death, I haven't had the time to pursue her, to see what I did wrong, see what I can do to change her mind. Or maybe I'm stalling because my pride's been wounded. Either way, I've waited long enough. I need to get in touch with her, talk to her again, let her know that what we had was special and I ain't about to let it go. Boone. Is this a joke? I glanced back down at my phone, distracted. Knox. Is what a joke? Boone. This card. Boone. Roses are red, violets are blue. I've got a bun in the oven. The dad is you? Boone. What the fuck, Knox? Boone. There's another note at the bottom. Says she's not interested in child support and just wanted to let you know. Boone. What the hell is going on? Boone. Who did you knock up? Boone. Knox? Boone. Damn it. If this is one of your pranks, I'm gonna rip your tongue out of your throat. Boone. Knox? Answer me. My phone starts ringing a moment later. I'm sure it's Boone, calling to try and shake the answer out of me from afar. I just stare at it. That's all I can do. My brain is fried. Lexi's pregnant. She must have missed one of her pills, or lied about it entirely. For a moment, I briefly wonder if she even has a latex allergy. If this isn't all some sort of ploy to wrangle me out of child support. I discard it immediately, though. Lexi would have sent documents through a lawyer if she thought there was a payday attached. I don't think she's the type to lie. She told me, that she wasn't interested in child support. So why the flowers and weird poem, then? Unless she's joking? And this is some sort of prank? But no, this feels different. The phone rings again, and this time I grab it. Is there a return address? I ask immediately, before Boone can speak. You wanna tell me what the fuck is going on? You wanna tell me if there's a return address? I retort back. No, there isn't. It's from a florist. It's not even a woman's handwriting on the card. What's this all about? Boone sounds tense, irritated. Sounds like I got Lexi pregnant is what it sounds like. I can't stop the slow smile that crosses my face. Holy shit. I'm going to be a father. A father to Lexi's child. This is the best thing that could have ever happened to me. God damn it, Knox. Do I need to get the lawyers on this? Is she shaking you down? No. No lawyers. I'll get it settled on my own terms. And the first thing I'm going to do is track Lexi down. Nat will have her address. I'll handle things. Great. My brother doesn't sound enthusiastic at all. You know Clay and Natalie are having a baby too. He just told me yesterday. And Ivy's due to have hers any minute. It's a population boom. The realization hits me like a ton of bricks. Ivy and Boone are married. Clay and Natalie just ran to the JP a short time ago and had a shotgun wedding. I'm not married to Lexi. My child's going to be a bastard. Just like me. He's going to grow up with the stigma of knowing his parents weren't married. That they were just fooling around and he was an accident. It's going to fuck with his mind like it fucked with mine. I always knew growing up that my dad didn't want me. He loved me, of course. He loved all his boys. But he also loved sticking his dick into any woman that headed his way. Boone's the son from his first wife. Clay from his second. I'm the third kid, but he wasn't married to my mom. Gage was a few months after me, another bastard. Seth a few years later. Bastard. Maybe it's never bothered them, because by the time you get to bastard number 2 or 3, you're used to it. You're just another price kid. But to me, it always mattered. I've always been the illegitimate price boy. Just like Seth was the youngest price boy, and Gage was the Mexican one. I don't want my kid going through the same stigma I did. And I sure don't want Lexi touching anyone else, or letting someone else raise my kid. He's gonna be mine, like she's gonna be mine. That possessive streak sweeps over me again. That's my family. And for a price, family's everything. Don't tell Clay or Nat that Lex is pregnant, I say to Boone. I'll tell them once I get stuff sorted with Lexi. But let me work things through with her first. Let's let them have their moment. All right. But you'll keep me posted? Boone sounds reluctant, but he knows he can't win this one. When a Price has his mind on something, ain't no stopping him. Yep. Don't abandon Gage, he tells me before I can hang up. That little shit needs someone to keep him on track. I hate that he's right. Everything in me is screaming to go after Lexi right now, but I can't. Not with my drunk brother determined to kill himself with the bottle. I can't get to Lexi right away, but that doesn't stop me from Googling the hell out of her. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Wounded pride, I guess. I start by searching Luca, Texas, her hometown, and yoga studios. After that, it's ridiculously easy to find her online. Luca Yoga is her studio. The website is pretty basic, and when I click on instructors, it shows a black and white picture of her in a yoga pose from behind. But I recognize those lovely shoulders and the smooth sweep of dark hair down her back. Her profile reads, Lexi Brandon, RYT 200, specializing in therapeutic yoga for beginners and advanced alike. Yoga helps me stay fit and alert, and there's nothing I like more than starting the day with a sun salutation and a good crow pose to end the day. Allow me to help you achieve your goals. One-on-one classes available. It sounds nice and all, but it also don't sound much like the Lexi I know. I figure she didn't write that herself, or it'd be more like she specialized in whatever yoga would make people cry the most. That seems more like her. Now that I have her name, though, I continue searching online to see what I can find. There ain't much, though. She doesn't have a Facebook page, and she ain't on Twitter or Instagram or any of that shit. I can't find anything, and I can't decide if that's smart or frustrating. Probably both. That's all right. Just means I have more to ask her about when I see her again. I close my eyes and tilt my head back, thinking of those dark eyes and that sly smile that's so full of fun. Her gorgeous little tits and those long, supple legs. The taste of her on my tongue. Fuck. Now I need to go whack off or I'm going to be sitting here all night with a raging boner. Gage better enjoy his sleep while he can, because I'm waking his ass up at the crack of dawn so I can shove him back to Clay and Boone and free myself up to pursue my woman. My Lexi. The mother of my child. Shit. Now I'm really damn hard.
Chapter 8. Lexi. All right. Now, I need you to slowly relax your muscles, I tell Mrs. Bateman. We're going to do the cow pose, Vidalasana. We did this one last time. Do you remember? I keep my voice smooth and level, and as sweet as I can make it, because I'm officially in saccharine mode during classes. No, Mrs. Bateman tells me. Is that the one where I'm a mountain? She claps her hands and slaps them to her sides, like she's on drill team or something. My mouth twitches, and it takes everything I have not to laugh, because she wouldn't appreciate that. Mrs. Bateman is 90 if she's a day, not very flexible and cranky as fuck. Her doctor suggested yoga for her, though, and so she shows up at every class and argues with me. She's my favorite. No, the one where you're a mountain is called mountain pose, I say. Cow pose is where we get on all fours and work the muscles of our core and back. We're going to alternate it with cat pose so we can open our chest and strengthen our spines. How does that sound? I get down on my hands and knees on the mat. I think my doctor said no to this pose, she tells me, surly. None of this cat or cow shit. Really? We did it last week. I keep my voice mild. Let me show you. I get down on my hands and knees and demonstrate the pose to her, instructing as I move my body. It's one of the simplest to do, just hands and knees on the floor and flexing the back. But she looks at me as if I'm asking her to do a handstand of some kind. I'm pretty sure my doctor said no, she repeats again. Let's do the resting pose. I like that one. Of course she does. You don't do anything but rest. I bite back my amusement and keep my serene yogi smile on my face. Of course. I sit down on the mat and she follows me, as if she doesn't know how to lie down on her own. We both get into the corpse pose, savasana, lying flat on our backs on our respective mats with our hands at our sides. All right, I tell her. Close your eyes. Take one deep, cleansing breath. And then we're going to breathe naturally and just relax. Let all your stresses go away. Clear your mind. Mrs. Bateman doesn't respond. I'm pretty sure I'm going to hear her snoring in a minute. She always falls asleep in savasana. I love this cranky old coot. She gives no fucks. I want to be her when I get old. Sure enough, she starts to lightly snore. I hold back my smile and focus on clearing my own mind. But it's not that easy. I keep thinking about babies and what the hell I'm going to do about mine. How am I going to run a business when I've got a baby underfoot? I could send him or her off to daycare, but that'll pretty much drain any money I make running my studio. More than that, how much will diapers and formula cost? Healthcare. Will I breastfeed? My breasts are already so sore, I feel like amputating them. I was expecting to get sick to my stomach or have weird food cravings that would alert me to pregnancy. But so far, all I have are really, really sensitive nipples. This is not how I pictured it going. Then again, none of this is how I pictured it going. My mind is so lost in a whirling dervish of stressed thoughts that I'm not enjoying the savasana. I can't relax. I can't clear my damn head. I wonder if I'll ever be able to clear it again. There's too much baby in there, and I wonder if Knox got my note. Does he even remember who I am? Or was I just another hookup to him? For some reason, I feel like I should matter to him. I hope I do. It's silly because I'm the one that ghosted him, but I don't want him to resent me. I want him to think of our night together fondly. I know I'm still thinking about it, after all. The door chimes, signaling that someone's entering, and I open my eyes and glance over from my spot on the mat. Holy shit. I jerk upright, forgetting all about corpse pose. I jump to my feet and rush forward, padding across the floor of my studio toward Knox Price, who's just shown up, looking like a gorgeous daydream. Did I forget how incredible he looks in person? Because my brain is frying at the sight of him. That big, scruffy beard, the slightly too long hair that curls over his brow and begs to be pushed off his forehead, the dark eyes and broad shoulders and tanned skin. Oh my God, I'm practically getting wet just looking at him. I'm going to blame it on pregnancy hormones because I'm freaking out even as I'm aroused at the sight of him. "What are you doing here?" I ask, trying to keep my voice down to not disturb Mrs. Bateman. Savasana works best when you have several long minutes to clear your mind, and she needs more time. Plus, she still has another 20 minutes of class booked with me. He devours me with a look, saying nothing. My entire body tingles in awareness, and I feel his gaze skating down my body, outlined by the form-fitting sports bra and leggings I'm wearing. My hair's pulled up in a tight bun, and I kind of wish it was down so I could look like the girl he remembered from that night. Why that matters, I don't know. I'm going to blame that on pregnancy hormones, too. "We need to talk," he tells me in a low voice, glancing over at Mrs. Bateman over on the mat. "Cancel your appointments." I start to bristle at that, because who comes in and demands that I clear my schedule like that? Clearly someone with no money problems, that's who. You've never run a small business, have you? If I cancel my clients, they get offended. Not just for today, but for future bookings. And I don't think, "Just cancel them," Knox says. Tone gentle. He leans in even more, as if he wants to touch me but can't. "You know as well as I do that we have things to discuss." My pulse is fluttering, and I'm acutely aware of how close he's standing, and the soap he uses. The way that the t-shirt he's wearing is so worn, the screen-printed logo on the breast is cracked, and there's a tiny hole at the collar, and he doesn't care that there are little curls of his hair sticking out from under his trucker cap, just begging for my fingers to reach up and tuck them back under. Why do I find this man so ultimately touchable? What is wrong with me? Hormones, I remind myself again. It all goes back to hormones. I can't just cancel on my clients. "I'm done," Mrs. Bateman calls out from behind me. "I'm finished corpsing and I need to go. I'm getting my hair done for bingo tonight." Now she's working against me too. I turn to Mrs. Bateman and give her my sweetest smile. "All right then. Did you want to discuss payment for this week?" She moves to the cubby where she has her things and pulls out her wallet. "I'm only going to pay you for 2/3 of a session today, since your boyfriend is here and that corpse pose shit doesn't count as yoga. If I wanted to lie down all afternoon, I'd do that at home. Next time, try teaching me some damn yoga like I pay you to." Such a salty woman. I adore her. "Pay me what you think is appropriate," I tell her, just because I'm fond of the old bitch. "And let's schedule your next few sessions." Mrs. Bateman gives me a crisp $5 bill and allows me to schedule her for twice more in the upcoming week. Let's not cut those short because you need to spend time with your boyfriend. She gives me a prim look. "Why do you think he's my boyfriend?" I ask, curious. I glance over at Knox, who's still by the doorway, gazing at my yoga pose posters and a flowchart of aligning chakras and some other karmic bullshit I hung on the walls so they'd look appropriately yoga-y. "Honey," she says with a shake of her head, "I am old, but I am not senile. I have eyes." He looks at you like he wants to tap that. And now I'm really fighting back a laugh, because hearing something like that out of wizened Mrs. Bateman is probably the greatest thing ever. "Gotcha. I'll see you Wednesday," she tells me, gets her things, sliding on her shoes, and then heading out the front door. She giggles as Knox holds the door open for her and waves. He waits until she's in her car and then strides forward toward where I'm hiding behind the checkout counter of my studio. Did she just pay you $5? How much do you charge for a class? 20 for a one-on-one session, but Mrs. Bateman likes to haggle. She's fun. I slide the 5 into my nearly empty till. I can only imagine the hell she'll give them at the nursing home when she deigns to go. Knox just shakes his head. How are you supposed to run a business if your customers ain't paying you properly? I can't decide if that's sweet of him to be concerned or intrusive. I'm just waiting for a life-threatening injury so I can spend my days lounging on workers' comp and living the good life, I tell him dryly. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll rupture something vital, and then the big bucks roll in. Ka-ching! He snorts. I'm just saying. She's using you. Yeah, but I love her sour ass, so it's all good. I consider it an entertainment discount. My favorite part's when she cusses at me for making her stretch. I mock shiver. I learn new words every time. Can you break for lunch? He asks. It's 4. Yeah, but don't pregnant ladies want to eat all the time? I just eye him. He's not wrong, though. I'm starving. There's a diner next door, but you have to promise not to talk very loud. This is a small town, and I'd prefer not to be the town pariah because I'm unmarried and pregnant. I'd like to be the town pariah because I'm weird, and that would ruin my cred. Whatever you want. I have my truck. We can go someplace else if you'd like. Just tell me where. I glance down at my planner. I can't go anywhere for long. I have a 5:30. I'm totally fucking lying, because my 5:30 permanently canceled on me a month ago, and I just haven't updated my books. Truth is, I'm a little wary of going somewhere else with him. If we're local and someplace small, he can't yell at me. At least, that's my theory. Next door it is, then. But you're letting me by. I shrug. That's fine. I grab my cell phone and slide on a pair of flip-flops, then lead the way out. My heart is hammering as he exits my studio, and I flip the "back soon" sign on the door. I'm not expecting drop-ins, but going out in public with Knox like this makes me worry that Keith is going to see me with him and flip his lid. Maybe we should leave town after all. Then again, it might be worse if Keith sees me in Knox's truck than if he sees me sitting publicly in the diner with him. Jesus, I can't win for losing. I debate this for a moment, and then decide it's safest in town. It'll show I have nothing to hide, whereas if I drive off with a stranger and it gets back to him, he's sure to go nuts about it. We head down the little strip mall into the Luca Diner, and I keep my steps brisk so he can't put a hand on my shoulder or my back or anything like that. Much as I'd love that small touch, it's not a good idea. The moment we enter the diner, Laura looks up from her spot behind the counter. We're the only customers in the tiny diner. Of course we are. It's early for the dinner rush. The place is a bit dated and cheap as far as eateries go. There's still wood paneling from the 70s on the walls and popcorn ceilings. The chairs are orange molded plastic, and the tables are tiny laminate squares that manage to always be a little bit dirty from the last customers that sat there. But the place has great coffee, and it's close by, so it gets a lot of traffic from the locals. Hey, Laura, I call out, doing my best to be cheerful and act like nothing about this is weird. She just looks at me as if I've grown another head. Okay, maybe that's a little overly chirpy for me, since I normally get coffee from the diner in the morning with a few monosyllabic grunts. Well, whatever. I pick a table close to the door and sit down, grabbing a sticky menu before Knox can do something gallant like pull my chair out. He sits across from me as Laura hustles over. New boyfriend, honey? She drawls her words and gives me a curious look. Please, I say dryly. You know I'm a lesbian and I'm holding my heart out for you. Her expression puckers and her mouth presses in a thin line. I figured that'd shut her up. They're not fond of alternative lifestyles in this backward little town. Knox just gives me an amused look. Coffee, please, he says to Laura. Me too, I say immediately, and then pause. I shouldn't drink caffeine, but if I don't, she might wonder what's up. I guess I'll order it and just hold my mug. And a water, too. Super thirsty. Laura scribbles a note down on her order pad and studies Knox a moment longer before turning back to me. I'll give y'all a moment to look over the menu and I'll be back with your drinks. I sit back in the plastic diner chair and cross my arms, gazing at Knox. I'm silently praying for Laura to leave the room so we can talk in private, but she lingers nearby, adjusting ketchup bottles. Wasn't she supposed to get our damn drinks? I drum my fingers on my arm, waiting. Knox glances over his shoulder at Laura, his mouth crooking with a hint of amusement. He clasps his hands on the table and leans forward, talking in a loud whisper that Laura's sure to overhear. So, it's like I told my brother. The best way to get rid of bedbugs is with incense. You don't say. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing at how quickly Laura jerks upright, her back to us. Yes, he said it was bullshit, but I told him it worked for me. As Laura turns away, he makes sure to scratch really hard at his chest, then takes his trucker cap off and shakes it out. I can practically feel her horror. God, I'm dying inside with laughter, but I manage to keep a poker face. I have some incense you can borrow. That'd be great. Patchouli? They really hate patchouli. Oh, yes. Patchouli's the best. He glances back toward Laura, and she's disappeared behind the swinging door into the kitchen. Nosy around here, aren't they? Knox murmurs to me. You can say that again. I nudge him with my flip-flop under the table, because I don't know how to react to his presence. Why are you here? Well, I tried calling, but someone never answered. Phone calls or texts. Ah. Yeah. He says nothing else. Just waits. I trace someone's carved initials on the linoleum table. So, right after you and I, met, I finally glanced back at the kitchen, but Laura's still hiding, no doubt telling everyone about my filthy lunch companion. I lost my phone. They wouldn't let me keep my number, so I had to get a new one. Nat mentioned something about that, he says agreeably, and I asked Nat to give me your number. I nod, slowly. I know. I told her to give me your number instead. But then your brother passed and... I shrug. I'm sorry. I should have said more or done something, but I'm not good with that. It's all right. He looks at me with understanding, and I feel like a jerk because I imagine it's been harder for him than it was for me. I hide how flustered I am. So, yeah, it's just been an awkward time. Until... He gives me a leading look. Yeah. Until I got pregnant. We leave it unsaid, though. He studies my face, and then picks up one of the Luca Diner printed coasters, flipping it back and forth between his fingers. Before he can respond, Laura comes out with our coffees and my water. Neither of us speaks while she hovers, but I notice after a moment that she puts down a new coaster for Knox. The one that was in his hands a moment ago is gone. When Laura leaves again, I nod at him. Souvenir? It's like I just gave him a compliment. A slow smile curves his mouth, and he looks at me with so much heat in his eyes that I feel like my vagina just caught on fire. Holy fucking Christ, but this guy is amazingly hot. You noticed that, did you? I notice what you do. And then I feel a flush coming on, because that sounds incredibly sexual, and now I'm thinking about his beard as it scratched between my thighs. And, oh God, I really, really want to get out of here and ride his face for hours. For some reason, I am incredibly horny today. But I can't do that. I just cross my legs and clamp my thighs tightly together. Knox just grins at me. That's one of the things I like about you. He pauses and straightens, studying his menu, and I realize Laura's swinging by again. Damn, it's like she's never had a fucking customer in her life, the way she's hovering. I hope Knox gives her the shittiest tip ever. I glance at the menu, and then put it aside. Y'all ready? She asks, all chirpy attitude. Pancakes, I tell her. Knox makes a big show of scratching. Chest, neck, then arm. Chicken fried steak good? He asks, leaning toward Laura. She subtly leans away from him, frozen smile on her face. Yup, it's great. It'll take about 20 minutes to make, though. That okay? Fine with me. You can bring out my pancakes with his, I tell her, holding up my menu and giving her a go-away glare. She gets the hint, takes the menus, and hightails it back to the kitchen. Knox looks over at me again. Think she'll be gone for a minute? Fingers crossed, I say, and make the accompanying gesture. He studies me for a long moment. You don't look it, you know. I'm not sure how to take that exactly. On one hand, I'm grateful he's not blurting out about how pregnant I am. On the other hand, does he think I'm going to grow a beach ball inside my stomach overnight? Surely not. Explain? He shrugs and leans back in his chair, scratching at his heavenly beard. God, it's so arousing to watch him move. I don't know. I kind of thought something would look different, you know? Like it would tell me for sure, yeah, there it is. But everything seems the same. His mouth quirks just a little. You're just as sexy as ever. Well, yeah, I say lamely. But nothing visual happens for a while. Still in the early stages here. I keep my voice low so Laura doesn't overhear. Only symptom I have is... well, it's not a big one. And you're sure? His casual demeanor is gone, replaced by an odd sort of tension. He cups his mug with both hands, but I could swear he's on the edge of his seat. Went to my doctor this week. I'm sure. I have a due date and everything. His hands clench tight on the coffee mug, and I get a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. He's going to ask me to get rid of it, I realize. He's not happy. He's going to yell at me or bitch about me ruining his life or... Marry me, Knox says quietly. I look up from studying his hands, surprised. What? I don't want our kid to be raised without two parents in his life. Let me marry you. Get married? Again? I think of my first husband when I was 18 and stupid, and how miserable I was. No fucking thank you. Pass. His brows go down, and a thunderous frown crosses his face. Is this just a bid for child support, then? I pinch the bridge of my nose, frustrated. You would think that, wouldn't you? It's okay. I can see how you're getting there. Okay, let me make this clear. I don't want child support. I don't want anything from you. In fact, if it'll make you feel better, we can sign some paperwork absolving you of any sort of parental responsibility. I don't have to put your name on the birth certificate. Whatever it takes to extricate you from this. I didn't send flowers because I wanted you to come and open your wallet. I sent that because I felt like you should know. I pick up my water and take a sip. Now you know. Congratulations. You can go home now. He stares at me. Really, really stares at me. He's quiet for so long, I wonder if he's ever going to speak again. But he finally does. This isn't a bid for child support. Nope. I'm happy to sign off on whatever you need to ensure that. I don't give a fuck about the money, Lexi. I don't want our kid growing up being a bastard. I don't want him to feel a moment of shame. He glances around to make sure no one's listening to our conversation and leans in. Or her. Or whatever gender the baby comes out as or chooses. I don't care what it is. I just know it's our kid, and I want him to have everything, including 2 parents. That's sweet, I tell him softly. It is. It really is. He's trying. I'll give him credit for that. But while I appreciate the offer, I'm not ready to lock myself down to anyone or anything. A marriage between us might be what you feel is best for the baby, but I don't think it's best for you and me. And you're overlooking the fact that we can always hyphenate if you're stuck on names. I take a sip of water. His jaw clenches, mouth hardening. Did I do something wrong? Was the sex bad? I immediately choke on my water. Jesus, talk about not preparing a girl. No. It was fine. Then why do you ignore me? I kinda enjoyed our night together. The look on his face is intense. All teasing gone. His hands are tight on that coffee mug again. I wanted to get to know you better. But after you ignored my texts, I kind of felt like I'd done something to piss you off, and I didn't know what. Then I wondered if you had a boyfriend already. That the case? I shake my head, toying with my own coffee mug. No boyfriend, no problems with the sex. It's just all me. I glance up at him. If I tell you it's not you, it's me, would you believe me? Gotta admit, it sounds fake. You're not wrong. I want to sniff my coffee because I'm already craving caffeine. But I can't. I won't. I pick up my water and sip it instead, hating every tasteless mouthful. I'm really not looking for a steady thing. I had that once. Didn't like it. That was someone else, he says confidently. I'm different. I want to be there for you and my kid. Yeah, well, the more you push, the less I want it, I snap back at him. Knox stiffens, the look on his face one of pure betrayal and hurt. The baby? What? No, you and your money, ding-dong. I put a hand to my stomach, already weirdly protective of the little parasite. I knew right away I was keeping this. He pushes back from the table, his expression downright thunderous, and storms out of the diner. Well, that went well. He might be upset at me, or at the fact I called him ding-dong, or my refusal of his help. I have to admit, I'm not being the most helpful right now. I just feel a little cornered, and when I'm cornered, I get difficult. Either way, I already know I'll be calling him to apologize soon. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings. I'm honestly a little surprised at how violently he acted at the thought of me terminating the pregnancy. Don't most guys want their side pieces to get rid of any unnecessary problems? He acted as if I'd slapped him. Maybe he does want to be a daddy. Just as quickly as he stormed out of the diner, Knox pushes his way back in, his mouth set in a determined line. Uh-oh. I sip my water, watching as he sits back down across from me at the table. He's a little twitchy, but it looks like he's doing his best to remain calm and cool. I wonder if this is the part where he threatens to take the baby from me, even though it's only a zygote at this point. I immediately tense inwardly. If he thinks he can do that, he's got another thing coming to him. Knox puts his palms together, almost like he's about to do yoga, and gives me a patient expression. What would it take for you to go out with me? Go out with him? He wants to woo me despite all this? I don't understand. Blackmail? Instead of being insulted, he looks thoughtful. That'd work? I shrug. What else am I supposed to say? Yes, please blackmail me. That's not a no. His eyes narrow. How come you won't go out with me? I thought we got along. We did. And I can't stop thinking about his beard. But right now, you're too young and feeling too obligated at the moment. Too obligated? Yes. If you wanted to be with me, you'd have shown up earlier, before you knew there was a baby. He blinks at me. You mean I should have skipped my brother's funeral to come and beg you to go out? I flinch. Shit, I forgot about that. Okay, that was crappy of me. Look, when I said it was me and not you, I meant it. You haven't done anything wrong. Our timelines have not exactly meshed. I realize that. But listen, Knox, this is a kid that deserves two invested parents, not two assholes that can't figure their own heads out. When he continues to give me that watchful look, as if waiting for me to make an argument that he agrees with, I continue. We aren't even dating. That's not my fault. I want to date you. No. He doesn't look intimidated by my surly expression. I can show you a good time. Fuck. Now I'm thinking of his beard between my thighs again. I know he can show me a good time. That was never the problem. But I'm determined to hold him at arm's length. Prove it. Leaning back in his chair, Knox crosses his arms over his chest and watches me. Fancy dinner and a movie? Ugh. That sounds like hell to me. That gets a chuckle out of him. Kinda does to me, too. What do you want to do, then? What do I want to do? My hormones want his mouth between my thighs again. My brain is screaming for me to run. Run far away because me and relationships don't work out. I'm conflicted. Part of me wants to launch myself into his lap and wrap my arms around him. But I see Laura peeking out of the kitchen, spying on us. And I think of Keith. Ugh. What do I want? I want to be left alone, I think. I put my water down and stand up, giving Knox my sweetest smile. You think of something. You're the one that wants to get in my pants. If I give you all the answers, I make it too easy on you. The look he gives me is downright predatory. So you want this to be a challenge? Game on, baby girl. I'm pretty sure he can't call me baby girl since I'm 5 years older than him. I'm also pretty sure my nipples perked up at hearing that, though. Dear God, I am in so much trouble. Chapter 9. Lexi. I am so rattled right now. I go back to my studio and turn on the music, slip off my shoes, and start to go into a few warm-up poses for yoga. There's no one here but me, but I need to clear my mind. Unfortunately, no matter how many asanas I go through, my mind is still full of garbage and worry. It feels like I'm 18 years old again, being forced out of my house with no options other than to marry my boyfriend. I think of my rigid, religious parents who had just caught us sleeping together, how shocked and appalled they were, and how they went on and on about how I wasn't the girl they raised, and how I couldn't stay there for fear of corrupting my younger sister. My boyfriend, Jonas, was 5 years older and was about to be shipped out for active duty in the army. He had offered for us to get married, and since I didn't even have a job at that point, it seemed like my only option. I married him, moved halfway across the country with him to Texas, and lived in base housing for a year. It was miserable for both of us. He wanted to control me way more than I wanted to control after breaking free from my parents. By the end of the year, we were ready to kill each other if someone so much as put a dish in the sink wrong. It was awful, and I hated being so dependent on him. I filed for divorce within another month and lived on a friend's couch while I worked 2 fast food jobs. It was during that I discovered 2 things. I'm really not a people person, and I really loved yoga. The friend was super into fitness, and when she couldn't cancel a yoga class she'd signed up for, she had me go instead of her so she wouldn't lose her spot. I ended up loving the peace of mind it gave me, the challenge of stretching my muscles, and the way people groaned and bitched, but the teacher pushed them to work harder anyhow. Within a few months, I got certified to teach, apprenticed at a trendy studio for a while, and then, a few years later, moved out to Lucca, just because with the ultra-cheap rent, I could start my own studio. Of course, I'm not great at running a business. It involves being super schmoozy to people, and I'm not great at peopling. I scare off more clients than I keep. But I like being my own sort of person. I like not having to answer to a supervisor. I really like not having to answer to a husband or boyfriend who wants to know where I am and what did I spend my money on, and did I make him dinner. Screw that. So while being single can sometimes be lonely, I wouldn't trade it for another Jonas. Jonas was about the same age as Knox is right now when I married him. Jesus. They're like night and day, of course. Jonas was a weed-smoking man-child even when I met him, and being in the army didn't change that. He only cared about money when it cut into his pot habit, and since I liked things like groceries and a car, we usually clashed over money. Knox doesn't seem like that, so far, but I don't know him that well. I sure don't know him well enough to marry him. I already did the impulsive marriage thing once. I'm not ready to do it again. I moved to the floor and crossed my legs into a lotus pose, putting my hands on my knees and closing my eyes to think. I wish I had someone to talk to. I want to call my best friend, Nat, but I feel bad for bugging her with my love troubles lately. She's been so happy with Clay that I hate to bring her down. And, okay, I'm a little wounded that she eloped last weekend to the JP and didn't invite anyone. I get it. I do. She wanted to get married, and she didn't want a big wedding at all because then she'd have to invite her father, and Clay and her dad don't exactly get along. She told me none of the other Price brothers went either. It was just her and Clay and the Justice. It makes sense. But she couldn't have squeezed in a best friend? Somehow? Plus, she still doesn't know I slept with Knox. I'm not sure how to bring that up casually, so I haven't brought it up at all. Besides, Natalie's so love-struck right now, she'd tell me to marry Knox and make babies with him. Huh. I need a salty friend that will tell me to key his car and make him hate life. But that doesn't seem quite right either. I'm not angry at Knox. If I try to analyze my feelings, I'm actually kind of flattered he showed up and tried to save the day. It's sweet. Wrong-headed and foolish, but sweet. I wonder if he'll come back. I wonder why I care. I shouldn't. But I do.
Knox. She wants romance? She wants me to work to win her? I love a challenge, like I said, but I also like situations in which I can win. I'm not sure Lexi can be won by normal means. Whoever wins her heart is gonna have to think way, way the fuck outside the box. And since I'm determined to be that man, that means I've got to bring my A game. I consider my options as I sit in my cheesy motel room. The ceiling is low and sagging, the bed looks like it should be in a police report, and I'm pretty sure there's black mold in the bathroom. But this is the only motel in Luca. Population too few for anyone to care. So here I am. I ain't leaving without Lexi at my side. And growing up, I slept in worse places. I remember weekends with my mom when she decided she should spend time with me, and her running off to crack houses to get a fix while I waited in her broken-down car for hours, sometimes a full day. I remember having to pull her out of a party house because I was sick and wanted to go home. I remember her home being full of her wasted friends and the bathroom sink full of broken needles. I can deal with a little mold. I sit in the only chair in the room, my feet up on the windowsill, and gaze out into the empty gravel parking lot, the window open to air out my room. Funny how I'm thinking about my mom. Haven't thought about her in ages. My dad pretty much raised me. I think I was with Mom for the first couple of years, back before her addiction got too bad. She didn't tell Dad about me, not until she needed some cash for drugs. I was really young at the time, maybe 5 or 6, but I still remember the day I met him and he just looked at me, all tired instead of proud.
Yeah,
He'd said.
that's my kid all right.
After that, I started to stay with Dad during the week and Mom on weekends. And then the weekends got less frequent, and every time I went over, they were worse and worse. At one point, Mom was living with 6 other people in a house with no power. Took me a long time before I realized they were just squatting. At any rate, Mom was a mess, even though she loved me in her way. But I guess I have her to thank for the gut-deep revulsion I have for the word bastard. Don't know when I first started hearing it. Probably one of her strung-out friends. They'd laugh and ask Mary, which wasn't her name, to have her bastard fetch them a drink, or to run to the corner store for them. Mom never corrected them. Never told them not to call me that. I didn't know it was a slur at first. Just noticed that my dad never said it, and never called me or Gage or Seth one, even though we all had different moms. I only heard the word at home, or at school, when kids knew that I was one of the Price boys, and not one of the ones that were legitimate. I bloodied a lot of noses over the word bastard. And now here I am, an adult, and my kid's gonna be a bastard too. Fuck. I hate that. I'll do anything to prevent it. I don't want him, or her, to have an ounce of the agony I went through as a child. I need to make Lexi see that I'd be good for them. That I can be a great dad. That I can be there for her, too. That we don't have to be enemies in this, like my parents were in the end. That we need to think about our kid first. And I want her to give me a chance. I loved that night with her. I want more nights with her. I want all of them. So I need to come up with a really damn good plan. I rub my chin, thinking as I stare out the window. Lexi's an odd one. She's not impressed by money, from what I can tell. She's got a wry sense of humor. She likes to hide in the bushes and scare children. My mouth twitches with amusement thinking about that. Maybe I need to invite her to something similar around here. I pull up my phone and look for the closest costume store in the area, an idea forming in my mind. Chapter 10. Knox. Next day, I show up at Lexi's studio with a bag at my side. She's teaching a class, a small one, with only 2 other people on the mats. Her gaze flicks to me as I come in, but I sit down on a chair near the door and wait for her to finish. She ignores me, her hands pressed together between her breasts, and instructs her clients on how to carefully lift one leg and fold it, kinda like a flamingo. I don't get the whole yoga thing, but I have to admit she looks graceful when she does it. After that pose, they move into another, lying on the floor, legs spread, and I'm half tempted to get down on one of the mats and see if I can't do that move myself. Probably not, at least not in jeans. Eventually, they go to a pose that just looks like lying on your back, and they stay like that for a good 10 minutes. Kinda crazy. They pay Lexi for her to tell them to lie on their backs and breathe? Can't anyone do that? But I guess I ain't one to point that shit out. If this is how she makes her money, good for her. But then class ends and the ladies put their shoes on and head out, and then it's just me and Lexi. A slightly sweaty, disheveled Lexi, who's wearing a sports bra and tight leggings that show off every inch of her taut little body. Now I'm getting the appeal of yoga. She saunters over to me, lightly toweling off her neck and face.
Hello again. Back already?
Should I have given up? I ask, getting to my feet. Heard you liked a man that's as difficult as you are. A reluctant smile touches her mouth.
You're not wrong about that kind of thing. But seriously, Knox, you don't have to do this.
Shh. I'm trying to figure out how to romance you. One dark eyebrow goes up.
Oh?
Yep. Trying to figure out what makes you tick and all. See, it's not just about the baby for me. I wanted more time with you before I even found out about that. Her mouth curves in a reluctant smile.
Because you couldn't get enough of my charming personality?
Her voice is deadpan.
My joie de vivre?
Something like that. I give her a challenging look and gesture at the bag at my side. So, I went home and sat down and tried to figure out what it is that might entice you to spend an evening with me. Thought, what does a girl that hates people want to do? And this is what I came up with. I pull open the bag and offer it to her. She pulls out the first item.
Clown masks?
Thought we'd stand on a street corner and scare children. I can even climb in a drain if it'll turn you on.
While it does make me wet at the thought of horrifying youngsters like that, I'm also pretty sure it's illegal, alas.
Lexi hands a mask back reluctantly.
Though I must say, giving people coulrophobia is pretty high on my bucket list.
I thought something like that might be. All right, then. Not clowns. I pretend to consider for a moment. What if I booked up all the slots for your studio for the rest of the day? It would be just me and you.
Mm-hmm. And how exactly am I supposed to grow my business if you buy up all my slots?
Are you trying to grow your business? She pinches her forefinger and her thumb together.
Teeny bit. I mean, you don't see anyone trying to beat my door down to get in class right now, do you?
I don't. In fact, both times I've came by, her studio has been pretty empty. I kind of wondered why someone like Lexi, who isn't a big fan of socializing, would be something as people-oriented as a teacher. But maybe there's something about it I'm not getting. Okay. So buying classes is a no.
It's a no.
She agrees. What if I buy advertising for your business?
Then I'm a kept woman.
And that's a bad thing, I want to ask. But I can tell from her expression that she needs more than just a few dollars waved in her face to get her attention. I like that about her. If she were easy to bribe, I'd just buy her some shiny jewelry. But then again, if she were easy to bribe, she wouldn't be my kind of girl anyhow. You're forcing me to pull out the big guns, I tell her, because I anticipated that she might be hard to please. I've thought a step ahead.
Oh?
She crosses her arms over her chest.
Do go on.
I can tell she's curious. It's evident in the gleam in her eye. So I carefully take out my wallet and make a great show of unfolding a piece of paper and then hold it out to her.
What's this?
She takes the paper and scans it, glancing up at me. Tickets to a haunted house. Her face lights up, and the sight of the pleasure in her eyes is like a gut punch. It's so powerful. I'm not sure what it'll take to get her to look at me like that every day, but I'll do it. There's nothing more beautiful than Lexi Brandon when she's really, truly happy.
A haunted house? A real one?
Then I realize I fucked up. Shit. One of those ones they do for Halloween, I say, not wanting to lie. I can already tell that's the wrong answer.
Oh.
The excitement goes out of her eyes and she folds the paper up again.
Are they at least devoted to their chainsaw action? If someone's going to piss themselves on the hayride because they're so scared, I might be down.
But I'm learning her, and I know this isn't quite what she had in mind. You want to go to a real one? Lexi's expression grows a little more guarded.
Can't give away all my secrets, youngster.
She hands the folded paper back to me and then saunters away, her ass giving the cutest little shake as she does. She moves to a yoga mat at the front of the studio and begins to do stretches, like I'm not there. Except I know that she's well aware that I'm here, because those stretches are taking on a decidedly sexual nature. As I watch, she puts her back to me, leans forward, and then places her palms on the floor next to her feet. It puts that gorgeous ass up in the air, just taunting me. Now she's not playing fair. All right, then. If she wants to play like that, game on. With a grin, I take one last salivating look at her butt and then head out to form my new plan.
Lexi. I wait until Knox is gone before I finish my stretches. My entire body is throbbing with awareness of his presence, even after his truck pulls out of the parking lot. He wants to date me. He doesn't want to just throw money my way because of the baby. He is interested in me. I'm torn. Part of me is thrilled deep down in my belly that he's pursuing me, and that he's thinking hard about what I like. I'm not used to that. Most guys that I've dated in the past thought they'd try to change me or make me more to their liking. I can't count how many men I've dated who asked if I'd wear something a little brighter on a future date, or if I'd smile more. Either comment ended the relationship right away. Knox is something different, though, and part of me is worried that no good will come of this. I'm not good with relationships. I'm shit at picking out men. Look at Keith. Look at my ex Jonas. Whatever it is that's wrong with those men, I somehow call it to me. I worry that there's going to be a hidden awfulness somewhere inside of Knox, and I just haven't uncovered it yet. So far, he just seems to be exactly what he is. A watchful, sharp-eyed man who has the same wicked sense of humor that I do. Oh, God, please let that be all that he is. I touch my stomach as I straighten. Let my baby have a good dad. Let me have a chance with a guy that's wonderfully, achingly fantastic and not a crazy, over-possessive lunatic. The door to the studio clangs open, and I whip around with a coy little smile on my face, ready to give Knox a little hell for returning so quickly. Could he just not stay away? Is he coming back to offer something new? I have to admit, I'm looking forward to seeing where his mind goes next. But it's not Knox. The person that strolls in is tall and clean-shaven, wearing a black shirt emblazoned with Luca Fire Department over the breast. Fuck. It's Keith. I immediately freeze, the smile on my face disappearing. What do you want? Well, for starters, I'd like to know who that guy is that just left. I try to think of something, but nothing comes to mind. Investor, I say after a long moment, hating how stupid of a response it is. He's thinking about opening a chain and wanted to see if I'd sell out to him. I kneel on the floor and start to roll up one of the colorful mats on the ground. Don't see why it's any of your business, though. Keith strolls forward, his heavy work boots clamping on my polished wooden floors. Everything you do is my business, Lexi. That makes me angry. I sit back on my haunches and glare up at him. No, it isn't. We're not dating. I don't work with you. We're not partners. Everything, he snarls, and I go silent at the fury in his tone. My stomach turns over. I'm being patient with you, Lexi, because I know you like to have your way. But I'm making it very clear right now. You belong to me. Understand? So if you're fucking around with that guy, you need to think carefully about how you want to proceed. I stare at him, horrified. Is that a threat? I don't belong to you. Don't test me, Lexi. You wouldn't like it if I was angry. His expression is furious, and it sends a cold chill through me. I don't care if that guy's a business partner or not. I saw the way you were looking at him. You were spying on me? He ignores that question, moving toward my checkout counter, and pulls up the small stone Buddha I have sitting at the end of the counter. I watch over you because you're mine, he says in that same presumptuous tone. And I don't like what I'm seeing, frankly. I think you're leading me on, and you're making that guy think that you're interested in him, when all you want is his wallet, so he can put some money into this shitty little dance studio of yours. Am I right? No, I say flatly. All of it's wrong, dickface. I don't like him. I saw you smile at him. His jaw clenches. It's called being friendly to a stranger. You should try it sometime. It's effective. He flings the stone Buddha against the wall, and it crashes into the drywall, punching a hole and making a sound like a gunshot. Instinctively, I flinch, my arms going around my head. Don't you fucking lie to me, Lexi. I know you went to lunch with him. My mouth goes dry, and I remain perfectly still, trying not to imagine what he'd do if he grabbed my arm right about now. I'm not lying, I say slowly. Thanks for selling me out, Laura. And your temper is terrible. You need to calm the fuck down. I can't show him how scared I am, how I'm about to break down in tears because he's freaking me out. Am I? Because I thought I was just a guy looking after his woman. You tell that other man he needs to fuck off, or he's going to drive me to do something drastic. Understand? Don't you have a fire somewhere you can put out? I ask, keeping my tone dry and unafraid. Or a kitten to rescue from a tree? Or a donut you should be eating? Okay, that's more for cops, but whatever. I just want him gone. Please, please, leave. Keith stares at me for a long moment, the crazed look in his eyes pinning me to my spot on the floor, the half-rolled mat in my arms. He exhales slowly. Look what your flirting drove me to do. He shakes his head, and a half chuckle escapes him. You're just working my temper, aren't you? I'm really not. You must get turned on when a guy gets all possessive, Keith continues, smiling. Still no. But it looks like the rage explosion has come and gone. He moves over to the wall, where a fist-sized hole has been punched in the sheetrock, and my poor Buddha lies in 2 pieces on the ground. He picks it up and tries to put the head back on. I'll come by and fix your wall tomorrow. I'd prefer that you not, I tell him, and clutch the mat against my chest so hard I worry it's going to leave a waffle print on my skin. Just leave me alone, Keith. This is what happens when you tease a man, he says, with a little shake of his head. He pockets the Buddha head and holds on to the rest of it. I'll glue this back together for you too, Lexi. Keith, please, just go away. He turns to look at me, and then begins to stride my way. I lock every muscle in my body, my shoulders stiff, afraid that I'm going to start screaming bloody murder if he touches me. Please, God, please don't. But he only squats on his haunches next to where I'm sitting. Lexi, I'm sorry I lost my temper, but you know I have feelings for you. I just get jealous. Do you forgive me? No. He chuckles and reaches out to touch my hair. Tease. We both know that you're just saying that. When I jerk away, his smile grows a little tight, and he gets to his feet and strolls away, whistling. He moves to the door and then holds the Buddha up again. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon to fix this. Then we should talk about you and me, and where this is going. This isn't going anywhere, I call out in a shaky voice. But it's too late. He's slipping out the door and into the parking lot. I gaze at the hole in my wall and try not to tremble. I fail miserably, too. That's the most violent Keith has ever gotten. Normally, he's just pushy and watches me far too much. This time he's really scared me. I wait several minutes to make sure that he's gone. Then I get up and grab my keys and purse from the counter. I head out of the studio and flip the "Back Soon" sign on the door. I get in my car and drive 2 blocks over to the police station. Clutching my purse, I take a deep breath and approach the counter, where an elderly man is seated. How can I help you, ma'am? I need to file a harassment report, I tell him. And property damage. The man's bushy gray eyebrows go up. That so? I nod, doing my best not to break down and cry. I hate crying. Hate it so much. It's a sign of weakness, and I refuse to be weak. But the tears are threatening, just behind my eyes, and waiting for the right moment to emerge and make me lose my shit. Yes, a guy I know came into my studio and knocked a hole in the wall and threatened me. I want to get a restraining order, too, if possible. He picks up a pen and glances at me again. Name? Keith Lawrence. The man immediately sets down the pen and gives me an impatient look. You're Keith's girlfriend, aren't you? The weird one with the dance studio? Actually, it's Yoga, and I'm not his girlfriend. He was just by here today, actually. Bragging about you. His eyes narrow at me. You sure this isn't just a lover's quarrel? Why is it that every time I get to the police station to ask them to do something about Keith, I get the feeling he's already been by and talked to people? I hate that this town is small enough that all the firefighters and police are friends, because they all take his side and not mine. We're not dating. It's not a lover's quarrel. He's harassing me. His gaze flicks over my sports bra and leggings. You think maybe you're leading him on with the way you dress? Oh my God, I give up. Every time I come to the police station, I get stonewalled and insulted. I clench my keys in my hand and shove my way back out of the station, angry and frustrated and scared. This time, when I get in my car, I can't stop the tears. I don't know what to do. Get up and leave everything I've built here? Move across the country again? I don't have the money. But how can I stay here? No one will help me against Keith. No one will protect me. Except Knox, of course. I know he'd step in and try to help me against Keith. But I worry that something bad would happen if he did. It's not exactly fair when the entire police force is on the wrong guy's side. I feel helpless and alone.
Knox. I show up the next day at the same time, ready to enact my battle plan. I have flowers in one hand, black roses, because I know Lexi likes black, and an envelope with a printed hotel reservation in the other. I'm wearing a black t-shirt and unripped jeans, and I even trimmed my beard a bit. As other guys would fancy up for a date, it ain't much, but for me, it's a lot. I'm here to impress Lexi, though. Not with the money I'm throwing around, but with my thoughtfulness. I think this time I hit the nail on the head in regards to what she wants. If I didn't, well, I'll just try again. I ain't giving up on her or on the idea that she's mine. I'm just gonna have to work a little harder to make her see it. When I enter the small yoga studio, though, something feels off. It's hard not to miss the fact that there's a fist-sized hole punched in one wall. The studio's empty, too, and the weird, supposed-to-be soothing music seems to echo more than relax. There's a distinctly weird vibe to the place today, and it's even more apparent when I approach the front desk and see Lexi wearing a long black t-shirt over baggy track pants, instead of her usual figure-hugging workout wear. She pays no attention to me as I approach, seated on a stool behind the counter and flipping through an athletic wear catalog. I hold out the flowers. "Hello, Gan." She barely glances up.
Black roses. Much original. So wow.
I'm not put off by her tone. "Well, I thought bringing in dead ones might be a bit too Morticia Adams, even for you. And yeah, I think roses are a nice touch. They add a bit of funereal ambiance to this place." That makes her look up. Her reluctant smile begins to show.
Such big words. I'm impressed, hillbilly youngster.
I make a mocking bow. "I live to impress you."
That you do.
Her focus changes, and for a moment, she stares hard at the street outside the shop.
Do you hear a fire truck?
I tilt my head, listening. Sure enough, there is one, but it's distant. "Yeah, but it's not close."
But it's definitely a truck, right?
At my mystified nod, she seems to relax. Huh. I notice that her counter seems oddly bare compared to the last time I was here. I rack my brain, trying to recall what she had up there before. Ah, right. A stone Buddha. I almost pocketed it because I wanted something of hers. "Your Buddha's gone," I comment.
I didn't like the vibe he was giving off, she says, and turns pointedly back to her catalog. Don't you have someplace you should go?
Yes, actually. And I was wondering if you wanted to go with me. I know it's a busy day, but I was wondering if you could fight back the crowds and steal away for a while. Her mouth twitches and she looks up at me again with a bit of challenge on her face.
You don't think they're flocking in thanks to my winning personality?
I think it's winning, I tell her, touching my chest. Others might not have such cultured tastes.
That might be an insult, coming from a hillbilly, Lexi replies. But I'll take it.
I hold the envelope out to her. For you. She doesn't take it.
What's this?
I wiggle the envelope at her. Another chance at impressing you, of course.
Ooh.
She takes the envelope and runs the edge underneath her nose without opening it, pretending to smell it.
Is it a personalized mortuary tour? I'm a fan of embalming.
Her words make me think of Seth. But instead of the stab of pain I normally feel, there's only a raw ache. Nothing like that, I'm afraid. It must show on my face what I'm thinking about because her expression gentles.
I'm an asshole. Feel free to tell me to fuck off. That wasn't cool of me.
You didn't mean anything by it.
I do have to admit that most of my humor is macabre.
From a girl that wears all black? I'm shocked. I shake my head and lean across the desk. Though how someone like you ended up buddies with Natalie Weston, I don't know. She's very cardigans and cupcakes. You two don't seem a match.
She's just as lonely and out of touch with this town as I am.
Lexi shrugs and considers the envelope, then hands it back to me, unopened.
And I probably shouldn't even look, because I might want it, and then it'll be even more difficult to turn you down.
And now I'm frustrated. Is it me? When she shakes her head, I consider the envelope before taking it back from her. The timing?
The timing isn't great,
She admits, and there's a rather sad look in her eyes. In fact, all of her looks a little defeated today. That's not like my Lexi. I'm not sure what happened, but it's like something sucked all the wind out of her sails, and it makes me even more determined to win her over. I want to know what's gone wrong so I can fix it. Is there anything I can do to help?
Nah, I'm fine.
But she doesn't have that mischievous light in her eyes that she normally does, and that worries me. Is it the renovations? I ask, because that hole in the wall has to be there for a reason. Her brows furrow, and she gives me a confused look, and then realization dawns.
Oh no, not that. That was an accident. A client of mine had a bad misstep and ran into the wall.
She says it so smoothly, I wonder if she realizes I can tell she's lying. It's in the way she won't look me in the eye, or the way she won't look over at the spot on the wall. She's a little too glib about it. Whatever it is that's bothering her, though, it's clear that Lexi doesn't want to talk about it, and she's not going to let me sway her. Time to turn up the heat a little. So, you don't want the reservations, then?
Reservations?
Her head perks up. Yeah. Thought maybe if you weren't doing much that you might want to get away. I'll, of course, compensate you for any classes you might have to reschedule if that's going to be a problem. Lexi looks torn.
Much as I would love to get away right about now, and God, you have no idea how much, I really can't. I'm sorry, Knox. It's really sweet of you to come here and keep trying, but I shouldn't...
You don't even know where the reservations are for. Her wistful expression deepens.
It doesn't really matter. I can't go.
If money's a factor...
Money's always a factor, my friend.
Like I said, I can make up the difference of what you'd make in your classes. I just want you to spend some time with me. Get to know you better. Hear more about how the pregnancy's going. It's true, too. If she goes with me and all she wants to do is tell me about morning sickness and isn't interested in touching, I'll be fine with that, just as long as I get to spend time with her. For some reason, with Lexi, it's not just about the physical, though I have to admit, the physical is pretty damned amazing. It's that I love her personality. I love that dark mischief in her, the way she constantly tries to make the people around her uncomfortable. In a way, she's like me. I steal things and sabotage to see if people are paying attention. With her flat voice and gothic demeanor, Lexi makes sure they pay attention. She's perfect, and I ain't taking no for an answer. Again, she hesitates, but then shakes her head, declining once more.
I really can't, Knox. I'm sorry. When I say it's not you, it's me, I actually mean that.
I refuse to be deterred. I study the envelope thoughtfully. If that's how it is, I guess that's how it is. I'll just call the owner over at the old Pearson and tell him me and my friend won't be making it after all. Her eyes go wide, and she reaches over the desk and snatches the envelope out of my hands.
The old Pearson? The old Pearson? The one in Galveston?
She tears it open with shaking fingers. Yeah, that's the one. I'm secretly thrilled my present's getting such a reaction. I don't know much about it myself. I just Googled most haunted hotels in Texas and started calling, asking for rooms. Like I said, thought you might want to get away. She rips the printed confirmation out of the envelope and scans it, then groans and half collapses back onto her stool.
You rented out the entire 14th floor?
The owner told me that's the most haunted one, yeah.
It is. That's the floor where Bloody Louise shows up on full moons, and where people hear ghost children moving up and down the hallway at night.
Her gaze fixes on me.
It's legendary for its creepiness.
Do you promise to hold my hand if I get scared? I say, using my best flirty voice. Ghosts and shit don't scare me. Hell, I'd give anything to see my little brother Seth again, ghost or not. But if this is what rings Lexi's bell, I'm game for it. I'll hunt down every creepy place in Texas if that's what it takes to get her back in my arms again. The smile that curves her mouth is equally flirty, equally wicked. For a moment, she looks like she's inches away from leaping across the counter again, and this time to tackle me. The hot stare she's given me promises so much that my own heart trips with anticipation. And then, just as quickly, her smile fades again. She looks down at the paper, and then carefully folds it back up once more.
I wish I could, Knox.
Fuck. Just tell me what's wrong, Lexi. I can help.
You mean other than being pregnant?
One of those dark eyebrows arches.
Nothing's wrong. The timing's just shitty. Otherwise, I'd love to go.
That's such a non-answer that I cross my arms over my chest and let my stubbornness take over. So, you're not gonna tell me what's really going on? Maybe I'll just stick around here this afternoon until you wear down and tell me what the deal is. To my surprise, her face goes pale. She jerks up and looks at me with such terror that I'm stunned. What the fuck did I say to instill that sort of response in her? But just as quickly as the terror crossed her face, it's gone.
You know what? I changed my mind. I'll go. On one condition.
Her sudden capitulation makes me suspicious. Name it. She grabs her purse and flashes a brilliant smile at me.
That we go right fucking now.
Right now? I can't help but think this sounds too good to be true. Something's up.
Yep. Let's just go.
She snags her keys and moves to the door and flips the closed sign over, then opens the door and stands in it, waiting for me to get out of the studio.
Right now.
You want to go by your apartment and pick up some clothes or something? I don't know what one wears to a ghost hunt.
Whatever one wants. The ghosts aren't critical of fashion.
Wasn't talking about the ghosts, Lexi. Don't you want pajamas or a change of clothes or, I don't know, whatever chicks bring in their purses? Makeup? Tampons? She reaches out and pinches my cheek.
God, you're adorable. I am going to ignore that tampon comment. You do remember you got me pregnant, right?
And then I can feel heat on my cheeks, because that was kinda stupid of me. I step out of the studio and into the parking lot, then turn and wait for her. Right. That was dumb. To be fair, you're the first woman I've ever gotten pregnant.
For some reason, I'm ridiculously happy to hear that,
She says dryly, and closes the door behind me.
Lexi. This might sound stupid, but I don't care. I need to get away for a weekend. I'm sure Keith is going to lose his shit. But there's a window, and I'm taking it. Here I was all tense that Knox showed up again, imagining how Keith would freak the fuck out and punch more holes in my wall. And then that fire truck raced past. I know he's on it, since he's on duty every weekday. That means I'm fucking free for a short period of time, thanks to someone else's miserable luck. That means he won't know that Knox showed up, looking scrumptious and waving a weekend at a haunted hotel under my nose. The entire 14th floor. God, the man knows how to woo a woman. I'm practically ready to shuck my panties just thinking about it. The fire truck was a sign. If Keith's not going to know Knox was here, it's the perfect time for me to get away. Keith's been oppressive lately, so this is the chance I need to clear my head and think. And, okay, there's a haunted hotel thrown in. And, okay, there's a really hot fucking guy that eats pussy like there's no tomorrow, and he's giving me steamy looks, and I'm super knocked up and super full of randy hormones that want me to get laid. All of that's a factor. But really, it's harder and harder for me to resist Knox because I don't want to. I love his determination and the way he's really trying to go out of his way to figure out what I need. I love that he wants to focus on me instead of just the baby right now. It makes me feel like I'm more to him than just a walking womb. And I appreciate that. I don't know what I'll do with that thought, but it's nice anyhow. I didn't bring any clothes, though. He suggested going back to my place, and I did briefly consider it, but someone in my building is bound to be spying for Keith. Everyone loves him and thinks I'm just weird. No one in this shitty little town is on my side. Nat was, but she moved away. I've felt very, very alone lately. And with Keith being oppressive, it's just gotten worse and worse. The only times I don't feel alone? When Knox is around. I glance over at him in the cab of the truck. He's all cocky confidence, sprawled in the front seat, his window down, and one arm resting on the door. He's got a toothpick between his teeth, and gives it a little turn with his tongue every now and then. Not that I'm paying attention. But he looks older than his 23 years. And in personality, he's as cynical as I am. Of course, I can't say those sorts of things to him. He'll wonder why I'm studying him so very intently. And then it'll get awkward. Well, even more awkward, because just his nearness is making me squirmy with arousal. Thanks, pregnancy hormones. Like I needed soaked panties for a ghost hunting trip. I feel that hated flush move over my body when he immediately looks over at me. He's paying attention to me, despite keeping his focus on the road, so attuned that he notices the moment I glance over. Why is that so sexy? God, I am such a mess around him. How come it's so quiet? You don't listen to the radio when you drive? Knox chuckles, his attention moving back to the road. He lifts one shoulder in a half shrug. Music's nice and all, but I've noticed that when you have it blaring, you miss a lot of things. Like what? People's cues, mostly. When it's silent, I can pay a lot more attention to the person next to me and how they react during a conversation. People are way more interesting than songs, at least to me. Huh. That makes sense, in a strange sort of way. I've noticed Knox definitely studies people and files information away as if he's writing a thesis on what makes them tick. He's the most alert, watchful person I've ever met. I wonder what secrets of mine he's picked up. I'm not sure I want to know. You feel the same way about phones? I've noticed you don't text me. You just show up. I make a flourish, as if gesturing to a door. You just waltz right in without checking to see what my schedule looks like, or if I'm even there that day. A text or a phone call saves you a lot of trouble, you know. Knox looks over at me again, impressed. You've been studying me, huh? I wouldn't say studying. I would. He winks at me. But that's all right. I won't give you shit about it. To be honest, I hate texting more than I hate phone calls. I do them sometimes because my brothers love to text all damn day long. But I'd rather talk to someone in person. See their face. Read their body language. It tells me a hell of a lot more than those emoji things. Emoji? The fuck? You mean emoji? Whatever. Oh my god. That's so cute. A millennial that doesn't know what an emoji is. Are you sure you're not an 80-year-old with a really great skin regimen instead of a 23-year-old? I reach over to pinch his bearded cheek, and he half swats my hand away. Just the brush of my fingertips against his skin fills me with an insane amount of lust. Man, I have got it bad for this guy. What is wrong with me? I'm used to being on my own, being independent. I haven't wanted or needed anyone in forever. But the moment Knox is around, my body seems to be making up for lost time. It's a little ridiculous, and a lot unfair. I think what I'm hearing, Knox says slowly, unaware, or maybe too aware, of my sexual frustration, is that you want me to text you more often. I'm not saying shred my phone bill with texts or anything like that. I'm just saying that if you're going to drop by, maybe you text me first so I know to expect you. And so I can make sure that Keith is nowhere around to freak out. I aim to please. I can't resist the response that immediately comes to mind. I pat my stomach. Seems to me like your aim is pretty good so far. His laughter fills the truck and makes me feel far too good. The Old Pearson is everything a paranormal enthusiast could ever hope to want in a hotel. It's a massive old building downtown, made of red brick and with rounded white brickwork over some of the windows that reminds me of cake frosting. It looks cheery and old-fashioned from the outside, despite the fact that it's growing dark, which is fascinating. It's almost like it's unaware that it's such a hotbed for paranormal activity. There's a massive archway entrance to the hotel that reminds me of a church more than anything else, and it goes straight up like a skyscraper for 16 floors. There's a neon hotel sign up front, and it's a fascinating mix of old and new. I give an appreciative shiver at the sight of it. I can't believe you booked rooms here. Wasn't easy, he murmurs, moving to my side as we gaze up at the building from the parking lot. Apparently, the 14th floor is under renovation, and the owner didn't want to rent it out until I threw some serious money his way. Should I ask how much money is serious money? Nope, you shouldn't. Doesn't affect things one way or the other, and I'm rich. He crooks his arm, indicating I should slip my hand in the space at his elbow. Shall we? Oh, yes, we definitely shall. As we check in, I can't help but notice how much the front desk girl fawns over Knox. He's not dressed like a bajillionaire in the slightest. His jeans are worn as hell, and not in the designer way. The t-shirt he's wearing is plain, and he's still got that scruffy beard and hair that's a little too long under his trucker cap. He looks like he just came into town on a big rig. I mean, he's ridiculously handsome, of course. But she's acting like he's a fucking celebrity with the way she's fawning over him and giggling at everything he says, which suggests to me that she's done a little Google foo of her own. She's closer to his age than I am, and perky, and cute, with blonde highlights that sweep into a light pink, and a bubbly personality to match the cupcake cute hair. I hate her on sight. Knox smiles at her flirting, but doesn't encourage her, which is good. That means I don't have to murder him. She hands him a business card and flutters her lashes at him, and I almost reach across the desk to slap her around. I don't know why I care so much, but when he gets the envelope with the electronic keys and then turns to me, putting a hand at the small of my back, I practically melt into a puddle. Take that, flirt. He's with me. So much for my not wanting him. All it takes is one barely out of high school twit, and I'm suddenly snarling and ready to claw someone's eyes out. I wonder if I can blame that on pregnancy hormones, too. Ready to do this? He asks, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Born ready, I reassure him. From what I've read online, all the good shit happens after midnight. But we can do a little reconnaissance first. Lead the way. I do, hating myself a little for wishing that his hand would slide a little lower and caress my butt. Not too much, just enough for Pinky McGiggles back at the front desk to realize he's not interested in her. The elevator is empty as we head up, and Knox is just as quiet as I am. After a moment, I glance over at him. That card had her phone number on it, didn't it? Knox grins at me, his expression knowing, and I get a little weak in the knees at just how gorgeous he is. Yup. You want it? I do. I intend on prank calling her on a regular basis for the near future, just to make her regret that action. So fierce. I love that in a woman, he murmurs, handing the card over to me. I reach into my black t-shirt and tuck it into my sports bra since I don't have any pockets on my workout clothing. I want to tease him back about not getting a swelled head, but he's giving me this possessive look of approval that's making me melt, and I realize the conversation could head in a direction that would be very bad for my independence. If he challenges me on my jealous streak, what happens then? Is he going to believe me when I say it's nothing? I'm not even sure I believe me. Time to change the subject and deflect. Have you ever ghost hunted before? Me? No. Do you believe in ghosts? He shrugs. Think I'd like to. It'd be proof there's something after death, you know? I go silent, aching for him. His brother's death is still too near, and I imagine that's on his mind. Poor Knox. Maybe this was a bad idea, and I'm an asshole for going through with this. After all, it was my hints about haunted houses that made him do this. Maybe I should have hinted about a love for steak or something along those lines. Well, most people that have visited this hotel haven't seen a full-body apparition of a ghost. It's subtle things, like noises in empty rooms, lights turning on when no one's home, and cold spots. Cold spots? In an old, air-conditioned hotel? You don't say. Now I can't help but grin, because he sounds just like me. That's right. People take pictures, too, and they see orbs and shadows where nothing was supposedly there. Okay, then. He pulls his phone out of his pocket. I giggle at the sight of it. The screen is a spider web of cracks, and I swear to God, one side is duct-taped. That's your phone? He shrugs. Yeah, it works fine. You do realize you're rich, don't you? You do realize it's a perfectly good phone. A cheap rich man. Never thought I'd see the day, I drawl. Pinky McGiggles down at the front desk would be so disappointed. He laughs and gives me another scorching look as the elevator dings our arrival. It's good for her that I have zero interest in her type, then. I know what his type is, and my heart skips a little beat. He likes girls that wear all black and give him shit. Girls like me. Oh, God. I desperately want to have sex tonight, even though it's such a bad call. Sex leads to relationships and connections, and I told Knox I'm not interested. I shouldn't be. The last thing I need is a confrontation between Knox and Keith, or another man in my life that thinks he owns me. I give him a polite, tight little smile and rush out of the elevator as the doors open. As confused as I am about what's going on between Knox and myself, the 14th floor provides the perfect creepy vibe to distract me. Plastic sheeting and ladders scatter the hallway, and at the far end, I can see part of the ceiling has been removed. Wires hang down, and the decorative, old-fashioned chandeliers have been denuded of everything but the light bulbs. A door is open at the far end of the hall, boxes parked in the entryway to keep it open, and behind us, the hall is half-painted. God, this is sexy, I whisper. It's bringing all my ghost-hunting dreams to life. Is this more what you had in mind? He asks me. I nod, overwhelmed. I'm both humbled and utterly pleased that he went to so much trouble to impress me. Galveston is a few hours' drive from Luca, and I know he lives a few hours away to boot. Couple that with how much money he must have spent to rent the entire floor, and how much wheeling and dealing to get them to let us stay here when it's under construction, and I feel suspiciously weepy. I'm sure that's the hormones talking, but I don't think anyone's ever gone to such lengths to make me happy. Let's pick a room to sit in, shall we? I watched one of them ghost hunting shows last night to see what we need to do. Apparently, we sit in the dark and yell insults to dead people to try to get them to do something. I laugh. We don't have to sit in the dark. Unless we want to, of course. And he gives me the sexiest look. My heart does a little flip at the thought of sitting in the dark alone with Knox. Suddenly, the ghost seems secondary to just spending time with him. How wonderful is that? What's this sensation moving through me? Am I happy? Ugh, I'm going to start giggling like the girl at the front desk soon if I don't watch myself. Chapter 11. Lexi. We pick a room to do our hunting in. Knox admits to me he doesn't know much about ghost hunting at all, so he lets me take the lead. I'm kind of pleased with that. Most of the men I've met in the past haven't been keen on letting a woman have any sort of control. Since I've heard that ghosts are bothered by renovations, I pick the room that needs the least amount of work. I don't want pissed spirits. I'm just curious about the situation. Okay, I'm actually way more curious about Knox and spending time with him than actually ghost hunting. Maybe that's another reason I picked the most finished room. There's only one bed and no chairs, though, and I realize that after I've selected it. I turn on the lamp next to the bed and sit down on the edge of the mattress. It feels a little presumptuous to assume I get the bed, so I slide down and thump onto the floor, resting my back against the mattress. You can take the bed. I'm good sitting with you, Knox says, and thumps down right next to me, then stretches out his long legs. He crosses his ankles and looks over at me, his hands in his lap. So, what do we do now? Well, now we mostly wait to see if anyone decides to show themselves to us. I shrug. Ghost hunting might be boring to you. It's going to involve a lot of wait and see. I'm fine with wait and see. Nothing about spending time with you is boring. He looks over at me. You want room service? I bet if we wave enough money under their noses, we can get them to come up to this floor, haunted or not. I'm basking in the warm glow of his offhand compliment, but I'm also pretty freaking hungry. I haven't eaten anything since lunch, and our drive down to Galveston was long. Knox had offered to stop somewhere to get a bite to eat, but I was too eager to get to the hotel. Of course, now that we're here, I'm so hungry, I think I'd eat anything tossed my way. I'm down for room service, but you should let me pay. I ain't letting you pay for shit, he tells me, and puts a hand over mine when I dig into my purse for my wallet. Stop that. You're carrying a baby. The least I can do is buy you dinner. I can't decide if that's sweet or bossy, but I'll let it slide. Okay, fine. I'll have a burger. He arches an eyebrow at me. A burger? Not a salad? You seem like a salad type to me. Oh, you know what? I say in a mock surprised voice. A salad sounds great. They can put it on my fucking burger because I want a burger. He throws his head back and laughs, clearly delighted at my sass. That's one of the things I like best about you, Lexi. You don't let anyone tell you what the fuck to do. If only I were as confident in myself as he is. Keith tends to run the show lately, and I spend my time trying to avoid him. I hate that. I'm just a real party, I tell him dryly. You are. He nudges me with his elbow. Okay, a burger then. How do you want it? Medium, extra fries, lots of ketchup. Oh, God, ketchup sounds so good right now. Actually, so do pickles. Ask them for extra pickles, too. Lots and lots of pickles. Dessert? Cookies? Cake? Ice cream? My stomach growls in response. That sounds amazing. You pick. We can split it. He studies me for a moment, then eases off the floor and moves to the phone on a nearby table. I pretend to check the camera on my phone while he calls in food. I notice he calls in 2 burgers, extra fries, extra pickles, ketchup, and one of each of the desserts on the menu. Oh, God. This man is going to be the death of me. Clearly, he wants me to gain 100 pounds while pregnant. It takes forever for the food to get here, but it finally arrives just before I'm ready to chew my own arm off out of hunger. There's an enormous chocolate-dipped cookie on the tray, and I can't help but wonder what it'd taste like on my ketchupy, pickly burger. On a whim, I throw it under the bun and take a huge bite. Yup, it's bizarre and delicious. We eat in silence, and if there's a ghost around, it's clear they're waiting for us to finish our meal before showing up. That's fine. I'm in no particular hurry. I demolish my food and some of Knox's fries, then take bites out of a few desserts before I'm done. I close my eyes and lean back against the bed, sighing happily. That was probably the most disgustingly yummy thing I've ever eaten. It did look interesting. I'm going to blame it on pregnancy, like so many other things. It gets quiet in the room, and then Knox gives me another gentle nudge with his elbow. So, what happened exactly with the baby? Maybe it's the food coma, but I'm not following him. What do you mean? You said you were on the pill. Did something happen? Oh. I cross my arms over my chest, feeling a little defensive. I know I shouldn't. Hell, if it were me in his position, I'd be using a lot of cuss words to figure out what the hell happened. He was the one that had brought up condoms, and I shot him down. He has a right to know. I think of Keith and his violence, and feel a little ashamed, though. Like it's my fault he's a psycho. Someone stole my purse the morning after, and my pills were in there. it's most of the truth, while glossing over the scary, stalkery parts. I didn't have the cash to get a morning after pill or my refills for a few days, and I guess by then it was too late. My doctor says the pill's never 100% effective anyhow. I grimace. I guess it's my fault for seducing you and insisting that there be no condoms involved. He puts a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it, and then rubs the back of my neck. I ain't blaming Lexi. I was just curious what happened is all. You don't need to justify it to me. I understand. And if I was so morally opposed, I could have said no, right? I was all too happy to say yes. His grin is making my stomach flutter. That, and the big hand that's kneading my neck, is doing all kinds of crazy things to me. Pretty fucked, timing-wise, isn't it? I say, trying to play things off. It is. You should have texted me. I would have wired you some money. Like a hooker? More like someone that just didn't want to get knocked up. Ooh. Burn! I poke his leg with one finger. You got me there. I made a bad choice. Sorry. Are you mad at me? Mad? Knox looks surprised. The hand on the back of my neck pauses for a moment, and then begins rubbing once more. No, I ain't mad. Shit happens, you know. I didn't think I was going to be a dad at 23. But the more I think about it, the more I like the idea. He glances over at me. And I really like the idea of being your partner. Getting married. Oh, God. I should hate that he even throws that out there. He's so casual about it. Marriage is a shit show for someone like me. But the thumb that's so casually grazing the skin on my neck is distracting me. That has to be why I've got that wild flutter in my belly at the thought of marriage. It has to be. I'm not thinking clearly due to his nearness and my pregnancy horniness. That has to be it. I'm very anti-marriage. Very. It might be good for some people, but it's terrible for me. I should tell Knox this, but the words stick in my throat. It seems to be important to him. And I don't want him to hate me. The thought fills me with despair. For some reason, the idea of Knox hating me feels like a gut punch. I can't be attached to him. I can't. That's such a bad idea. I've got enough stress in my life. How does it feel? Knox murmurs, and his thumb slides along the cords of my neck. Feel? What? Being pregnant. Any noticeable changes? Nat's super sick all the time, and it makes Clay strut around like it's a badge of honor. Every time I talk to him, he's running and getting something for her stomach and telling us all about how many times she puked. I can't decide if it's cute or bizarre. Oh, we're still talking about the baby. I touch my flat stomach. Nothing much yet, really. No morning sickness. I haven't really had any strange food cravings yet either. I glance over at my destroyed dinner plate and think of my cookie pickle ketchup burger. Well, until now. Other than that, just a bit of tenderness, really. The tenderness is probably a TMI for him, but I feel like if I give him just enough information, I'll be able to hide other bits. Things like how pregnancy has made me super ultra aroused at the drop of a hat. But Knox isn't a woman, so I doubt he knows anything about pregnancy like that. He just nods like what I'm saying makes sense. And then adds, if you need anything, just let me know and I'll get it for you. Like dick, I want to say, but for once I hold back. I have no doubt in my mind that if I wanted sex right now, he'd give it to me. Screw ghost hunting. The undead can just watch. But I remind myself that I can't think like that. I can't. Much as I may want otherwise, it's smartest to keep Knox at arm's length. I can't forget how bad my first marriage was. Nor can I forget Keith and his constant looming presence in my life. Ugh. So I look over at gorgeous, sexy Knox and do what I can to try to stem the rising tide of my stupid feelings. I'm glad we're here, but in the future, can you please not ambush me in my studio? It makes me feel trapped. He cocks his head, regarding me. Trapped? When I nod, he removes his hand from my neck, which makes me want to cry, and adds, slowly, "You ain't married, are you?" And now I feel like an asshole. There's a cautious wariness to his face that wasn't there before, and I feel like I've somehow ruined something I wasn't even sure I wanted. God, I'm such a mess. I can't tell him about Keith, though. The last thing I need is him white-knighting his way into my life more than he already is and making the fuckery dial up to 11. It's already going to be at an 8 by the time I get back from this date with him. But I can handle Keith at an 8. I'm not married now, but I was married once. Knox seems surprised at this admission. Oh? I can tell he wants more information, and I feel like I owe him this much. More than anything, I just want him to put his hand back on my neck and stroke it again. That's shamefully weak of me, but I'm not sure I care. Just having him here at my side seems to make everything okay. Like it doesn't matter that I'm broke and pregnant and my stalker is going to flip his lid when he finds out I'm gone. As long as he touches me and smiles, everything will be okay. Ghost hunting seems like a distant second right now compared to snuggling. Snuggling that I shouldn't want, of course, but I can't seem to help myself. Just like I can't seem to bring myself to make the first move. I've never told Natalie, I admit to him. Don't say anything, all right? Is it a secret? No, just not something I'm particularly proud of. Nat's a big believer in happy ever after and love conquering all things, despite the whole Clay being out of her life for 7 years thing. Though I suppose she's really, really into the whole Prince Charming thing now that she and Clay are back together. I pick up my phone and start to fiddle with the camera. It's either that or start wringing my hands like some demented damsel in distress. So, yeah. I was married once. It sucked. Not a fan. Knox puts a hand over my phone, gently pushing it aside. Tell me about him. Who is he? And do I need to murder him for hurting you? I laugh at his suggestion, but when I look over at him, there's an intense expression on his face, and he's not smiling. He's not fooling around. And I get the impression he really would go after my ex and make him pay for past slights. I'm not sure if that's crazy pants or sweet. Maybe both. Maybe that's why we get along so well. We're both a little crazy pants. What do you want to know? Everything. Oh, geez. Everything, huh? That's such a broad statement. Well, when I was a kid, it might shock you to hear that I was a bit of a rebellious teenager. A hint of a smile quirks his mouth. No shit, he drawls. No shit, I agree. I had problems with authority, and I really, really had problems with my parents, who were very strict and found religion again when I was about 15. Instead of cleaving to Jesus, I cleaved to goth clothing and rock music, and stayed out late with my much older boyfriend. You wild thing, you. It should also not surprise you that I influenced my younger sister, and when my parents found her with a cigarette one day, they blamed me. I'd just graduated from high school, and I'd had the bad decision to stay out late with my boyfriend, Jonas. I'd slept over at his place. See, he was 23 or so, and I had just turned 18, and at the time I didn't think it was weird that an older guy wanted to date some high school kid. I just thought he was cool. Of course, now that I think back to how flat-chested and skinny I was, I wonder about that guy, but that's besides the point. Between the cigarette and the sluttiness I was showing, my parents kicked me out. Jonas offered for me to move in with him, but then he lost his job a week or so later and decided to enlist in the army. The only way we'd get housing together was if we got married. I wasn't particularly keen on the idea because it meant I was trading one authority figure for another, and we were already fighting after a week of living together. But I was also young and stupid, and I figured we'd learn to get along better over time. Plus, I didn't have any options other than going back to my parents and begging for forgiveness. That wasn't going to happen. So, I married my sleazy boyfriend about a month after high school ended. I give him a faint smile. You can guess how things turned out. Knox isn't smiling. His expression is pretty, well, stormy. I reach over and pat his hand. Oh, this gets better. See, it's a combination of two people being really wrong for each other and desperate situations. Jonas was desperate for work, and he was a real pothead, so he couldn't get a regular job. Plus, he was kind of stupid looking back. So he joined the army because he figured they couldn't really fire him if he was enlisted. We got married, he shipped out, and then I had an apartment of my own. I wanted to get a job too, but Jonas didn't like that idea. So I spent my time playing video games online and generally being a lazy slob. I guess you could say I was depressed, but I was 18, and I figured shit like that only happened to older people. I shrug. So it didn't make for a good situation when Jonas got home from his deployments. I can feel Knox tense next to me. Did he hit you? His voice is low, brimming with pent-up anger. No, but he grabbed me pretty hard a few times. I know I had bruises. I'm not saying I was blameless, of course. I was a real asshole to him, but that doesn't excuse it, he tells me tightly. No, it doesn't, which is what I was about to say. He seems so stressed and angry over my past that I reach over and squeeze his knee. It's all right, Knox. Like I said, I was an asshole kid at the time, but I wasn't a dumb one. I was more than happy when he'd go away again. It meant I didn't have to deal with him. Of course, while he was gone, I was trapped at home. We didn't have a car, and he was the one earning all the money, which meant I sat around a lot. One time he came home and got really jealous of my friendship with some people online and destroyed my computer and smashed my phone. After that, I didn't have anyone to talk to. Tell me his name, and I'll murder him. I pat his knee again, because it's sweet that he's so furious. It's kind of weird, because I've avoided talking about this portion of my life to anyone. It feels like ancient history now, 10 years gone. I'm a different person now, and I guess I still cringe at the rebellious, loudmouthed teenager I was back then. I love that Knox is automatically taking my side, though. It's the distant past, Knox. Don't get all stressed out. He was isolating you. His jaw clenches. Yeah, he was. I was too stupid to realize it. But Jonas's thing was control. If he couldn't control me while he was deployed, he did his best to make sure I felt alone and try to ensure that I'd do what he wanted. He wanted to approve what I wore, who I talked to, even what I read. I had my own ideas, though. I'd let him think whatever he wanted while he was in town, and the moment he was gone, I got a job. I worked so many fast food jobs back then and didn't tell him about it. Walked to work and took the bus and grabbed every shift I could. I saved every dollar, and by the time it was close to our 1-year anniversary, I took my nest egg and moved in with one of my friends I'd met through one of my jobs. She let me room with her for a while, And between jobs and things, I found yoga. I shrug. Like I said, it was a long time ago, though. How many years? He asks. 10, give or take a few months. Remember, I'm an old lady compared to you. I nudge him with my shoulder and wonder if he notices I still have my hand on his thigh. I can't bring myself to remove it, even though I know I should. There's just something so comforting about touching him. Hell, I'm even finding his protective, growly response to my stupid marriage adorable. You're not old, Knox tells me, clearly still angry. And you just need to give me that guy's name and... Nope, I say, ending the conversation. I haven't talked to him since I filed the divorce, and we both prefer it that way, I think. He was just as miserable as I was, and because he was miserable, he tried to make me fit what he thought a good wife would be. I'm my own girl, though. The more he pushed, the harder I pushed back. I squeeze his knee again. I have enough clarity now with some years behind me that I can recognize I'm not good at being someone's partner. I think some people are just meant to be solo artists. I'm definitely one of those people. So when I say it's not you, it's me, I really mean it. Because you think I'm like that douchebag, Knox says, his tone flat and cold. I can tell I've hurt him. No, if I thought you were like that, I wouldn't talk to you at all. I shrug. I just have, let's call it an aversion to being trapped. I don't like people that think they can control me. I don't think you're controlling, but I think that people in a marriage have a certain obligation to listen to their partner and try to be a partner. And like I said, I'm not great at that sort of thing. If I've ever made you feel trapped or controlled, I'm sorry, Lexi. The look in his eyes is dark. I can understand why you'd react badly to me dropping in. I won't do it again. And now I feel a bit like I've overreacted. I know Knox is different. Everything he does, even the smallest gestures of letting me pick what to eat on the menu and then letting me eat all his fries, tells me that he's more than willing to give me enough space. It's just that I don't trust myself all that much. I've always been very confident in who I am and my life in general, except when it comes to men. There, I always seem to fumble the ball. I worry Knox is going to be just another fumble. That hurts a lot, surprisingly. We've only met a few times, but it feels like I've known him always, that we have this deep connection on another level. But what if I'm just all wrong again? You don't make me feel trapped, Knox. I'm just really cautious when it comes to relationships, because I'm not very good at them. You don't have to be good at all relationships, he tells me. You just have to be good at one of them. The man's got a point. I can't help but smile at that. Well, if I could pick a relationship to be good at, it would be this one. I'm just pretty sure I've already fucked things up by getting pregnant and all. Think that depends on who you ask, Knox drawls, leaning in closer to me. Because from where I sit, it ain't fucked up at all. Maybe it's exactly how it needs to be. He's moved closer to me, and I'm dying for his hand to go back to my neck, for a small touch from him that will close the distance between us. But he only watches me, and I realize that as possessive and protective as he is, he's going to wait for me to make the first move, for me to tell him with my words and my body that I want this to go forward. I can kill this right here and now if I want to. I can leave things as they are, and we can part from this night as friends. Buddies. We can probably even co-parent in a friendly sort of way without taking things any deeper. That's the safest route. Friendship. I study his face, devouring his features, wondering what it'd be like to shake hands after tonight and then never see each other again. Like Jonas. I'm surprised at the sense of loss that fills me with. I don't know why it does. Friendship is safest. Isn't that what I want? To have things easy to handle? To make sure I never lose control of the situation? With Knox, I never seem to have control of the situation in the slightest. But it doesn't feel unpleasant like it did with Jonas. It feels like there's something exciting to look forward to for once. Like I have more to anticipate than just another round of past due bills showing up in the mail, or Keith heading over to be his usual dickweed self at my studio. I think for a moment, and then I sit up and turn my body so I'm facing him. We're no longer sitting side by side, but face to face. If I move any closer, I'd be in his lap. For a brief second, I feel another flash of fear. Am I making a mistake? Knox is younger than me, practically a stranger, and rich. I'm not what he needs. He's going to have the upper hand easily if I let him. Is this what I want? But I look into his dark eyes and study his sinfully handsome face. Like I said earlier, I'm not very good at relationships, I tell him in a low voice. Me either, he says, his voice low and husky. He leans in, a hint of a smile on his face. Last one I tried, I got the girl pregnant. For a moment, I'm shocked, and then I realize he's talking about me. Oh, did you think that night was a relationship? Kinda hoped it'd be the start of one. He's so watchful, so very intent and full of tension, like a coiled spring. He's waiting for me. And if it's nothing, I whisper, it'll be the best nothing I ever had. That makes me ache, it's so sweet. And then you'll move on with your life? I don't know about that. Oh? He shrugs and leans forward, just a little. That small motion makes me realize that I'm leaning forward, too. Any closer, and we'll practically be kissing. How do you move on from your arm, or your leg, or half your heart? You can't. You just do the best you can with the pieces you got left. Oh, my God. I fling myself into his arms, pressing him back against the mattress. I crawl over his lap and press my mouth to his, swooping into a kiss. I don't even have time to think about the consequences before his mouth is on mine and we're making out like teenagers in the back seat of a car. His lips move against mine, tongue thrusting into my mouth with all the possessiveness I can tell he's been holding back. He's been waiting for the okay from me all this time, to let him know that I'm all right with the claim he wants to stake. Now that I've broken the distance between us, he's like a wild man, tearing at my shirt and running his hands down my backside before dragging me down against his hips and rocking up against my core. I whimper when his cock rubs me right against the heat of my pussy. The yoga pants I'm wearing seem far too thin, because I can feel all of that hardness. At the same time, it's far too much material between us. I'm wet already, and as his mouth slants over mine, claiming me with rough, frantic kisses, I start to rock up against him. I'm so wet, so full of need. I have been this entire night. Just a word from him, a look is all it takes, and it's like I want to fling my panties across the room. God, I have been so turned on all night. His chuckle brushes against my lips, and even that's so sexy I can hardly stand it. Never met a girl that got turned on by spider webs and dark shadows. Well, now you know what it takes to make me want to ride you like a bronco, I say, breathless. I slide my hands under his shirt and feel his hard chest, It's smooth and warm and rippled with muscle. Yummy. If you keep asking me like this, fuck yes. I can do that, he whispers, and his tongue flicks against my mouth in the most obscene, sexy little gesture. Tell me what haunted house you want to visit next, and it's all yours. Don't care about the ghosts, I say, panting. I've forgotten we're supposed to be ghost hunting. I've forgotten everything but him. Fuck the ghosts. They ain't my type. I prefer someone warm and touchable, who likes to scare children with her personality. I can't help but laugh at that, and then tug at the hem of his shirt. I want it off. Now. If there's any spirits here, they're welcome to pull up a chair and watch me touch you. And are you gonna touch me? He can't take his eyes off me, and I love that. It makes me want to do more. Touch you all over, I tell him in a silky voice, and I love his sexy groan of response. Being here with him feels more perfect than I could have imagined. I can't walk away from this. I won't walk away from it. Was kinda hoping you'd say that, Knox murmurs, because I've been dreaming about it ever since that first night together. Oh, God. Me too. That's so. Yep, he says slowly, and leans in and nips at my lower lip. Keep thinking about how I didn't get a chance to part those gorgeous thighs and put my head between them for hours. Didn't you? I distinctly remember lots of licking. I haven't been able to think about much since. Not for hours, though. Felt like we didn't have enough time. He rubs his nose against mine in a subtle little touch that melts me. Next time, I'm going to take twice as long, because I love the way you taste. Well, I breathe, curling my fingers against his hard abdomen. You certainly know how to make a girl want to shuck her panties. You don't even have to shuck 'em, he tells me, and teases the waistband of my yoga pants. I get along just fine with you fully dressed. His fingers brush against my belly, and I practically squirm with need at that small touch. I can't resist teasing him because I want that so badly. I'm hearing a lot of talk and not seeing a lot of action. Knox chuckles. Bossy, bossy. His hand dips into my clothes, pushing right into my panties. He finds my pussy instantly, fingertips brushing over the curls of my sex before he heads straight for pay dirt. He touches my clit and immediately begins to rub, watching my face to see my reaction. He's definitely a man of action. All I had to do was hint that I'd like to be touched, and 2 moments later, his hand's in my pants. He makes a murmur of surprised pleasure as he slicks through my wetness, lubricating his fingers before moving them back over my clit again. How is it possible you're so wet already? You've been thinking about me touching you all day? I whimper, twining my arms around his neck. Being pregnant does have a tiny side effect, I tell him. Makes you horny, he guesses. I guess that was obvious, I say, then gasp as he circles my clit. I can't help myself as I grind against his fingers, because it's not going to take long for me to come at all. Kind of surprised I haven't already spontaneously combusted just from his touch. Well, that, and since I'm visiting, I needed something to do at night while you were playing hard to get. With every word, he drags his fingertips against the sides of my clit, making my body sing. So I went to a bookstore and bought a book about pregnancy. Been reading it at night. I dig my fingers into the loose waves of his thick hair. It's just long enough that it tickles his collar and makes a girl want to run her fingers through it. or claw it when he finger bangs her. Neither one. You're reading a baby book? Why is that so sexy? I have to admit, I'm touched. And super aroused. Dunno. But if reading gets you this hot, I need to do it more often. He drags his fingers back and forth, and I feel him brush one against the opening of my core. Oh, God. A moment later, his thumb taps against my clit, and he pumps into me with one finger. Unfair. It feels far too good, too fast. I cry out and press my forehead against his, clinging to him as he begins to work my pussy hard, thrusting into me and using his thumb to tease my clit. I want to touch him and give him pleasure, but I'm so far gone that all I can do is hold on to him and rock my hips against his hand. That's right, sweetheart, he murmurs as I ride his palm, lost in pleasure. You come for me, and you come hard. It's too much for my overstimulated body. I come a moment later, just as he tells me to. It feels so amazingly good to ride the orgasm, to let it ripple over my body as he pumps his big fingers into me. I give a breathless little sigh as he stops, quivering. That went by entirely too fast. I'll say. I don't know if I'm pleased or disappointed that I didn't get to watch more. He brushes his lips against mine, and I realize my face is still pressed up against his. I hope I didn't make any unsexy expressions as I came, seeing as how I'm giving him a poor close look at my O-face. Guess I'm just gonna have to make you do all that again so I can get another look. I squeeze my thighs around his hand, still settled between my legs, his fingers deep inside me. You're not going to hear a protest from this girl. Knox gives me another one of those meltingly perfect smiles and moves in to kiss me again. His beard rubs against my face, part ticklish and part abrasive. But I don't care. I love the feel of it. I kiss him with all the enthusiasm I feel, and he groans, his hand surging up against my pussy again. I remember that he hasn't come yet, that the last few minutes were all me. Kinda makes me want to stick my hand down his pants and give him the same reward. Actually, I should do just that. I wiggle my eyebrows at him and slide my hands down his chest, and then move to the waistband of his jeans. Your turn. My turn. He arches one dark brow at me. Are we taking turns then? Only seems fair to me. I'm all about equality. I shift on his lap, rubbing up against his hand, which is still deliciously tormenting me. You might have to move this, though. No deal, he drawls, heat in his eyes. Thinking at this point that it's my property. I shiver at the thought of him owning my pussy. I'm not saying you can't play with it again later. Just let me do as I like, and I'll make it up to you. And I stroke my hand up and down the hard length of him through his clothes, and then undo the button of his jeans. Unless you don't like that sort of thing. Fuck, not like it. You might as well ask if I like breathing. Pretending like it's no big deal, I shrug and rub up and down against his cock again. You tell me. He leans in and kisses me hard, as if he's going to miss out and wants to claim as much of me as he can before I'm taken away from him. I love that, and I moan against his mouth when his tongue strokes against mine, and he gives my pussy one last firm finger thrust that makes me needy all over again. But then his hand is gone, and I'm left feeling oddly bereft, even though it was my suggestion. Maybe next time I need to keep my mouth shut. The open button taunts me, though, and reminds me of all the fun we can have in an entirely different way. Speaking of breathing, I whisper, let's give this part of you a little air, shall we? I slide his zipper down carefully, and then pull his jeans apart, exposing a dark triangle of boxer briefs. The material's straining against his erection, and I make a little clucking noise at the sight. He's practically suffocating under here. I think he should come out and play. I think he agrees, Knox tells me, nearly as breathless as I am. Shall I do the honors? When he nods, I tug the material down, exposing the thick length of his shaft. His skin is darker here, flushed with blood, and there's a long vein that traces up the underside that's just begging for my tongue to explore it. The head of his cock's already glazed with a bit of pre-cum, telling me he's not as controlled as he's pretending to be. Of course, now that I have him exposed, I'm not entirely sure what to do with the elastic band of his briefs, which I've pulled down his thighs. Since he's seated, there's no room to drag the material down further, and if I let go, it's going to choke his nuts. This isn't quite the same as his sexy under-my-clothing fingering, because his clothing is a lot less stretchy than mine. I should get up so you can take this off. No, he murmurs, and reaches into his back pocket. A moment later, he pulls out a pocket knife and flips it open, exposing the blade. He puts it under the elastic and jerks, cutting the fabric with a quick motion. The material rips, and he doesn't stop until he's torn his underwear off and tossed them aside. Well, I murmur, a little surprised at the action, and a little amused. There go all my plans for a ghosts and panties party later. I'll just borrow yours if I need panties, he tells me with a wicked grin, closing his knife and tossing it aside too. Of course, I might have to stop sniffing them first. You're going to sniff my panties? Fuck yeah. You think you're leaving here with them today? Hell no. His grin is mischievous. They're all mine. We'll see about that. Maybe I'll just distract him enough that he'll forget all about panty snatching. With a little teasing of my own, I grasp his cock and give the shaft a squeeze. If we're claiming things, I think I'm going to start here. Knox's eyes grow heavy-lidded. It's all yours, sweetheart. Just be good to it. Oh, I'll be very, very good, I murmur to him, then lean in and give the head a lick. I've thought about doing this ever since we parted that night. I didn't get a chance to tease him with my mouth, and I've wondered how he would react. Is he one of those that gets grabby and starts shoving a girl's head down? Or is he one that prefers other things in bed? Every man is different, of course. But Knox only groans and caresses my cheek, then strokes my arm, as if he needs to show me just how much he appreciates my efforts. That's heady stuff, and it makes me want to do more to him. I want to show him just how much I like him, how much touching him is so very appealing to me. I've never really minded touching a man in the past, but none has made me have such cravings as Knox has. I've daydreamed about what it'd be like to take him in my mouth and suck him until he loses control of his senses. Have you ever had anyone tell you that you have a nice cock? I murmur as I rub my lips against the head. Never. Never? No one's ever told you what a nice, thick shaft you have? I give it another squeeze just to prove my point. Or that it's got a big, fat head that's just begging to be nibbled on. I flick my tongue against it. Or that there's this little vein underneath that looks very, very sensitive. I move lower and lick the vein, and then cup his balls in one hand. or that these are so nice and plump. Can't say the boys in the locker room ever said such things, he grits out, panting. It's clear he loves my touch. His cock jerks in response every time I move, which is almost as exciting as touching him. Almost. What about the women you've dated in the past? Can't remember a thing about 'em other than they weren't you, so they don't matter. And he gives me a look filled with such longing that it makes me quiver all over again. Nobody mattered before you, and there ain't gonna be anyone after you, Lexi. I don't respond to that, because what can I possibly say? It's too soon for someone like me to make such a commitment. Commitment's definitely not my strong suit, but I'm not going to let that ruin the moment. I just give him a sly smile and lean in to lick the head of his cock once more. We can talk about where this is going another day. Right now, I just want to enjoy what we've got right now. I drag my tongue over him again, and then take him in my mouth. The breath hisses out between his teeth, and then Knox caresses my cheek again, burying his hand in my hair. Fuck, you're pretty like that. I tighten my lips around him, and then take him even deeper. I love the way he gives this masculine grasp, like he's forgotten that air exists until this very moment. I need to hear that over and over again, so I do my best to make him wild with desire, employing everything I know from past experience. My hand is tight around his shaft, and I work it slowly, even as I use my lips and tongue to pleasure him. I hum a little as I move up and down on his shaft, until I hear that intake of breath again, and taste a hint of salt in my mouth. He's close. I kick things up a notch then. With my tongue, I work the underside of his shaft, alternating between that and sucking. I plunge deeper, taking him as far as I can until he's butting up against the back of my throat. He encourages me with heated words and small touches to my face, even as his hips lift up, as if he wants desperately to fuck my face, but won't push me into it. That's sweet, but I'm enjoying this as much as he is, and so I take his hand and put it on the back of my head, showing him that it's all right to be as forceful with me as he wants. He groans when I do, and then begins to guide my head, pumping into my mouth until he comes with a hoarse shout of my name. I swallow his spend and drag my tongue over him as I lift my head, then give him a sly look. You know you're allowed to touch me, right? I won't break. His face is sweaty and flushed, his eyes heavy with his arousal as he pants. Didn't want you to feel like you were forced into anything. If I feel that way, I'll let you know. Until then, I'm yours to play with just as much as you're mine. That's so, he asks, breathless, and locks an arm around my waist, dragging me up against him. He holds me close, even as he moves our bodies to the floor, and a moment later, he's on top of me, and his hand is going back into my pants. You want to do some ghost hunting now, or you want to hand over these panties? I think we've scared away any ghosts that might be here, I murmur, my arms going around his neck. They're scandalized by me deep-throating that hammer of yours. He snorts, and a moment later, I feel his fingers brushing over my folds again. If they're scandalized by that, they ain't seen nothing yet. Oh? I ask, breathless. I can't believe how aroused I am again already. Giving him a blowjob was exciting, but I've never been this turned on in the past. Guess I really haven't seen anything yet. I can't wait for him to show me more. Chapter 12. Lexi. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I'm roused from an exhausted sleep cuddled against Knox's chest. What woke me up? I hear something a moment later, a muffled thumping sound. I freeze in bed, my heart pounding. Is it ghosts? Is there a haunting here after all? Knox rubs my naked ass with one big hand under the blankets. It's your phone, sweetheart. Don't be scared. Oh, Jesus. I exhale slowly and sit up in bed, looking around. I knew that. Sure you did, he says with a yawn, and tries to pull me back down against him. Ignore it and it'll stop. I lean in and tease his nipple, just to make him groan. Be right back. I slide out of bed, not caring that I'm naked, and start digging around in the strewn clothing and bedding to figure out where my phone is. We've pretty much demolished this room after another round or two, or three, of sex. I find a sock hanging off the flat-screen TV, and my phone's in the ice bucket under Knox's t-shirt. I have no idea how either one got there, but that answers why there was a weird thumping. With it tucked against my chest, I crawl back into bed and let Knox pull me back against him. He tangles his legs with mine as his hand goes back to my hip, as if he just wants to touch me while he sleeps. I tilt my phone away from his face so I don't blind him with the screen and click on the text messages. It's Natalie, and she's sent me a flood of texts. Nat. Hey, I know it's late, but I can't sleep, and I'm peeling wallpaper at 3 a.m. Nat. In case you're asking why I am peeling wallpaper at 3 a.m, let me tell you, I can't sleep. This house is such a fixer-upper that it's keeping me up all night. Nat. There is teal wallpaper in the bathroom and yellow countertops from the 70s. I'm going to let that sink in for a moment. Nat. I know it might not be the brightest idea to decide to remodel when we're just starting out. I'm realizing that now. But we couldn't find anything we liked, and Clay wanted the baby to have a home, aka not his trailer. And I was all, hey, I can do that. No problem. Nat. Next time I say it's no problem, slap me in the face. I said this would be exciting. It's not exciting. Nat. Well, the teal wallpaper isn't exciting, but the house is big, and it's fun to pick my own decor. But the bathroom wallpaper bothers me, so here I am in the middle of the night, peeling. Nat. Well, in between peeling, I'm texting you like a madwoman. Nat. Which brings me to my question of how come you haven't moved into my guest house yet? Nat. It's set up to be the perfect sort of apartment, you know, and rent-free. Nat. Not that you're a charity case. Nat. But like, I know your yoga business has been in the toilet back at Luca. Nat. And I know San Antonio is a big relocation for you. Nat. But I'd hate for the place to sit empty, and I'd love for you to be nearby. Nat. Just think about it, okay? Nat. Talk to you in the morning when you get this. Wallpaper is calling my name. Knox groans and buries his face against my hair, hiding his. Did she write you a fucking book? Seems like it. I click the screen off and toss my phone aside, then snuggle close to him again. His hand immediately goes to the curve of my ass, and he squeezes it possessively. I breathe in his scent. He's a little sweaty, but instead of it being a turnoff, I like the smell of his skin. I rub up against him and close my eyes, trying to go back to sleep. I can't, though. Instead, I keep thinking about Nat's one-way conversation on my cell phone. She's offering me the guest house on her property. It'd be cheap. I'd pay her rent, of course, because I'm not a freeloader. but I couldn't name my price. Nat likes to take care of people. I'd be in San Antonio, where Knox lives. Best of all, I'd be away from Keith. He could leave me the fuck alone for once. It'd be a fresh start in what has felt increasingly like a stale dead end. As a place to live, Luca sucks. The only person that I liked there was Natalie, and she's moved away. There's nothing holding me back, in theory. Except, that's where my business is. My studio is there. Everything I've worked for in the past 5 years is there. Sure, it's a small apartment and an equally small studio, but it's mine. I've worked hard to build that up. Every customer that comes to my studio for yoga is an accomplishment that I made on my own. Moving into a friend's guest house doesn't exactly advance my independence, but it's tempting. My credit cards are in the red thanks to my business, and they don't look to be in the black anytime soon. My studio rent is going up, and attendance in my classes has fallen off dramatically. Some of it is because there's a gym that opened up one town over, and some of it, well, it's because I'm shitty with people. I have no patience, and I'm weird. In a small, conservative southern town, I'm the weirdo that dresses in black and doesn't go to the town social events. In the last 3 days, my classes have been nearly empty. I've been worrying over how I'm going to make the rent. Or I can say fuck it to all of it and move into Natalie's guest house. I don't know what to do.
Knox. Best thing in the world is waking up with your woman naked in your bed. Lexi's tucked against me with that flexible, bendy little body of hers that makes me so fucking crazy, and her head's against my chest. Fills me with all kinds of pride and possessiveness. This beautiful woman is mine, and she's carrying my child. I'm so overwhelmed with how good it makes me feel, how happy, how satisfied. I'm totally stealing her panties. She wakes up eventually, and after a quick round of morning sex, she heads for the shower. I hide her panties away before I join her, and then we get dressed for breakfast. Lexi's not a morning person, and clearly grumpy, but I don't mind. Even her grumpiness is cute. We didn't find any paranormal shit, but I don't think either of us minded much. I know I didn't. The living, specifically her, are far more interesting than any ghosts. We grab a couple of cups of coffee downstairs in the cafe and sit for breakfast. Lexi picks up a bit after the coffee, even though it's decaf because of the baby, but she's still awfully quiet, even after the food comes and we start to eat. I hope it ain't regret that's making her silent. I snag one of the coasters at our table, just to see if she's paying attention. She flicks my hand with her finger. Yep, she noticed. But she's still silent and thoughtful. I ain't sure what to make of that. Something wrong? Lexi stifles a yawn and then shakes her head.
Lot on my mind.
I notice she's demolished everything on her plate. She eats like a champ, my Lexi. Like the baby? Her expression grows even more thoughtful.
Am I a bad person if I admit I wasn't thinking about the baby at all?
No. It's still pretty new for both of us, I imagine. Though I'm already obsessed at the thought of a baby with her dark hair and smile. Wonder if it's too soon for me to ask when the next doctor's appointment is, so I can come along and soak up information about our baby. Course, that's if she lets me. Lexi's the type to run if she feels pressured. I gotta play it slow. So, what's next?
What do you mean?
She looks mournfully at her empty orange juice glass. I give a casual shrug, even though I'm not feeling casual. I'm feeling tense and possessive. Is she gonna run off on me again and ghost me for another 2 months? Or are we finally gonna get somewhere? Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I want her to have my name. I want our baby to be ours, not just hers. I mean, you and me. What's next for us?" Lexi appears to consider that for a moment, and then gestures with her hand.
"Give me your phone."
When I give it to her, she begins to type.
"I'm going to put my phone number in here, and I'll add yours to mine. You can text me."
She looks over it at me, and her mouth quirks.
"I realize it'll be a struggle, but try for my sake."
"I'll do my best," I tease back. "Unless this is a subtle request for dick pics."
"Oh, Knox," she purrs. "You know I'm terrible with subtle."
I laugh, because she ain't wrong. I'm disappointed that all I'm getting is her number, but it's something. "So that's all we're doing then? Exchanging phone numbers?" She licks her lips and considers for a moment, and her expression seems a little tense. Troubled.
"I need a few days to think."
"About me?"
"Actually, about me."
Her smile is brilliant.
"You're the easy part to figure out in all this. I know what you want. I'm just not sure what I want."
"Can I help?" I nudge my half-drunk orange juice toward her. "I'm good at convincing, if that's what you need."
"More like I just need to figure out which path is best for me and the parasite."
Her gaze connects with mine.
"But I'll include you either way. This is not me telling you no or running away, Knox. This is me saying I might be running around this weekend and I want to hear from you, so please text me instead of dropping by."
I can do that. I ain't got much choice in the matter, but I know one thing for sure. I'm not giving up on her. Clay. "Hey, bro, you around?" Knox. "Call me." Clay. "Where are you at?" Gage said Texas. "Why?" Knox. "Call me." Knox. "Call me." Clay. "Hit me back. In a meeting." Clay. "A meeting you should be in, by the way." Knox. "God damn it." Knox. "Why doesn't anyone call anymore? Why is everyone obsessed with texting?" Clay. "'Cause you can do it in a meeting? Not my fault you got meaty fingers." Knox. "Fuck you." Knox. "If you're not gonna call me, just tell me what you want already. I'm trying to keep the line open." Clay. "Bro, did you fall out of the Stone Age? You can get a call when you're texting." Clay. "Anyhow, Boone wanted to know if you want to go on the next rig run with him. He's dowsing on Tuesday at a new location. I'm taking Nat to a tile warehouse in Houston, so it's either you or Gage playing sidekick. You know how he needs someone to keep the suits busy while he does his thing." Clay. "And just between me and you, I'd rather it be you than Gage." Clay. "I don't trust Gage to show up sober." Knox. "I might be busy." Clay. "Oh? With who?" Knox. "Not necessarily a who." Knox. "Damn it, why can't you just call me already?" Clay. "Well, now I'm just gonna text you all the time." Clay. "This is payback for putting ketchup in my beer all the damn time." Gage. "I'll go with Boone." Gage. "You go do your little Darth yoga chick." Gage. "Did you swap all the beer in my fridge with fucking root beer?" Gage. "I'm going to murder you when you get back." Gage. "Where are you?" Gage. "Scratch that. I'm raiding your trailer." Knox. "Why do you MFers never call a man?" Knox. "You just text all day. It's annoying." Gage. "Kinda like if your brother stole all your beer?" Gage. Dude, your trailer has a padlock on the fridge. WTF? Knox, thought you might head over. Gage, you suck. Gage, this entire family sucks. Gage, if I want to get drunk until my brain's pickled, I can. Knox, quit bitching and give me some advice. Gage, advice? Knox, yeah, call me. Gage, just text it. Gage, or use symbols. Knox, I hate you. Knox, fine, I'll text. So Darth Yoga put my number in her phone and said I could text her but not to come over. Knox, don't know what to make of that. Gage, she's married, bro. You're tapping married pussy. Abort. Abort. Gage, you do not want that. Knox, she ain't married. Said she's got some shit going on. Gage, married. Knox, forget I asked. Gage, I'm just teasing ya. Gage, hello? Gage, bro, it was a joke. Gage, damn, you're sure touchy in a text message. Gage, fine, you want my help, I will help. Gage, is it possible she has a really strict dad? Knox, don't think her parents are involved anymore. Gage, then something's going on at work, maybe. Gage, or she's got finals or something stressful. Gage, that's beside the point, though. She's a chick. They can be cagey. Did you try texting her? Knox, not yet. Gage, don't send her dick pics. Gage, girls hate that shit. Knox, you send your dick to women? Gage, me? Nah, I don't need to. I get in their pants just fine. Smiley face. Gage, just saying in general. Knox, I just wonder if she's pushing me away again. Knox, man, I sound like a chick saying that. Knox, but she's hard to nail down. Doesn't want anything to do with me, and then when she caves, we're all over each other for a day, and then nothing. Knox, so I don't know what to think. Knox, I asked her to marry me. Gage, the fuck? Gage, you did what? My phone rings a moment later. Figured it would. I consider for a long pause, letting it ring 3 times, and then pick it up just before it goes to voicemail. Yo.
You jackass. You asked Darth Yoga to marry you? Why? If you want to get laid, bro, there are easier ways.
You sound sober, I tell him cheerfully. Run out of trailers to raid for beer?
Fuck you for padlocking your fridge. And yeah, I'm far too sober to deal with this shit. Don't change the subject. You really asked her to marry you?
Yeah. I think of Lexi and how even though it's only been 2 days since I saw her, I miss her like crazy. I don't bring up the baby, though. Not yet. You know how Clay just knew when he met Natalie and didn't want anyone else but her? Ever? That's how I feel about Lexi.
Yeah, but Clay's a fucking dumbass. I thought you were smarter than that.
He sighs heavily.
Fuck. Am I gonna be the only one left in this trailer park?
For a moment, he sounds so lost and lonely that I want to get in my truck and drive home to hang out with him. I know what he's thinking. That it used to be him and Seth that would bro up and play video games and talk shit when they didn't have dates. And now it's just him. The fact that all his older brothers have someone in their lives now has to be making him feel even more isolated. So, you can't help me? I ask, even though I don't really want help. Lexi's a puzzle that Gage won't be able to figure out. She's mine to decode, and I love her tricky personality, even if I don't always understand it. But Gage needs someone to talk to, I think. And if there's one thing Gage is good at, it's romancing women.
Let me think. You're still out in bumfuck East Texas, right?
Yeah, I say, settling into the motel chair. Will be for a few more days in case she wants to hang out. She's texted me, but they haven't been real conversations.
She texted you. You didn't text her?
Right.
That's a good sign, bro.
I hear a crash of something and then a heavy thud on the other end. What are you doing?
Heading back to my own trailer. Yours sucks. Fucking padlock on the fridge.
Enjoy the root beer, I needle him.
Go fuck yourself,
he tells me in the same sing-song voice.
Did you want my help or no?
I'm listening. Mostly because I'm worried about him. Well, and I wouldn't mind some perspective on Lexi from another point of view.
You're showing your hand far too soon. Best way to get a girl after you is to let her know you're interested, but just a little. You're coming on far too strong. See, she texted you, right?
Right.
And it wasn't much. Just a hey, what's up?
Right.
What did you send back?
I shrug my shoulders even as I answer. Just asked her how her day was gone and if she was busy.
And what did she say?
She said she was busy and I haven't texted her since. Gage makes a pained sound.
Bro, she is using my playbook on you. She flipped the script. She let you know she was interested, but just a little. Now she's waiting for you to chase again.
Kinda hard not to, seeing as how she's got my baby in her. Mm-hmm.
You need to turn this around, Knox, or you're gonna be jerking it on your couch for the rest of your life.
I scratch my beard. Is he wrong? I don't know that he is. Lexi has shown she feels she's just fine without me. She doesn't want my money despite being broke as fuck. She doesn't want my help despite being pregnant with my kid. If I fell off the planet tomorrow, I'm not sure it would affect her in the slightest. That bothers me at a really deep level. I mean, damn. I know I'm gutted every time she doesn't answer me right away. Am I coming on too strong? Would it be smarter to play a little harder then? So, what do?
You make her thirsty,
Gage tells me.
That's your problem. She ain't thirsty.
He sounds a little too confident as he repeats his advice.
Thirst is how you win a girl.
I don't think he's wrong. But I'm not sure how I make Lexi thirsty when she's carrying my baby and doesn't need me. Somehow, I've got to figure out how to make her want me, and want me hard.
Chapter 13. Lexi. To say that business has been slow since I got back has been an understatement. I mean, I was gone for 2 days and had to cancel 2 private sessions. But that doesn't explain why my studio has been completely empty for the past 3 additional days. No one showed up for classes, despite being signed up. My private sessions have had all kinds of excuses why they couldn't come in. It's like everyone in town has decided to bail out on me. It's a little worrisome, of course. Business has never been brisk, but I'm also kind of a prickly asshole at best. And this is a small conservative town. They don't know what to make of someone like me, who has no kids, doesn't go to church, wears black, and never attends bingo night. I've always been an oddity, and it's never bothered me that much. I figured business would build with word of mouth and happy clients, and even if I was never booming, I could make enough to be my own boss and be happy. But a deserted yoga studio 3 days in a row has me worried. It's like I came back after being away for a short period and all my business up and left. I'd blame Keith, but he's been awfully silent lately, which makes me hope that he's found someone new to stalk and harass. It's all very strange. I check my schedule for the next week, and I have a nagging suspicion that the people that canceled on me today are going to cancel on me next week, too. Did I say something that somehow got around town, and that's why I'm being ignored? I call up Mrs. Bateman. She's not scheduled for another 2 days, but I don't care. She picks up after the first ring and doesn't sound thrilled to hear from me. I'm glad you called, Lexi. I need to cancel the rest of my appointments. You do? Not just this week, but forever? Can I ask why, Mrs. Bateman? I thought you liked coming to my studio. Well, I do, and I know my doctor said it's good for my posture, but I'm not a fan of the little problems you've been having. Her tone is very matter-of-fact. You're a very nice girl, but that sort of thing is just disgusting. Problems? She wasn't even one of the clients I canceled on. What is she talking about? When you say problems, I assume you don't mean my avant-garde personality. She snorts. I mean your bedbugs, young lady. That's something you should really disclose to your clients, seeing as how we have to take off our shoes and lie on your mats for class. What if we picked them up? It's horrifying to think about. What? Bedbugs? I don't have bedbugs. Isn't that why you shut down this last weekend? So you could fumigate? That's all everyone at the diner can talk about. Your filthy little studio. There's pure revulsion in her voice. This is a small town. Did you think it wouldn't get out? You've figured me out, I say dryly. It was my secret plan to infest the good people of this town with bedbugs, and now I've been foiled. My tone is mocking to cover up the hurt I'm feeling. So who told you? Well, Agnes said she heard it from one of the firefighters that saw the truck pull up in front of your building and stay there all night. Like I say, this is a small town. There's a knot in my gut that seems to swell the moment I hear firefighters. The smallest of towns, I agree with her, and hang up the phone. No sense in talking anymore. I know exactly where this rumor came from. Keith Lawrence. I should have known. I'm filled with blistering rage at the realization that he's sabotaging me, and it's quickly followed up with helpless frustration. What can I do? No one will ever believe me over Keith. Everyone adores him. They think he's perfect, and if he's a little too single-minded in his pursuit of me, I must be the problem, and not him. He's handsome and strong, and helps old ladies across the street. And he's completely, utterly psycho. But, hey, I'm the problem, obviously. I stare out at my empty studio, all the mats rolled up in the corner, waiting to be used. I have no doubt in my mind that Keith started the rumor of the bedbugs. Heck, it might not even be a rumor. All he had to do was pay a pest control guy to park his truck in front of my studio all night and let the story write itself. For all I know, the town thinks I have any number of creepy crawlies, roaches, bedbugs, lice. Or Laura blabbed about Knox's offhand comment at lunch. I don't think it's her, though. I don't put it past Keith to completely destroy my business to punish me and make me needy and vulnerable. I have no one here that will take my side. He's trying to corner me. Except, I don't have to be cornered. Natalie's given me an out. I can give up here and run away, start over with a new place to live. I can give up on my business. I can get hours away from Keith. I can move closer to Knox. Just thinking about him gives me warm, fuzzy feelings. I haven't been the greatest girlfriend to him the last few days, since I've been preoccupied with the mystery of my failing business. But being closer to Knox means I can see him regularly. It means I can see his laugh in person and touch him and let him put his arms around me. I can breathe in his scent and touch his ticklish beard, and we can have all the nasty sex we want to. We can go on more dates. He can be at my side when I have more doctor's appointments for the baby. Really, if it weren't for Knox, I'd turn Natalie down flat. I love her, but I'm stubborn and don't like to give up. In fact, the idea of abandoning my studio here makes me crazy. But there's Knox to think about, and the baby. I'm not just thinking about what's best for me at this point, but what's best for all of us, and the future. Maybe it is better to move closer to him. It doesn't have to be moving in with him. Not yet. But maybe in a few months we can see where we're at. Maybe. It's a little frightening to be thinking about a future with him. All of my future plans have only included me. Then again, none of my future plans ever included a baby either, and I'm having to wrap my head around the concept. I touch my stomach, thinking hard. Do I do what's best for me? Or do I think about the baby and Knox and the future we could possibly have together? As if he can sense my troubled thoughts, Knox pings my phone with a text. Knox. Let's say I was missing my girl and thinking about her. Haven't seen her in almost a week and keep thinking about the taste of her pussy. How would I get her to go out with me again so I can lick her until she's screaming? Knox. Asking for a friend, of course. I can't help but smile at his text. I know how much he hates texting, but since I asked him to do that instead of call, he's been great about it. Every day, I get weird pictures from him, little notes, and the most exacting, precisely spelled and punctuated texts that make me laugh inside. It's like he's trying so very hard to do texting correctly, just to please me. Doesn't take much to give me the warm fuzzies when it comes to this guy. Would it be so terrible to move closer to him and far, far away from Keith? I look around my little studio, wishing that I felt more compelled to stay, that I could feel a bone-deep sense of pride in what I've created here and tell Keith to fuck off and stand up for myself, that I could regroup and win my customers back. It'd take hard work and a lot of hustle, but I'm sure I can do it. Instead, I'm just tired. The thought of doing open classes and recruiting and flyers and convincing people like Mrs. Bateman that she needs my classes, all of that makes me want to take a nap. Even if I manage to right my sinking ship, that doesn't solve the problem of the baby and what I'm going to do once it gets here. Knox deserves to be in the baby's life, but if he's a few hours away, it means we're going to have to hustle twice as hard to make things work. And the thought is exhausting. I've tried so hard for so long, and it'd be nice to take a break. Instead of seeing hard work rewarded when I look at my studio, I see the hole Keith put in the wall and nothing but worry about how I'm going to pay the rent on this place next month. I don't see opportunity anymore. I see an anchor weighing me down. I consider my phone and Knox's dirty text. Lexi. I think you have the wrong number, young man. Lexi. No hot pussy here. Knox. I'm not so sure about that. Have you checked lately? Knox. Go ahead. I'll wait. I laughed despite myself. He can always make me forget just how troubled I am. And I love that about him. Lexi. You're just dying for me to touch myself to the thought of you, aren't you? Knox. Am I that obvious? Lexi. You're a man, so yes. Knox. I'm going to pretend you said that with a smile on your face. Lexi. Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't dream of saying such things otherwise. Knox. So, do you have an answer? About how I'd get my sexy, tasty, limber girlfriend to see me again? Lexi. I like how you casually threw limber in there. Knox. I feel it's an important trait. Lexi. Totally. I'm doing stretches in anticipation of our reunion. Knox. Me too. Want to make sure I can keep up. I laugh again. I feel like a bit of a loon sitting in my empty studio and just laughing to myself. But Knox's texts just make me feel so good about everything. Like nothing's a problem when he's there to make me smile. Like it'll all be okay, even if I'm pregnant and unmarried and broke and being stalked by a jerk. So I think for a moment and then text him again. Lexi. As for seeing your girlfriend again, what are you doing this weekend? Because I might be moving into Natalie's guest house. I'm going to need someone to help me unpack. Knox. Hell, I can do more than unpack. I can help you pack. I can shove all your stuff into the back of my truck and help you move, too. You name it, I can do it. Knox. And then, of course, I can lick your pussy to help you relax. Knox. I'm charitable like that. Lexi. Your generosity is overwhelming, but just helping me unpack will do. Knox. I can do that. I set my phone down because my hands are shaking a little. I guess I'm doing this. I'll text Nat to let her know I'm coming and start packing. I don't want Knox to come to Luca and help because I worry that Keith will see him hanging around and it'll turn into a messy confrontation. I just want to quietly get out of here. I'll keep things low-key and then just bail one night. No forwarding address, no confrontations or goodbyes. Close down the studio and quietly disappear. No more Keith. No more stress. No more worries. Fresh start. I can do this. Chapter 14. Lexi. 3 days later. You have no idea what a good friend you are, Nat, I tell my bestie as I run a roller up and down the wall. I've just moved into Natalie's guest house with most of my stuff still in boxes, and we're giving the place a quick paint job before I unpack. Well, I'm giving it a quick paint job. Poor Natalie's lying on the couch with a cold cloth pressed against her forehead and a barf bucket at her side. She has morning sickness, something awful. It makes me feel a little guilty that I'm doing amazing, without a hint of any sort of nausea. If anything, I've needed to nap and I eat like a horse, but I don't see those as problems. I'm selfishly glad you're here, Nat tells me from her spot on the couch. I missed having a friend nearby. I mean, Clay's here and he's wonderful, but I can't complain about girl stuff to him. I grin and give the wallpaper another swipe of cheery yellow. Even though I love my dark and foreboding color palette when I wear clothing, I like a bright and airy room. The ceiling here has been scraped of popcorn and painted a pale pink, and the walls are going to be a pale yellow. Instead of curtains, I've opted to use some of the sheer Indian scarves from my studio. I abandoned most of my furniture, since I figured I could buy new stuff at the nearest superstore. Mostly, I just wanted to get out of Luca fast. I waited for a weekday so Keith would be working, packed up my studio, packed up my apartment, and shoved it all in my car and got the hell out of here. I talked to my landlord and paid the rest of my apartment rent, even though it cleaned out my savings. I'm still figuring out what to do about the studio rent, since I'm technically on the hook for it at the beginning of the month, but I'll figure that out. For now, I'm going to concentrate on the fact that I'm here with friends and grabbing at my fresh start. I really appreciate this, I tell Natalie again for the billionth time. Are you sure Clay doesn't mind me paying you just $100 a month until I figure out what to do about my business? She snorts and presses the towel tighter against her brows. Lexi, you dork. Clay wouldn't care if I paid you to live here. He just wants me to be happy, and if having you nearby makes me happy, he is all for it. I'm just surprised you decided to pull up roots. I shrug and dip my roller into the paint again, then slap it on the wall. I thought it was time for a change. All my clients have been kind of wandering away, and the writing was on the wall, so to speak. Why are you losing clients? She asks, sympathy in her voice. Because Luca's so small? Maybe, I tell her. I don't elaborate. She doesn't know that Keith was causing me problems. I've always been really good at hiding my issues. Heck, it was hard enough confessing to Knox that I was married once. I haven't told Nat that. There's something about my inability to handle my personal life that embarrasses me. My yoga studio failing? That sucks. And it happens. I can talk about that. But my ridiculous first marriage? My problems with Keith? The baby in my belly? I can't say a thing about them. It's not that I don't trust Natalie. It's that everything inside me locks up and fills with shame at the thought of sharing all my fuck-ups. Sorry, baby, I mentally apologize to my stomach as I run the roller down the wall. You're a fuck-up, but a good kind. I promise. To change subjects on Nat, I glance back at her as I paint. So, tell me about the parasite. How far along are you? She groans. Almost 3 months. Considering you bought this house and married Clay after that, I can math up that prim Natalie Weston has been a very, very naughty girl. Her laugh is pained. Just don't tell my father. I'm going to have the baby early, as far as he knows. Nat's father is a whole other mess of worms. I don't comment that she'd be lucky if he remembered the baby at all, but that's just cruel. And I won't be that way to Natalie. She's a damn angel and deserves every bit of happiness she can get. I won't say a thing. You hoping for a boy or a girl? It feels disloyal to pick one, she admits from her spot on the couch. Like if I say one thing, I'm going to destroy my kid if it's not that. I'd be happy with either one. That's a total cop-out answer, and you know it. You have to have an idea of what you want. I know I do. It came to me about a week ago. Maybe when I last saw Knox looking at me with those dark brows and that gorgeous smile. I want a boy. I want a boy that looks just like him, with his beautiful eyes and strong build. He's so good-looking that something like that deserves to be passed along in the world. I like to think his son would have his father's same watchful, clever mind. How wonderful would that be? Behind me, Natalie sighs. Well, if I had to pick something, I guess I'd pick a girl. Just because of the sweet little dresses you can put them in. But I really would be happy with anything. I'm just thrilled that it feels like everything's finally coming together. I have Clay, and we're having a baby. Everything else is just gravy. I glance back at her, and she's got the most beatific smile on her face. Aw, you're lucky. I'm so glad everything's worked out for you. I really am happy, Natalie says softly. I want the same for you, too. I want you to be as happy as I am. with a man and a baby on the way. She has no idea how close to the mark she's hitting with that. Natalie bails out on me a short time later, the paint fumes only aggravating her nausea. That's all right. I don't mind painting the rest by myself. I get it done quickly enough, but I can't stop thinking about Natalie and her happiness. All she's ever wanted was Clay, and she has him and the baby to boot. I have the baby, but I don't know how I feel about Knox. Scratch that. I know how I feel about Knox. I like him. Far too much. I don't know how to process that, because everything in my mind is screaming danger when it comes to settling down in a relationship. It turned out bad with Jonas. It turned out worse than bad with Keith. What if things go sour with Knox? Not only will there be a baby in the mix, but my best friend and the holder of my rent is married into that family. It'd be smarter not to get involved at all. If Knox and I have an ugly breakup like I did with Jonas, I could lose everything. Again. Just the thought makes me break out into a cold sweat. Someone knocks at the door to the guest house. "We don't want any," I call out. There's a laugh. I recognize it immediately. Knox. My body flushes with awareness, and I feel feverish. Going from terror to arousal will do that to a girl, I suppose. I put down my roller and head to the door. The windows are open to let in air, but I didn't like the idea of the door hanging open, so I flip the lock and open it a crack. Knox gives me a devilish smile on the other side of the door. He's got a basket of flowers under one arm and what looks like a champagne bottle. "Housewarming celebration incoming? Before you ask," he says, pointing at the bottle. "This is apple cider." Exciting. You're just in time to paint. I open the door wider, indicating he should come in. He eyes the guest house as he walks in, sizing it up. This is nice. It is, I agree, really pleased with my new digs. I forgot to ask Natalie to send me pictures before I moved, so I came into things a little blind. The guest house itself is roomy, the main room as big as my old apartment, and windows line the walls to let in a lot of light. There's a stone fireplace angled in one corner, a small kitchen, and a separate room for my bed, with a bathroom in the hallway. It's absolutely wonderful, and I'm so thankful Natalie's such a good friend. I couldn't even afford something like this on my regular budget, so for her to graciously allow me to live here for $100 a month seems practically criminal. It feels like I'm using my friend, and my mood plummets a little. Combined with my confusion over where Knox and I are at, I'm a frustrated mess within a few seconds flat. Thanks, hormones. He enters the guest house, and his eyes gleam with pleasure as he sizes me up. You're looking mighty fine today. I glance down at the shorts and old t-shirt I'm wearing. My hair is pulled into a messy knot, and I'm sweaty and covered in paint drippings. I see we're going to have to recalibrate what mighty fines means if this is your idea of hot. Sweetheart, you could be wearing a paper bag, and I'd think you were the sexiest creature alive. He moves toward me immediately and puts his arm around me and gives me a light kiss. Been too long since I looked at you. Now show me where all this furniture is so I can help you set up your new place. I should be melting under such flattery, but all I can think about is how I'm using him, in a way. He didn't ask to be a dad or to have a ready-made girlfriend. Our hookup was supposed to be a one-time only thing, and here I am bringing all my problems to his lap. I'm even moving closer, and he won't be able to get away from me, even if he wants to. I can't shake the feeling that I'm like a tornado, ripping up lives wherever I land. Jesus. I have to wonder how fucked up my kid is going to be with me as a parent. I didn't have the best examples myself. Last I heard, they were living in a religious commune and waiting daily for Armageddon. Hey, Knox says, and brushes his fingers over my cheek before tilting my chin up so I can meet his gaze. That's not the Lexi I know. What's wrong? You sure about that? Depressing, moody Lexi might be the true Lexi. Moody, maybe, but depressing, no. Even when you're at your darkest and finest, there's a hint of glee in those eyes. It's gone today. What's bothering you? He moves to the only chair in the house, a folding metal one, and sits down, then pats his knee. Want to come tell Daddy about it? I can't decide if that's creepy or a turn-on. Little of both? I can't help the smile that curves my mouth, despite my shitty mood. Hard to stay upset around him. You can't do daddy play very well, considering you're half-toddler yourself. 5 years younger, not 25, he says in that patient voice, and reaches for my hand, tugging me over to him. And if daddy play's not your thing, you can be my babysitter. Either way, come sit in my lap and tell me who or what's bothering you so I can beat it up. He's serious, too. The look on his face is deadly earnest. I rub his jaw, feeling the wiry bristles of his beard against my skin. You can't beat up the world. Watch me try. I shake my head. You can't beat up depression and anxiety. Trust me, I've tried. He wraps his arms around me and hugs me closer to him until I'm cuddled in his lap, my legs curled up and my entire body pressing up against him. I put my head on his shoulder and he strokes my hair. Quiet. God, this feels far too good. I shouldn't be so comfortable with someone so fast, but I can't help it. It's really going to break me when things go south this time. They always do. I bury my nose against his neck, my face hidden by his beard. He slides a hand up and down my back, not saying much. Eventually, he says, "Is it the X? Do I need to rearrange his face?" So violent, I murmur. Stop. You're turning me on. I don't like the way he treated you. I can feel him shrug. Makes me a little punchy. If you're going to punch out everyone in my past that treated me badly, you might want to brace yourself for the long haul, because that's going to be a lot of punching. I'm ready for it. So stubborn. It's like he's unwilling to admit I might be the problem. He's not willing to accept that my poor life choices might be the cause of my problems. That's really kind of sweet. It makes me ache inside with how good he is. I don't deserve his confidence in me. I'm just stressed. Knox rubs my back, and I hate how good it feels. Why are you stressed, sweetheart? Oh, a little thing like giving up on my business and moving somewhere that I'm basically depending on the goodness of friends, having no income, and being knocked up. Those little things are known to be stressors in a girl's life. You hate the loss of control, he guesses. I don't blame you. So what are you going to do to fix it? Strangely enough, just hearing him ask that makes me feel better. He's not offering to fix it for me. He's just wanting to listen while I vomit out my feelings. It's exactly what I needed to hear. Well, I can't fix being pregnant, but I can fix having no income and giving up on my business, I guess. All right. How? Another studio? Of course, the moment I say it, I grimace. Except that didn't work so well for me last time. I'm not a big people person, and the rent for a studio will just drain whatever income I make. I'd need an exceptional location to launch well, and exceptional locations aren't cheap. You'd need an investor, he guesses. You want one? Not sure I do, I admit. Because when things inevitably fail, I'm going to be on the hook to them and feel even more guilty. Let's not even discuss all the credit cards I have maxed out and lingering over my head from trying to keep my last studio afloat. I could apply to some local studios, I guess. Would they hire you? Depends on how perky I pretend to be. Uh-oh. Exactly. No one wants a dark yoga teacher who'd rather quote Lovecraft and Poe than Maharishi. His neck smells so good, and the skin underneath looks so tempting, I can't help but flick my tongue against him, tasting him. And they probably won't let me be cruel to them by making them do really hard poses. Knox chuckles. Where's the fun in that? Exactly. They'll stick me with all the newbies, and I'll be doing basic asanas all day long, instead of the really tricky things that make people hurt in all the right ways. Maybe you need to do truth in advertising, he tells me, his hand caressing my butt cheek. Cruel yoga. You can have a business only for the truly masochistic. I freeze. Oh my God. That's perfect. Cruel yoga, I whisper. God, I love it. I can even see the advertising now. Something dark with skulls. Ultra-challenging workout plans designed for the hardcore who need to push themselves and want that delicious, tormenting burn. Maybe not a studio then. Maybe one-on-one sessions. Or better yet, online classes, instruction videos. I clench my hands in his shirt because my brain's firing with a million different concepts on how I could go about it. Rock music instead of Enya. No beginner shit. Black clothing. I can still be my own boss. I can still do yoga the way I want to. I've been going about this all wrong. I've been trying to make myself fit the brand when I should have made the brand for me. It's perfect. I might have some ideas for cruel yoga, but I'd need some advisors on how to do websites and marketing. I'm not sure I have the money for that. I might know an investor who's willing to take a chance on that sort of thing. I rub my nose against his neck. You do, huh? Yeah, an oil guy. Heard he's into bendy women. I snort and then move up to nip at his ear. He's just horny and likes to be punished. Also true. He squeezes my flank. I know you don't like to be dependent on me, though. We can write things up as a typical investment scenario, and you can set up guidelines for paying me back. If you're able to do that, I won't keep a share in things. It'll be all you. And with that, he's taken care of all of my worries. It'll be more like a startup loan. I'm not crazy about the idea of borrowing from him, but I don't want to borrow from Natalie either, and I know a bank would laugh in my face. I'm kind of energized about the idea of cruel yoga, though. I can do local classes, too. If hot yoga's a thing, ultra-challenging yoga can be, too. And San Antonio's not so far away. Neither is Austin. Both of them would be bigger markets for the occasional class than Luca was. I can do an online video channel. With the right marketing, there's tons of possibility. I'm actually excited. I press a kiss to Knox's cheek and then nip his ear again, just because I can't help it. He smells good, and it's making me all turned on. How is everything so easy with you? Because all I want is your happiness. All I want to do is take care of you. His mouth quirks. Gage says I'm going about you and me all wrong, by the way. Oh, what'd he say? For a moment, I kind of want to punch Gage. I'm the only one that should have doubts about us, not Knox's flirty brother. He says I'm not making you chase me enough, that I need to make you thirsty. Well, That's where he's all wrong, I say, and lean in to lick Knox's earlobe again. I'm already thirsty. I love his delicious little groan, and he puts his arms around me and carries me to my bed, a mattress on the floor. Painting can wait.
Chapter 15. Knox. Having Lexi nearby is both amazing and torturous. Amazing because it means I get to see her pretty face on the regular, and she can sleep over at my trailer every weekend. Amazing because I get to spend as much time as possible with her between Price Brothers oil meetings and my own appointments. Torture because she still don't want to say anything about me and her to the rest of the family. I'm going along with it for now, but I ain't a fan. I don't see why we can't tell everyone we're together. Gage knows, of course, and Boone knows something's up. But Clay and Natalie have no clue. It sits weird with me considering that Lexi's living in Natalie's guest house, but she's very firm in that she wants to keep us and the baby a secret for now. I've gone along with it for now, but as weeks pass into a month, I start wondering when we're going to do the reveal. When she's showing and her baby belly is enormous? Or when the baby pops out? Or never? Starting to wonder if it's gonna be never. Other than the fact that us being together is a big secret, Lexi is amazing. I love her cleverness and her wicked sense of humor. I love that she's always making me think, and she's a fan of the unusual. She makes me have to work hard to impress her, and I love the challenge. Our dates are always out of the ordinary, and I go out of my way to keep her on her toes. Some girls like to go out to dinner or to the zoo. I took Lexi on a speed dating session, and we both pretended to be strangers with bizarre personas. I was the owner of an alpaca farm who had recently discovered cologne. Lexi pretended to be an ex-nun who had recently divorced Jesus and was looking for a new husband. Pretty sure we scared everyone there, especially when she reached over the table and started making out with me like our lives depended on it. That was pretty great. I think we made it to a nearby hotel before we tore each other's clothing off and fucked each other senseless. After that, it became a challenge to one-up myself. There was the picnic in front of the local prison. Even had a baker make her a cake with a file in it, just to hear my girl laugh. The time we went ice skating at the local mall and wore matching outfits just to make people stare. And there was the time we put a strap-on a statue at the local courthouse overnight, and stayed until dawn waiting to see how long it'd take people to notice. Some of it's stupid, harmless prank shit. Some of it's stuff we do to each other. Like when I shaved my chest to see if she'd notice. She noticed. And she retaliated by shaving her pussy clean. Sexy as fuck. Mostly, we just love surprising the other. Nothing gets my Lexi hotter than a good surprise. Most of the time, our antics make Lexi laugh. But every so often, she gets all pensive.
Why are you putting so much work into romancing me?
She asks, and she seems genuinely puzzled. Like she doesn't understand why I'd put effort into being with her. It makes me want to knock the hell out of any guy she's ever had in her past for making her think that she's not worth every bit of attention I give her. That they've somehow convinced her that she's not worthy of love. But then I'm glad that they fucked up, because that means I get her. And I plan on keeping her. I'll tell her that, too, once she relaxes a little about us. She's still skittish, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. I tell myself that a lot of it's the baby, that she doesn't want to be a burden on me. So every time she asks that, I tell her, "Can I just like you for you?" But my answer doesn't satisfy her. It's like she's waiting for the other shoe to drop, for something to go wrong so she can point to it and say, "See? That's why we can't be happy. Almost feels like she's waiting for an excuse to ruin things before I can hurt her, which only makes me more determined to never do so. Of course, it's kinda hard to keep my promise to keep things low-key and casual when Natalie catches me and Lexi in bed the next day. Lexi plays it off casually to her friend, as if she's surprised that Natalie didn't know we were hooking up. She doesn't say anything about the baby to her friend, though, and that makes me uneasy. If anything, Lexi gives Nat the impression that we're fuck buddies and it's no big deal. I let it sit that day. I don't confront Lexi about it, but it eats at me slowly overnight, especially when I text Lexi and suggest she stay over at my place, and she tells me she's gonna go out to dinner with Natalie and chat. I don't mind that because I'm glad that she's got Natalie to support her like I have my brothers. But I ain't so keen on the smirk on Clay's face when he comes in for our weekly Price Brothers oil meeting.
Someone's been busy,
he tells me as he sits down in the boardroom across from me. I just arch an eyebrow, though inside I'm dying to know what Natalie said to him. Does he know about the baby? Or does he think that we're just banging for shits and giggles? For some reason, that really bothers me. Ain't sure who I'm mad at either. Lexi for being secretive, or Clay because he's married to his girl and I'm not married to mine. His baby ain't gonna be a bastard. Just the thought makes me grit my teeth. I think of all the times I was called that as a kid. How many times I swore I'd never let that happen to any kid of mine. And here I am, repeating history. Maybe I should press Lexi harder. Let her know how important it is to me that our baby has married parents. She's stubborn, but she's also reasonable. I need to make her realize how much this means to me. How much she means to me. Because I can tell myself it's just about the baby all day long, but I know in my heart it's about Lexi too. I need to know how she feels about me. I need to know that she wants me as much as I crave her. It's hard to push her when I know how much she fears it, though. But maybe I ain't pushing hard enough.
No answer?
Clay asks, still joking around.
Ain't much like you.
What do you want me to say? Yeah, I'm with Lexi. Yeah, she's pregnant with my baby.
She don't strike you as weird?
Clay asks. No more than someone waiting 7 years for her high school sweetheart to roll around again, I say flatly, taking a direct stab at him and Natalie. That hits the mark. He scowls at me, all brotherly playfulness gone. I feel like a dick, but talking about Lexi right now is hitting below the belt. He needs to back off. Clay means well. I don't think he has a cruel bone in his body. But I'm a little touchy about this right now. I keep thinking of my baby. Our baby. If he's ever gonna wonder, like I did, if his parents didn't love him enough to get married. Hits me right in the gut.
I'm gonna ignore your shitty attitude,
Clay says, flipping open the folder in front of him.
And just pass along what Natalie told me to say. If you hurt her friend, she'll castrate you.
I kinda have to smile at that. Soft, fluffy Natalie couldn't harm a flea. I'll keep that in mind. A moment later, Boone enters the room with a coffee in one hand and paperwork in the other. A couple of suits, the lawyers and financial guys, are close behind him, ready to update us on the inner workings of Price Brothers Oil. It's the shit I don't care too much about, but it's important. To my surprise, Gage comes in last, dressed in one of his nicest suits, and with his hair neatly groomed, his eyes clear. He doesn't look like the drunken mess he's been for the last month, and I'm wondering what happened to pull his head out of his ass. Whatever it was, I'm thankful for it. Gage sits down next to me and plops his folder in front of him on the conference table. It's thick with paperwork, which I also find interesting, and it pulls me out of my gloomy thoughts. He leans over to talk to someone else, and I slide his folder over to me, switching mine with his. All right. If everyone's here, let's begin, Boone says, and takes a sip of his coffee. We'll start with all prices this week. One of the suits begins to speak, and I fully admit I tune out. It's been hard to care since Seth died, and I know Gage has struggled too. It's hard to look over at his empty seat at the meeting table and realize it'll never be filled again. Makes it hard to give a shit about fluctuating oil prices or how many barrels we pumped this week compared to last week. I flip open Gage's folder and page through the documents, curious what he's up to. First time he's shown any initiative since Seth died. I read on. Gage apparently has investment ideas for a taco delivery service, much like pizza delivery. I admit, it ain't a bad idea. A hand thumps down on the paperwork before I can read much more.
Nice try,
Gage tells me, and I grin over at him. That was faster than normal. He's on the ball today. What's with the turnabout? I ask him. You're showering and everything. He just grins at me, and looks so much more like his old self that it feels like this tense knot in my gut I didn't know was there unraveled.
Had a long talk with someone that convinced me I had my head in my ass.
Must have been a very wise person, considering I've been telling you that for forever and you ain't listened.
Very wise,
he agrees, flipping through his pages.
And pretty.
Ah, ain't it always about a girl? If you two are done jawing, I'd like to get back to business, Boone says, and Clay smirks at us. I was just asking Gage about his new lady friend, I say smoothly.
He should be asking you about yours,
Clay retorts, and then all hell breaks loose with the four of us. Between the shouting and the paper wad tossing, business is completely derailed. Some of the suits look terrified, especially when I put Gage in a headlock. Me? I'm kinda happy. This is the first time the Price brothers have had a knockdown, drag-out brawl over stupid shit in months. It's almost like we're getting back to normal. The meeting isn't a particularly productive one, and other than teasing my brothers, I don't have much to share. I'm too preoccupied with Lexi, and all of my creative efforts have been focused on wooing her. Gage is watching me curiously as we leave, though, and when I head out into the parking lot, he grabs me by the arm and pulls me aside.
What's eating you?
He asks. Funny. I could have asked you the same for the last few weeks, I deflect, but I know what was eating at him. He was depressed over Seth's death. I ain't a fan of the fact that I'm suddenly the fucked up one.
I know you, Knox. You may think I don't pay attention to what you do, but I do. I notice when you're off your game, and you're definitely off it right now.
That's so. I reach over and pick at a piece of imaginary lint on his fancy suit. He's the only one of us that dresses the part. His beard groomed and hair meticulously styled. His clothes designer. Today, I'm wearing my favorite trucker cap, work boots, jeans, and a t-shirt. Just like I do every day. It doesn't scream billionaire, but I've never wanted to call attention to that.
She making you miserable, ain't she? Darth Yoga.
I'm irritated he'd dare to ask me that. More advice from you? You'll forgive me if I ain't all that interested. It ain't that Lexi isn't thirsty for me. The heat between us seems to be never-ending. It's that she doesn't want to share her life with me.
Not advice,
Gage says slowly.
Well, Actually, I guess it is some advice. Like I said, I know you. You're better at watching people and seeing how they react than taking the initiative yourself. You're not good at sharing, and that's what chicks like. They want a guy that tells them exactly how they feel so they can figure out where they stand. You hide too much of yourself. Won't kill you to open up to her is all I'm saying.
I narrow my eyes at Gage. Last time you told me to make her thirsty. Now you're telling me to pour my heart out. Which is it? He laughs and shakes his head at me.
Time for making her thirsty has done come and gone already, brother. You two are practically living together. Don't think I don't see her sneaking out of your trailer and how often your car's gone at night. That's fine. I'm just saying that you need to change tactics. You've got her. Now, if you want to keep her, you need to share a bit about yourself. I know that's hard for you, but it's gonna be what you need to do.
I scowl. He doesn't know shit about me and Lexi. But he does know a lot about how to get women to crawl after him without a bit of effort on his part. Lexi knows how I feel about her, though. I've made it obvious I'm there for her whenever she needs me, haven't I? But then I think about all the things I haven't said to her. I haven't told her I love her. I haven't told her that she's been mine since the moment I laid eyes on her. Gage is right. I am holding back, because Lexi has been throwing all kinds of hints that she's not a fan of commitment. She won't know how I feel unless I tell her, though. I grunt acknowledgement of his words. She might hate me spewing feelings at her. She's not a normal girl.
Normal is definitely not a word I'd use to describe her,
Gage admits with a grin, and then slaps my shoulder.
But I ain't never met a girl that didn't like knowing how things stood. Might as well tell her all the stuff that's eating at your gut so she can decide what she wants. Put all your cards out on the table instead of hiding them up your sleeve like you always do.
I'll think about it.
You think hard on it, and then you tell her how crazy she makes you.
He grins and rubs a hand down his beard, then straightens his tie.
Now, if you don't mind, I've got a woman to woo myself.
Tell Lexi how crazy she makes me. Show her just how much she drives me wild. Yeah, I can do that. Instead of heading back to my place after the meeting, I head over to Lexi's guest house. I pull up and head to the door. Through the windows, I can hear the low, warbly, twangy music she uses for her yoga sessions. She might be filming another test episode for her app and online channel that she wants to launch. Lexi's been excited about her online business and working non-stop, trying to perfect routines and dialogue, website content, and a number of other things that could help her make her business competitive from the start. I know she's busy, but I don't want to wait until tonight to see her. I need her now. I keep thinking about what Gage said. You've got her. Now if you want to keep her, you need to share a bit about yourself. I can do that, even if the thought makes me feel naked. Maybe Gage is right. Maybe I'm not as good at sharing as I think I am. Maybe I'm all clammed up and haven't let Lexi know what I think about the situation. I asked her to marry me, but maybe it ain't the same in her eyes as telling her I love her. Whatever it is, she's gonna know today how I feel. I'm gonna hold nothing back. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Her music winds through the air, and I knock again, then test the doorknob. It's unlocked. I let myself in, and the moment I do, I can hear the shower running. Perfect. I kick off my boots and toss them aside in the living room, passing by her computer, which is busy compressing a video. I strip off my shirt before I enter the bathroom and push the door wide open. She's there in the shower, her lithe body under the spray, her hands in her wet hair. The sight of her makes me hungry to touch her, because she's got the greatest ass I've ever seen. Tight and rounded and perfect above strong thighs and long, elegant legs. God damn! I groan at the sight of her pretty ass. She turns around and jumps, a scream erupting from her throat. Lexi plasters her back against the tile, her eyes wide, and it takes her a moment to realize it's me.
Oh God, Knox! You scared the shit out of me!
Her hand goes to her chest, and she sucks in a deep breath. I scared her more than I realized. I'm surprised. Who did you think it was gonna be?
I wasn't expecting anyone. That's the point.
She sticks her tongue out at me and then turns back to the water.
Now that you've scared 10 years off my life, can you let me finish my shower?
Oh, I'll let her finish all right. I strip off my pants, kick them aside, and then do the same with my underwear. Once I'm fully naked, I push the glass door of the shower aside and move in behind her. Lexi's skin is warm and wet, and she glances over her shoulder at me as she soaps up one arm.
You want me to move away from the spray?
Nope. I put my hands on her waist and pull her in closer, letting my now achingly hard cock brush against her backside. I press my mouth to her neck, kissing her slick skin. She smells like flowers and soap, and she shifts against me as I hold her, ticklish. Love touching her. Love the way her body fits against mine. I think about what Gage said, how I need to vomit my feelings at her, but I can't bring myself to do it. Not quite yet. Gonna make her thirsty, just like Gage suggested. Been thinking about this body all day long, I murmur, sliding a hand to her front. Her pussy's still shaved and bare from her surprise the other day, and I slide my fingers against her folds, seeking out her warmth. It's been far too long since I touched you.
What, like 2 hours?
Her laugh is breathless and ends on a gasp as I brush my fingers over her clit. She whimpers and places her palms against the tile, bracing herself even as she spreads her thighs wider and pushes her ass out, inviting my touch. Fuck yeah, that's pretty. I love how eager she is for my hands, how quick she is to get aroused. She tells me that some of it is the pregnancy making her needy, but I don't care. I love that she's as addicted as I am. You gonna push that ass out a little further so I can taste your pussy? Her little moan tells me how much my words excite her, and she does just what I ask, thrusting her hips out and leaning forward until she's practically bent over in the shower, her cunt open and glistening, wet and ready for my mouth. Perfect. I get down on my knees and grip her hips, pushing them apart just a bit more before I descend upon that sweet flesh, burying my mouth against her folds. I'm ravenous for her. Lexi cries out, and I can feel her body tense as my tongue thrusts against the heat of her core. She's already slick with need, and I push my tongue into her heat, fucking her with it like I want to fuck her with my cock. She tastes so good. And with her body like this, I can feel everything she does, every ripple of her muscle. I devour her, lapping at her cunt and thrusting with my tongue before teasing away again. I taste her everywhere, use my tongue in every way possible, until she's rocking back against my mouth and crying out, needing more. I don't want her to come just yet, though. As much as I love wringing a hard orgasm from her, today I want her wild and clawing up my back, as desperate to come as I can make her. When she comes, I want us to come together. So I take her to the brink, and then I pull away just before she goes over the edge. Her snarl of response is as pleasing as her sighs are.
Get back down there, Knox. I'm so close.
I'll give you your orgasm when I'm good and ready to give it to you, I tell her, and give her spread pussy a light slap. Not hard, just enough to let her know that I'm in control. She makes a choked sound as I get back to my feet and pull her against me, claiming her mouth again. Her arms go around my neck and she presses her body up against me, her hips rolling against mine. Her leg curves around my calf and she clings to me, our mouths locked together.
Please,
she whispers. Love it when she begs me, her voice all soft. There's a heated look in her eyes, and her mouth clings to mine with needy abandon. I skim a hand down her front, cupping one of her breasts, which have grown larger in the last month. Please what, sweetheart? Please play with these? Lexi whimpers, her eyes closing as I tease her nipples. I know her breasts are extremely sensitive, so I'm careful not to toy with them too much. I watch her for signals, and when she starts to arch against my hand, I move it away, sliding back between her thighs to play with her clit once more. Her hands move over me frantically, as if she's dying to caress me like I'm doing to her, but keeps getting distracted. That's all right, because half of my pleasure is just watching her go wild in my arms. She's panting as I touch her, and when I put my mouth to her neck and suck, her nails dig into my shoulders.
God, Knox, please. I need you inside me. Fill me up, baby.
Oh, I plan on it. Give me your leg, sweetheart. Her eyes gleam as I press her back against the tiles. The water from the shower's pouring over my back, but I ignore it, far more interested in the woman in front of me than in getting clean. She lifts one leg with an elegant motion and hooks it over my arm.
You gonna stretch me hard, babe?
Fuck yeah, I growl. It's one of my favorite things. Lexi's flexible as hell and supple thanks to yoga. And once I found out how far she can lift her legs up, I've been fascinated with pushing her body to the limits. One of my favorite poses is to put her leg on my shoulder. It lets me push into her deep, and she loves it because it opens her wide for my cock. I slowly ease her leg up, inch by inch, watching her reaction. She presses back against the tile, bracing herself as I skim her foot up my arm and then rest it on my shoulder. She's like a ballet dancer when it comes to this, her leg a smooth line, and I skim my hand down her skin. How's that, sweetheart?
It'd be better if you were inside me,
she tells me, lifting her chin up in silent demand.
Or are you going to just tease me all night, Knox Price?
I love it when she says my name like I'm some naughty schoolboy. Makes me all hot and bothered. I've got her stretched wide now, though, and she's mine to do with as I like. With her foot on my shoulder, I slide my hand between us and graze a finger up and down her slick folds. What's wrong with teasing you? Lexi moans and her nails dig into my skin again.
Makes me want you too much.
No such thing. But I'm aching to be inside her, so I shift my weight and move forward, pressing the head of my cock to the entrance of her cunt. I push in, just a little, just enough to breach her, and then cup her jaw in my hand. Say that you're mine, Lexi, I demand. I want to own all of her, not just her body. I want her to say it as I thrust into her and claim her hard.
You're mine, Lexi.
she parrots, and then makes a sound of protest when I pull back.
No, no, baby, wait. Come back.
Tell me you want me, I murmur, stroking my thumb over her jaw. It's agony not to thrust into her and claim her as roughly as I want to, but I need to hear her say the words.
I'm yours,
Lexi tells me in a trembling voice.
all yours.
Tell me you want my cock deep inside you. She moans.
Oh, God, do I want that?
Tell me you belong to me, Lexi, and I'll give it to you, as hard and fast as you want it. Her moan turns into a whimper and she clings to me, her heel digging into my shoulder.
Oh, please, Knox.
Tell me, I demand, and lean in and claim her mouth. It presses her leg between us, presses my cock against the folds of her pussy, and I can hear the little sound of need she makes as I tongue her lips and then release her again. Tell me, I breathe against her mouth.
I'm yours,
Lexi tells me again.
all yours. I want you. I want everything.
I sink into her in one hard thrust that makes her utter a low cry, her words dying in her throat. Her eyes close and she tilts her head back, lost in the sensation of my cock deep inside her. I don't want for her to relax, but build a punishing rhythm right away, pounding into her against the tiles. I'm claiming her with everything I am, and she loves it, her cries of delight ringing in my ears. Our bodies slam together as I pump into her. Say it again, I snarl between thrusts. Say that you're mine, Lexi.
I belong to you,
She cries out. Then,
oh, God, just don't stop.
her words make my body tighten with the need to release, but I won't stop fucking her until she comes first. With every thrust, I spear her hard, pushing deep into her body. Her cries are full of tension, and as I speed up, I can feel her clenching around me. When her pussy begins to ripple with the onset of her orgasm, I let my own release explode out of me, and we come together, her cunt gripping me like a vice as I fill her with my seed. My Lexi. We're both silent, panting, as we come down from the orgasm. I tangle my hand in her wet hair and hold her tight, letting her leg down from my shoulder as our bodies slide apart. She wobbles a little, her knees weak, and I keep an arm around her waist until I'm sure she's got her footing. She leans against me, breathless, and nestles against my chest.
Wow. What's gotten into you?
Her voice is pleased but curious.
I mean, not that I minded, but that was intense.
I press a kiss to the top of her head. Now's when I should tell her how I feel. Tell her that I love her and want us to get married because I don't want the baby to be saddled with the same stigma I had as a child. That I want her to be mine forever. She just said she was mine, after all. But I can't force the words out of my throat. Instead, I keep thinking about how she wouldn't say it on her own, only until I teased it out of her. Did she only say she was mine because she wanted my cock? I can't be sure, and if I ask her now, she'll get all skittish. It's nothing, is all I tell her. Just missed you. She chuckles and then squirms out of my grip.
Well, you're going to make me late for my doctor's appointment.
Doctor's appointment? I ask, stepping back in the shower so she can take the spray. Lexi nods.
Yeah, I should be able to hear the baby's heartbeat today. Want to come?
We get to hear that today? My throat grows tight. More than anything.
All right, then. It's a date.
She winks at me and pumps a handful of body wash into her hand and begins to scrub her limbs. I can't help but wonder if she was going to invite me to the appointment if I hadn't dropped by. Or am I already being edged out of her life? Maybe she doesn't want me around after all. Maybe she would be just fine without me. Maybe I'm the one that can't live without her, and it doesn't go both ways after all.
Chapter 16. Lexi. Knox has been awfully quiet this afternoon. I glance over at him as we come out of the doctor's office. He was as thrilled to hear the heartbeat of the baby as I was, so I don't think that was it. There's something off about his mood that I can't quite put my finger on. Did I say something when we were in the shower that made him this quiet and pensive? I try to think back, but all I can picture is how forcefully he claimed me. And damn, it was good. I shiver just thinking about it. Cold? Knox asks, moving to my side of the truck to open my door for me. Do you need a jacket? No, I'm good. I should stop being a chicken and ask him what's crawled up his ass. But what if I'm imagining things? He hasn't been short with me, or rude. He's just been quiet. Thoughtful. When is Knox not thoughtful, though? He's always been more watchful than the next guy. Maybe I'm reading him wrong. Maybe I'm looking for something to go haywire so I can bail out. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It feels shitty. My stomach growls, and I glance over at the pharmacy across the street. Do you think they have sour gummy bears? He looks over and shrugs. They might. Want to go do a snack run? Do I ever? I'm thinking about Funyuns with chocolate sauce and all the sour candy I can find. My baby's a junk food lover because I can't get enough of processed garbage ever since I found out I was pregnant. I think this is definitely your kid, I tell him as he shuts the door to the truck and offers me his hand. Because the thought of celery fills my gut with horror, but pork rinds make me gleeful. A hint of a smile crosses his face. Pork rinds are good stuff. Don't hate on those. I never liked them before, I tell him as I slip my hand into his. I watch his face closely, but the smile doesn't remain, and weirdly enough, I feel like crying. Something's wrong between us, and I'm not sure what it is. It might be nothing but hormones, but I can't shake the feeling of dread. It follows me as we head into the pharmacy and hit up the snack aisle. I load up a handbasket with a little of everything. There's a freezer nearby, and my mouth waters at the thought of a frozen Snickers bar. Can you check if they have candy in the fridge? Knox nods and moves to the freezer, and I turn toward the hard candy. As I do, I can see several aisles over, and I catch sight of a familiar dark head that ducks down. My body goes cold. That looked like Keith. It can't be, though. He's not here in San Antonio. He doesn't know I moved here. He should be in Lucca. I didn't leave a forwarding address. I must be imagining things. Fighting back the fear I feel, I move forward, clutching my basket to my arm. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm terrified. It's been a good month without Keith Lawrence in my life, and I thought I wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. I thought I could move ahead. I thought I was free. I glance over at Knox, but he's eyeing the freezer shelves, looking for the treats I requested. His back is to me. If Keith is here, what's he going to do when he sees I'm with someone else? For a moment, I'm sick with fear. Not for myself, but for Knox. Keith is crazy, and you can't reason with crazy. I don't want him to hurt those I love. It takes me a moment to realize I've admitted to myself that I'm in love with Knox. Of course I am. He's so easy to love. Smart, charming, clever, handsome, protective. Uh-oh. I can't let him confront Keith if it is him. I brace myself and head to the far end of the store, where I saw the too familiar dark head. When I get to the aisle, though, there's no one there. I go down the next, just in case, but I still see no one. Nothing. The doors of the store open, and I turn that way just in time to see a broad-shouldered man leaving the store. Goosebumps cover my skin. I don't know if it was Keith. I don't know that it wasn't, though. "You want Snickers or Mars bars?" Knox says behind me. "I got you both, just in case." He frowns as I turn back to him and takes the basket from me. "You feeling okay, sweetheart? You're pale." "I'm always pale," I say, trying to deflect. "And I'm fine." It wasn't Keith. I tell myself that over and over. It had to be a figment of my imagination. Had to be. "Let's just go. I'm not hungry anymore." He frowns at me, his arm going to my waist. "Lexi." "I'm fine," I tell him with a faint smile. "Why don't you give me the keys, and I'll go wait in the truck. It'll allow me to check if Keith is out there, and confront him if he is." It's clear Knox doesn't like my idea, but I give him a quick kiss on the mouth and snatch the keys from his hand without waiting for an argument. I hand him my basket and trot out to the parking lot as if there's nothing wrong. All the while, I feel a bit like I'm going to pass out. I'm clammy with fear, my heart pounding out of control. I make it out of the pharmacy and scan the parking lot, waiting to see that notable orange truck. Then I'll know for sure Keith's back to his old stalking ways, that he's somehow found out where I live, and he's coming after me again. But there's nothing. The parking lot is empty of everything but Knox's pickup and one of those tiny smart cars. Maybe I'm the one that's going crazy. I get into Knox's truck, still on edge and wary. I turn the truck on, but keep the radio off, because I want to hear if someone is coming up on us. I keep my gaze glued to the rearview mirror, but I don't see anyone. Maybe this is all in my imagination, but I could have sworn it was Keith. I lock the doors and sit nervously, waiting for Knox to return. He finally arrives with my bags of snacks, and I unlock the doors to let him in. "What is it?" Knox asks again. I shake my head. "It's nothing. Just overreacting." "To what?" "Let's just go," I say impulsively. "Let's go to your place and pig out on snacks and cuddle all night." I don't want Keith following me back to the guest house. If it is Keith, of course. I'm still not entirely sure of what I saw. Knox reaches over and touches my hand, rubbing his thumb over my skin. "You can tell me what's going on, Lexi. You can trust me." "I know. I'm just not sure I trust myself as to what I saw." My answer doesn't satisfy him. "Then tell me what's bothering you. Trust me to help you." "I'm trusting you as much as I can," I protest, though I know it's a weak excuse, even to me. "I just need time." "You're not trusting me," he reiterates. "Not like you should. When are you gonna let me into your life fully?" "I'm trying." "Are you? I didn't know about your checkup until today. Just wondering what else I'm gonna be surprised with." I have no answer for that, because I didn't include him. He's right. It wasn't that I didn't want him to go. I just didn't think about inviting him. I'm used to it being me and only me. "Sorry. I'll do better." He grunts and then looks over at me. "Maybe we should get married. Get you on my insurance. Make sure you and the baby are taken care of." "Maybe," I agree, but I don't sound convincing, even to my own ears. Knox is silent for the rest of the drive. We turn down the gravel road to his trailer, tucked away in the trees by the trailers that belong to his brothers. I have no idea why a billionaire wants to live in a double wide, but that's part of Knox's charm. He's impossible to pin down as normal. Oddly enough, I kind of like his place. It's nice and remote and quiet, and even if it's a mini trailer park, they keep it clean. I've seen deer wandering through, and Knox started buying deer corn and setting up a feeder because he knows I like to watch them. Sometimes we sit on his front step and just watch the deer as they peek out of the trees. It's quiet and peaceful. Today, though, I don't want to sit outside. I want to go indoors and hide. I grab the bag of snacks and practically rush into the trailer, and when Knox comes in behind me, I snap the door shut and throw the lock, something he never does. "Lexi?" "Just being weird," I say brightly. "You know me." "I do, and that's why this is throwing me off." I set the food on the counter and shake my head. "I'm just being jittery. I think it's the baby stuff. It's finally getting to me and frying my nerves. I mean, I don't even have a legit job right now. I'm trying to launch the cruel yoga stuff, but there's so much to get done before I start showing, and..." "Hey," he murmurs, moving to my side. He pulls a box of Pop-Tarts out of my hand that I didn't realize I was clutching, and then takes me into his arms. "Whatever you need, I'm right here for you." His hand strokes over my head, down my hair. "I ain't going anywhere." My stomach just feels like one big knot. He says he's not going anywhere. But what if Keith starts making things hell? What if I become too demanding and Knox gets tired of me? What if 24's far too young to start a family, and he gets sick of the concept after a few months? I can't depend on him. I haven't been able to depend on anyone ever. It's always just been me, looking out for me. Strangely enough, instead of bolstering my strength, I just feel sad and lonely. I rest my head against Knox's chest and feel like crying. Of course, if I cry, that's going to freak him out even more. I slide my hand under his shirt, just wanting to touch the warm firmness of his muscles to ground myself. He strokes a hand down my back and caresses my butt, and just that small touch makes me hungry for him. I need to forget. I want to forget everything but Knox. So I lift my head in an invitation to kiss, and when his mouth claims mine, I show him just how needy I am. I press up against him and lift one leg up to his hips. He grips it, and then, when I lift the other, he raises me into the air, holding me against the cradle of his hips, my pussy rubbing against his cock. Without a word, he takes me into the bedroom and lays me down on his bed. Since we've been seeing each other, he's taken pains to keep his trailer neater, and the bed is made with fresh blankets and newly fluffed pillows. I don't care about any of that. I just want him to touch me, to make me forget for a while. We kiss as he idly undresses me, his hands skimming along my body and caressing every inch of me. This isn't going to be a speedy fuck, but a more tender loving, and it makes me want to cry with how wonderful he is, even as it makes me unbearably aroused. When he's done undressing me, he takes his clothes off, and then his body's over mine, skin to skin. He touches me everywhere. Breasts, arms, neck, stomach, and then kisses me in all those parts as well until I'm writhing under him, begging for him to take me. When he does, it's with the same thoughtful intensity that he does everything, and he waits for me to come before he takes his own pleasure. And for a little while, I'm able to forget about my worries and just enjoy being his.
Chapter 17. Knox. I watch Lexi sleep in my arms, her head pressed to my chest. We've spent most of the afternoon in bed, watching TV, picking out on snacks, and then making love over and over again. It's late and she's exhausted, her mouth parted in slumber. Me? I can't sleep. I keep thinking about today. Something about it feels off. There's too many things going on that I can't put my finger on that bug me. It's not just the fact that she forgot to invite me to the checkup with the doctor. It's not that she casually shrugged off my haphazard suggestion of marriage. I kind of expected those sorts of things from Lexi. She only lets you as close as she's comfortable with. It's frustrating, but not unexpected. But the real terror she showed in the pharmacy threw me off. I don't know what caused her to panic like that, but I nearly aged 10 years when I turned to her and she was all white-faced, practically shaking as she held the basket to her chest. I don't buy that she was distracted and that it was nothing. It was something. I just don't know what. The baby, maybe? But if she was worried about something, we were still across the street from the doctor's office. It would have been a simple thing to return and ask him to check up on something again. This is something else. Something she saw or heard. I rack my brain, trying to think of what, and then reach over and grab my phone from the bedside. Lexi sleeps on, drooling on my chest. I don't even mind that. It's cute. I touch her hair and make sure she's covered in blankets, and then decide to text Clay. For once, I'm glad I can text, because it'll allow me to chat with him without waking Lexi up. Knox. Hey, are you busy? Clay. What's up? Knox. Can you ask Natalie something for me? About Lexi? Clay. She says go ahead and ask. Clay. I hope it's important for this time of night. I'm just saying. Knox. It's important. Knox. Is there something going on with Lexi that would make her scared? Knox. We were shopping earlier and she panicked and went and hid in the car. Knox. It wasn't her being funny either. She was genuinely worried. Kept looking around like she was being watched. Clay. Let me ask. I stare impatiently at the phone as 3 dots show up in the corner, indicating there's an incoming text. This seems to go on for an eternity, and I remember why I hate text messages so much. Finally, when I'm about to throw my phone across the room in frustration, the text message shows up. Clay. So, she says that Lexi isn't afraid of anything she knows of, but she said she did have a problem with a guy a while back that wouldn't leave her alone. Nat says Lexi doesn't like to talk about it, but she dated him once and then he kept bothering her. She moved apartments to get away from him. Nat says she hasn't heard anything about it in a while. Clay. Says he was a fireman or a policeman or something. Clay. She says it's old news, though, and he wouldn't be in San Antonio, so that can't be it. Clay. She'll think some more on it and let you know. Knox. Thank you. I toss my phone aside, bothered. A stalker. Lexi? Is that why she was so quick to move to Natalie's guest house? I think back to some of our conversations. How I kept thinking she was married because she insisted on me not coming round without warning her. Then I think of the hole in her wall. It was just about the size of a fist. I think about how pale she was that day, and how she was wearing a dark t-shirt and sweatpants instead of her usual sleek workout clothes. Did some bastard say something to her? I'm filled with so much rage my entire body tenses. Has she felt unsafe? Has someone threatened my woman? My Lexi? The mother of my child? My head feels as if it's about to explode. Lexi murmurs and stirs against me, and I realize my entire body is clenched up tight, my hands in fists as if I'm about to punch something. I force myself to relax, to calm the fuck down. I stroke her hair and press a kiss to her head. Go back to sleep. She does, her fingers curling against my skin. I'm filled with an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. Lexi is mine. I'll do anything to protect her. If she doesn't feel safe, then it's my job to make sure she does. I think for a moment and then pick up my phone again. With one hand on her back, I text with my other, typing to Boone. Knox. Hey, give me the number for the private investigator you used. Boone. It's midnight. This important? Knox. Yes. Boone. Fair enough. Boone. I just emailed you his contact info. Let me know if you need me to get involved. Knox. Got it handled. Knox. Thanks, bro. If Lexi doesn't want to tell me what's going on, I'm just going to have to find out on my own. Chapter 18. Knox. 2 days pass while I'm waiting to hear details from the private investigator. I need to know if that fucker is connected to my woman, and I need to know everything about him if he is so I can destroy him. In that time, Lexi's been content to stay at my trailer with me. I haven't let on that I'm worried about her, just made sure she knew I wanted her at my side at all times. She hasn't put up a fuss either. She's slept in my bed, let me cook breakfast for her, and basically worked remotely using my laptop to talk videos with her PR team. I keep waiting for her to protest that she needs some time alone, that we're in each other's space too much. But Lexi seems happy. And that just makes me even more suspicious that something's up. There's something she ain't telling me. Then I finally get the email that tells me everything I need to know. The pile of shit's name is Keith Lawrence. He's a firefighter down in Luca. Lived in the same building Lexi did. Twice. Seems he moved to the same building she was in about a week after she moved in, which pisses me off. I think about what Nat said about her moving to get away from him, and to think that he followed her makes me furious. I keep reading the private investigator's reports. Seemed that people around town thought he was Lexi's boyfriend and she was mean to him. Crying wolf and all that. There were hints that she tried to file police reports against him, but the locals thought she was just being difficult. Makes me want to put a torch to that entire fucking town. I can't, though. But I do have enough ammunition to stop Keith Lawrence the cocksucker in his tracks. It seems that Keith has a prior record of stalking in a different city.
You sure I can't come with you?
Lexi asks me again, frowning. She's curled up on my sofa with her feet tucked under her, wearing nothing but one of my shirts. Damn, she looks pretty. And it's tempting to say fuck it to my plans and just keep her company all day. But I've got important shit that needs taken care of. It's just business, sweetheart. I'm gonna chat with investors and show them around the rig sites.
I can go do that with you. I'm great with people.
When I meet her gaze, we both start to laugh.
Okay, I might scare them off,
she admits.
But I promise to be on my best behavior. I won't even try to creep them out. I'll wear something in neutrals instead of all black. Whatever you want.
Tempting, but no. It ain't you, Lexi. It's that I don't like taking my pregnant girlfriend to a work site. They can be dangerous. After a moment, she nods and picks up one of my couch cushions, hugging it to her chest.
Okay if I stay here, then? I'll hang out in your bed and collect your stray hairs to make a voodoo doll.
Give it my winning smile, I tell her, pretending to stroke my beard. And, sweetheart, you know you can stay here for as long as you like. I'd be perfectly happy if Lexi never went home, but I don't say that. I don't want her feeling trapped.
I think I can do that,
she tells me playfully, and tilts her face up for a kiss. I lean over the sofa and give her one, wishing I didn't have to go. But I ain't putting off taking care of my woman. I leave, and immediately head over to the arranged meeting site with my men. I've got 2 bodyguards with me, big muscular brutes that look intimidating. I've got my private investigator, and I've got my lawyer. "You have the paperwork?" I ask him, and he nods and hands me a folder. "Good. My jacket?" He pulls out a freshly cleaned fancy suit jacket, and I shrug it on. "Let's get us out to Luca, then." When we stroll into the firehouse of the tiny town, everyone turns to see us. That's no surprise, considering that I want to be seen. I want everyone here to be talking about this for days. All heads are turned in our direction as me and my posse of suits enter the firehouse, and someone immediately comes out to greet us.
"Can I help you, sir?"
It's an older man with glasses, dressed in a gray t-shirt and suspended jeans. I shake his hand. "I'm looking for a man named Keith Lawrence. I'm told that he's a firefighter in this town. Is that correct?" He nods and turns his head, calling out,
"Keith, got company?"
Keith must have been nearby, because he immediately appears, a sweat towel around his neck and the collar of his shirt wet with perspiration. He's a big guy, about the same height as me and probably about 10 years older than I am. Got beady blue eyes, too, and a smarmy smile. I don't like his face. That's all right, though, because he's about to hate mine.
"I'm Keith,"
he says, strolling forward, a confident look on his face, shoulders back. He slaps his car keys down on the counter and then gets right in my face.
"Who are you?"
I think he knows exactly who I am. I smile, doing my best to be charming. "I'm Lexi's boyfriend, and I'm here to tell you to leave her alone. I know you've been stalking her in the past, and I'm going to tell you right now that it stops today. This instant. She doesn't exist to you anymore." He stares at me with narrowed eyes.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Oh, you do." I give him a smug look. "You see, I got a lot of money, and I'm perfectly willing to spend all of it if that's what it takes to keep Lexi safe from you. So I thought I'd buy myself an apartment building. Yours, in fact." I hold a hand out, and my lawyer slaps a folder into it, just like we talked about. "Which means I have all the surveillance footage of you going in and out of her apartment without her knowledge. We could talk about that if you like." He scowls.
"I was just helping out with maintenance. That isn't a crime."
"It is if Lexi presses charges. I know your buddies at the police station have continued to talk her out of filing against you because everyone in this town thinks they know you. They think you're a good man. Ex-military, hometown boy, just one of the guys. But she lives in San Antonio now, and the police force there don't know you. I'd hate to have to get them involved. Lexi will win any case she brings against you, because I'm going to throw so many damned lawyers at it that you won't stand a chance. We can keep you in discovery and in preliminary investigations for so long that you go broke just trying to keep up with everything we throw your way. My pockets are endless, friend." I give him a cold smile and lean up against the counter, near his keys. I ain't leaving here without them. He crosses his arms over his chest.
"You ain't got shit."
"I got footage from the security tapes back at your apartment complex," I tell him. "I got Lexi's word that you've been harassing her for a long damn time, and a fleet of character witnesses that can attest to that. Might be a bit of a stretch there, but what he doesn't know won't hurt him. You need to stay far away from Lexi and San Antonio in general."
"I haven't been there. I don't know what you're talking about."
His expression is as calm as he can make it, but he's twitchy. He's lying. I nod slowly and hold my hand out, and my lawyer drops another file of paperwork into my hand. Most of this is for show, though we do have some footage that could be of him. I'm more than willing to doctor shit to scare the piss out of him if that's what it takes. You've got a tracker man on your truck, right? Big, expensive truck? You'd need a tracking device to ensure that it don't get stolen. I smile blandly at him. Seems I just bought myself a company called Tracker Man, and I can pull all the records of where your vehicle's been for the last while. You still willing to say you weren't in San Antonio? Keith is silent. Yeah, that's what I thought. I lean in closer. You can't play this game with me, friend. I'm gonna win every fucking time. You ain't got shit again, he says in a low voice, trying to be menacing in front of his buddies. I got plenty, I tell him louder. I'd hate to have to point out that when you went away for 2 years, you weren't serving in the army like you told everyone you were. Do you think they know that you never served? That you were, in fact, in prison in Huntsville for 2 years for stalking a girl a couple towns over? Keith's jaw clenches, the flesh around his mouth going white. Damn, this is fun. He says nothing, but I didn't think he would anyhow. But I'm sure you told everyone about that, I drawl, noticing that we've got quite an audience here in the firehouse. I think everyone's turned out, and I suspect Keith's gonna be explaining himself for a long damn time. And guess what neat info I just found out? It seems if you go to jail for a second time for the same crime, your sentence goes from a third-degree felony to a second-degree one. That means at least 2 years in prison, up to 20. Isn't that something? And I'd do my best to see you get the full amount, because that's the kind of man I am. He's sweating now. His face has an unnatural flush, and his hands are clenched at his sides, as if he'd like nothing more than to punch me out, but can't do it in front of his co-workers. It's just another reason I wanted to publicly call him out like this. So, to recap, I say, setting the folders down on the table. You stay the fuck away from her, and you won't go to prison. You even get close to her, and I'm gonna use everything in my power to make sure that you get the maximum sentence, because it's real fucking hard to stalk a girl from prison. But you should know that already. I gesture at the men behind me. These men are gonna be tailing Lexi at all times to ensure that she's safe from you. So if I were you, I'd give up right fucking now. Understand? He glares at me, turns on his heel, and storms out of the room. Done forgot his keys. That makes this far too easy. I look over at the elderly firefighter that shook my hand on the way in. I think he gets the message. The man looks at Keith's retreating back, then at me. That true? About Keith spending time in prison? Yep. Feel free to look up his records online. I know I did. I gesture at my forehead in goodbye. Have a nice day. The man nods at me, mystified. I snag the keys as if they're mine, pocket them, and head out the door, my little posse following behind me. I'm pleased as could be. That went better than I thought. Now, if Keith tries anything, he knows he's playing with fire. And everyone in town's gonna be watching his ass. If he thinks he can get away with this shit again, he's got another thing coming to him. I plan on making sure he doesn't. Lexi's waiting for me in my trailer when I get home. She's still dressed in my t-shirt and has a snack in her hands. It looks like a cereal bowl full of crushed Little Debbie snack cakes and covered with milk and Fruit Loops. Her face brightens when I enter.
You're just in time to watch Alien Encounters, babe. Come sit with me and we can mock everyone.
She pats the couch and scoots over to give me room. There's nothing I'd like more. Sounds good. What'd you do today?
This, she admits. There was a marathon, and I was hungry, and my files were in the wrong format, so the assistant is redoing them for me. There wasn't much for me to do.
She shrugs.
It was boring. You could have taken me with you.
She gives me a sad look.
You didn't even have enough dander on your pillow for a small voodoo doll.
I chuckle and sit down next to her on the couch, then pull her legs into my lap so I can rub her feet. I promise to try and shed more for you next time.
That's acceptable,
she tells me and offers her spoon.
Want a bite?
That's all you, sweetheart. I put a hand on her foot and begin to rub. How you feeling?
Not bad. A little sore here and there, so I skipped the yoga, even though I probably should have done at least a few pigeon poses to keep my hips open.
I'm gonna pretend like I know what that means. I want to tell her about my day, that she has nothing to worry about from that creep any longer, but I don't know how to push through and bring it up. I decide to bring up something else instead. Something I've been thinking about a lot for the last while. You staying tonight? She nods, her gaze on the TV as she eats a big mouthful of soggy ding-dong.
Thought we could have some dirty sex since I missed you all day.
She glances over at me and wiggles her eyebrows.
Though you might want to get rid of the nerd jacket, nerd.
I glance down at the suit jacket I'm wearing. It's definitely not me. I can get rid of it. You know, you're welcome to move in if you like. This ain't a great place, but I like having you here. I rub her foot absently. Or we could buy a better place. Maybe not something as crazy as Boone and Ivy, or Natalie and Clay, but I could buy you a nice house. Someplace with a room for the baby. She stares at me for a moment, and then shakes her head.
My place is fine.
For now, I agree. But what about when Junior gets here?
Junior?
Or Azrael? Whatever you want to call him or her. I reach over and touch her hair. But we've got to start thinking about where the baby's gonna sleep and what's the best environment for him. Pretty sure it ain't here. I gesture at my trailer. He deserves better than this. Lexi considers this quietly and then declines.
I don't want you to buy a house for me and the baby.
Was kinda thinking I'd be there with you, I drawl.
Ah.
I'm not sure what that means, but it gets under my skin. Is it so wrong that I want us to be together? That I want the baby to have two parents?
He will have two parents.
That ain't what I mean, and she knows it. But there's times that Lexi can be really obtuse in a deliberate sort of way. But let me guess. Your place is fine.
My place is fine. It's a perfectly suitable guest house and as big as an apartment. It's got a bigger kitchen than my last place, and a baby won't need his own room for a while. I'll figure it out before then.
Nothing about me in this mix. It just adds to my frustration. Your place is fine, I say slowly. But you don't want to go back there. In fact, you've been at my place for days. If it's so fine, how come you don't want to go? Her face flushes pink and her jaw gets firm, like she wants to scowl at me.
Are you trying to kick me out?
The opposite, really. I want you here. I just don't want you to keep lying to us both about why you're here. It's not because you want to be here, is it? It's because you're scared to go back to your place. She says nothing. I squeeze her foot. I just want you to know you don't have to worry about it anymore. I've taken care of that guy. Her gaze flicks to me, and there's wariness in her face.
What do you mean?
I handled him. There's a bit of smug pride in my voice. I admit it.
You handled who?
Her voice is flat, angry. Your stalker? That firefighter guy? I went to Luca and put the fear of God into him. He won't be bothering you anymore. Instead of being happy, Lexi flings herself up from the couch.
You what?
Went and had a little talk with him, man to man.
Dick to dick, you mean?
She snarls.
You bastard!
Lexi, I say in a quiet voice, don't ever call me that again. It's like a punch to the gut, especially to hear it from the woman I love. Never, ever. She seems surprised at my reaction, but shakes her head and continues, hands on her hips.
You had no right to shove your nose into my business and try to take care of things. I had Keith handled.
Is that what we're calling it? Handled? Was it handled when he punched a hole in your wall? Or handled when he came here to stalk you? He practically ran you out of Luca, and you call this handled? I give a hard laugh, but I ain't amused. I'm the opposite of amused. Call me crazy, sweetheart, but I don't think it's anything of the sort. Lexi flinches, and I know my words hurt her. I don't like doing it, but she's so stubborn I need to make her understand.
You had no right to butt into my life.
You don't think I have the right to protect the woman I love? Who's carrying my child? I shake my head. Lexi, we ain't dancing around this situation anymore. You've held me at arm's length ever since we met. I've wanted you to be mine ever since you smiled at me. Not just because you're the mother of my child, because I know you're meant for me, and I'm meant for you. I want to marry you. I want to grow old with you. I want to be the couple chasing away the neighborhood kids with our walkers when we're old and gray. I want all of your mornings and your nights. I've known that since I met you. And I know you're independent and you're not wanting to tie me down. You tell me it's because I'm younger than you, or you're bad at relationships or something. But the truth is that you don't want me in your life. You don't want anyone. You keep everyone at arm's length.
That's not true,
she says quickly, interrupting me. It is true, I say patiently. Everything you say, everything you wear, it's all designed to keep people away from you. You push everyone away. You push at me. You push at Natalie. You don't want anyone to get attached to you. She glares at me and storms over to the door, where her shoes are next to the mat.
You're so full of shit, Knox. You think you know so much about me, and you don't know crap.
You think I'm wrong? I challenge.
Yeah, I do.
All right. I cross my arms over my chest. You didn't tell Natalie about your stalker. She guessed. You didn't tell me about him either. And you didn't tell Natalie about me and you until she walked in on us. This sure sounds like someone that's sharing her life, doesn't it? When she has no response to that, I continue. At what point are you going to tell your best friend about the baby? When it's here? She sucks in a breath.
Fuck you. I should have known you'd be all controlling like this the moment I let you be a part of my life.
That's just it, I tell her, and there's a dull ache in my chest where my heart should be. I don't think you had any intention of letting me be a part of your life at all. Lexi glares at me, grabs her purse, and heads for the door of the trailer. Where are you going? I ask.
I'm leaving. I don't have to stay and listen to this.
She's right. She doesn't. That's not what Lexi does. She keeps everyone at a safe distance, and when she feels vulnerable, she runs away and starts over. I'm gonna wait right here for you, I tell her. Lexi glares at me from over her shoulder.
You fucking do that. I wouldn't hold your breath if I were you, though.
I ignore her angry words. I'm gonna be here waiting, I repeat, and then continue. Because you need to realize I'm always gonna be here for you. That you come first in my life, no matter what. That I'm not gonna betray you or control you like your parents or your first husband. I can love you without owning you. And once you realize that, I'll be right here. She shoots me an angry look, flings her purse over her shoulder, and storms out of my trailer. I don't go after her. I knew she'd leave. She needs to get away right now, because she's upset and this is how she gets control back. She's determined to cut me loose. She'll come back eventually, I hope, and realize that I love her and don't want to hurt her. If she doesn't come back, it's because she's never planned on letting me in. It's fucking killing me inside. But at the end of the day, if she doesn't want to be mine, I can't force her to stay. No matter how much I might want to. No matter how much it destroys me.
Chapter 19. Lexi. I just drive. I'm not sure where I'm going. All I know is I don't want to be around Knox. Knox and his pushiness. Knox and his overbearing, overprotective side. Knox and his stupid smile and stupid sexy beard and stupid big hands that felt so good on my body. He just had to go and ruin things. I knew he was too good to be true. I knew that once I let him in close, he'd try to take control. He'd try to make me into someone I wasn't. Push for things I didn't want. Except, even as I accuse him of those things in my mind, I'm not sure they fit. They feel slightly wrong, even in my wild, scattered thoughts. I drive down the highway, turning toward familiar territory. Not to Natalie's house, but back to Luca. I don't know why I'm heading there. It's not like there's anything left for me. I guess I'm going because it's the one place I know Knox won't want me to go. So I'm letting stubborn anger drive me there. I just feel so betrayed. After all the things Knox said about not pushing me, he went and poked his nose in. After I'd started to trust him. After I'd gotten comfortable being at his house and spending time with him without wanting to run away, he does this. And now I feel like we're set back to zero. I glare angrily at the highway as I drive, my hands clutching the steering wheel tight. Why couldn't he have left it alone? Now Keith will never be out of my life, and Knox will think he has to stick his nose in. He thinks we need to live together. He wants to get married. And, okay, if I was going to marry anyone, it'd be him. But I already know marriage doesn't work. It gives one person control over the other. It means giving up your independence. But you were already staying at his trailer all the time, my brain whispers. Even it's not fully on my side. Ugh, I'm just torn up emotionally. Worst of all, I keep thinking of Knox and the look on his face. He went stark white when I called him a bastard. Apparently, I hit a nerve there, and instead of making me feel triumphant for finding his weak spot, I felt like the world's biggest asshole. Like I went too far, without even realizing it. Even after all this, I've never wanted to hurt him. Never wanted to go for the jugular just to win a fight. I know about his family and how his parents weren't married. I was just calling him a bastard because I was angry. But Knox took it very personally. I wish I could turn the car around and go tell him that I didn't mean it. That I could rewind back to that conversation and call him a jerk or something that wouldn't make him look as if I'd kicked him in the gut. Then again, if we're rewinding time, I'd go far enough back that I wouldn't have reacted to the hint of Keith at the pharmacy like I did. That must have been what tipped Knox off, that I acted skittish and afraid. I don't know how he found out about him, but once again, Keith has ruined my life. I don't know if I can really blame Keith, though. Maybe Knox has been controlling all along, and I've just been too enamored of him to notice. This is why I'm bad with men, because once I get emotionally attached, I can't separate the good from the bad. Or maybe it's the hormones. Or maybe it's that I'm in love with Knox and terrified of what that means for my life. You don't want anyone. You keep everyone at arm's length. It's a lie, isn't it? I don't even know. I let some people in, I reason. Like Natalie. Except he's right in that I keep things secret even from her. And I've never truly let anyone in and exposed everything I am to them. The thought is utterly terrifying. I guess some part of me is still waiting for the inevitable change of heart. The part where I open up and show them exactly who I am, and they decide it's not enough. Just like my family did back when I was a teenager. My stomach cramps, and I try to remember the last time I ate a meal. A real meal, and not just garbage. I'm feeling a little nausea, but I don't know if that's from pregnancy, or driving, or just the fact that I feel like Knox betrayed me. It might be all those things. The highway around me is empty, but an exit sign advertises a truck stop waffle diner if I head south instead of east. I think for a moment, and then I exit to head south when it comes up. East is Luca, but there's nothing for me there. Might as well go south. Houston's big, plenty of opportunity, plenty of space to hide in plain sight. I pull up to the diner and head inside, sliding into one of the booths. The waitress raises a finger, indicating she'll be with me shortly. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. I'm too busy wallowing in self-pity, hurt, and betrayal. Might as well eat my feelings. I pick up a sticky menu from behind the napkin dispenser and consider it. All right, honey. Can I get you a drink? The waitress says as she comes over to my table. I really, really want coffee, but the awful way I'm feeling reminds me that I'm pregnant, and I can't just think about me. That means no coffee. Milk, I think. She scratches a note on her pad. Ready to order? Pancakes, I say, then glance up at her. Can I get a big side of pickles with that? She nods, as if I've said the most reasonable thing in the world. You know what else is good, honey? I can have the cook whip you up some hash browns made with a hint of sriracha and maple syrup. It's really something. Right amount of sweet and spicy. I look up at her in surprise, because it's like she's read my mind. She pats her stomach under her waitress apron. 4 months along with number 4. I get the same weird cravings. You are? Yep. And I recognize a pregnancy craving when I hear one. She smiles at me. Sound good? My belly cramps again, and I nod, putting aside the menu. My parasite and I would love that. She winks at me and heads back behind the counter. I watch her go, studying her. She's older than me, with hints of gray in her frizzy blonde hair, and now that she mentioned the pregnancy, all I can see is the slight bulge of her belly under the apron. It must be rough to work on your feet at a diner all day while pregnant, and I think guiltily of the little guest house back at Natalie's that I'm leaving behind. And I think of Knox, who I'm also leaving behind. That hurts me more than any guest house. Why did he have to get so controlling? Why couldn't he have left the situation with Keith alone? Instead, he stepped in like I was his property, and he had to piss on me like a dog marking his territory. The sad thing is that I understand why he did it. I just don't like that he did. It goes against everything that I've taught myself over the last 10 years. While I'm lost in thought, she brings the first plate of food to me and a glass of milk, and then sits down across from me. I'm surprised that she takes a seat, but a quick look around the place shows that there's no one else around, the last customer having exited a few minutes ago. Great. My normal surliness at being around people doesn't seem to be here tonight, though. I actually don't mind the company. Maybe it's because we're both pregnant. Or maybe I've just gone soft in the head. Maybe Knox boned all the brains out of me. That's more likely than me suddenly liking company. So, how far along are you? She asks, tilting her head and regarding me. About 3 months, I say, and fork a mouthful of hash browns into my face. Oh, God. She's right. They're spicy and covered with maple syrup, and it's pretty much the best thing I've ever eaten. This your first one? When I nod, she studies my hand as I reach for the milk. Unmarried, huh? Yeah. He's an international spy and can't settle down in one place, I say, my sarcasm rising to the forefront at her nosy question. She chuckles. Sure he is. So, he's not in the picture? Oh, he's in the picture, I grumble. A bit too much for my liking. But there's problems, I take it. The waitress gestures toward me. Let me see a photo and I'll tell you if he's worth it. I snort at that, like she can tell me if he's worth the hassle just by a look at him. But I pull my phone out and flip to a selfie we took together in front of a gravestone on one of our dates. Just looking at it makes me hurt, because he's not even looking at the camera in the picture. He's just staring at me like I'm the greatest thing ever created, and I wish again that he hadn't ruined things. I wanted him in my life. You don't let anyone get close. Okay, maybe I wanted him in my life on my terms, not his. I hand her the phone and shove another mouthful of food into my stomach, because it's cramping up again out of stress. The waitress studies the picture. I want her to comment on how cute he is, how gorgeous his eyes are with those long eyelashes, and his strong face, and that smile that makes me melt. But she just looks at it quietly, and then looks at me again. He younger? 5 years. That makes him pretty young to be a daddy. I don't know if I like that. Oh, shit, I say, feigning surprise before switching to sarcasm. I completely forgot to get your approval before we banged. My bad. She harumphs and shrugs. I'm just saying. I've had 3 husbands, and I'm about to marry number 4. You learn certain things about men after the first few marriages. Clearly not, or else she'd stop marrying them. Do tell. Young men tend to flake out on a girl. They don't like the idea of being daddies. I want to tell her that she's wrong, that Knox pretty much wants nothing more than to be a father. I remember the ultrasound, and when we heard the baby's heartbeat, I thought he was going to break his face. He was smiling so widely. It was adorable, and I'm pretty sure he melted the doctor's heart with his excitement. I know he melted my panties. No, Knox isn't what she's suggesting. He wants the family, and he wants to settle down with me. He's the opposite of the advice she's giving. But that'd sound a bit like I'm defending him, so I just shrug. He's kind of scruffy looking, if you ask me, with that beard and all. She circles her finger around the image of him on the phone. He has to keep up his disguise so the law doesn't get him, I tell her, deadpan. She just shoots me a patient look, and it's one I recognize. Oh, God. She's mothering me. All I'm saying, she continues, is that it's hard to find a good job with that kind of unkempt facial hair. He needs to think about that if he's going to be a dad. Or is he unemployed? Self-employed, I tell her. It's kind of the truth. If I told her he was a billionaire, she'd probably tell me to jump on his jock and never leave. The thought's amusing, really. The waitress nods thoughtfully. He's got his own business, then? That's good. Does he have insurance for the baby? I didn't ask. You need to ask, she tells me. It's not just you that you have to think about, but that kid inside you. Do you know how much insurance costs? Why do you think I'm on my feet at this shithole all day? The ambiance? She laughs. Yeah, that's it. No, honey. It's because this is one of the few chains that offers insurance to their employees. All of them. Hell, I'm still paying off the hospital bill from the last one's birth. Kids cost money. I stuff more food into my mouth because she's talking sense, and I don't want to hear sense right now. I'm outraged and butthurt over Knox getting into my business. Look, he's young, but it doesn't matter. You've got that baby to think about. If he's got a business, that means he can pay child support, and you're going to need that money. Don't be too proud to ask for help when it comes to babies. They're a lot more work than anyone ever tells you. They're worth it, of course, but I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it's great. It's hard being a single mom. I know she's trying to help out, and I swallow my food and offer her a faint smile. I'm more ready to be a single mom than part of a couple. She gives me a knowing look. He's clingy and you're running? Oh, wow. She's good. Not really clingy. He just wants more than I'm ready to give him. Keeps getting into my business and all. Spending your money? No. Tracking your phone calls? Not letting you talk to other people? Raise a hand to you? Well, no. Did he make you quit your job? Tell you how to dress? Does he try to change you? She sets the phone down and crosses her arms over her chest, looking all mama bear at me, despite the fact that she's probably only 5 years older than me. All of what she's describing is pretty horrific, and from the expression on her face, I wonder how much of that she's experienced herself. No changing my appearance, and he was giving me money to help me set up my business, but... Oh, honey, if you don't want this young man, I do. She chuckles. He sounds better than my up-and-coming number 4. I scowl at her, because the thought of Knox, my clever, sly Knox, flirting with this woman makes me want to fling things across the room. He's a pain in the ass. You don't know him like I do. Try me. You said he kept getting involved in your business. What'd he do? He interfered with an ex. There's no way to say it that doesn't sound crazy now that I'm reasoning it out loud. So, you were cheating on your man with your ex? Her expression grows icy. No. The ex was being a nuisance, and Knox threatened him. I didn't want him to get involved because I had it handled. The waitress gets a soft expression on her face. Oh, honey, if that's your biggest problem, I don't know whether or not to hug you or slap you upside the head. You don't know what kind of girl I am. Maybe I like both. And I give her an exaggerated wink, hoping she'll find me weird and stop spouting advice. Maybe I like it rough. No, you don't know what rough is. Rough is working a double shift and coming home at midnight to find the electricity is off and you've still got to pay the babysitter and make lunches for the next day. Rough is your youngest having the flu and giving it to you, and you still have to get up at 5 in the morning for the breakfast rush and hope you get enough tips for cold medicine. Rough is an entirely different sort of thing when you have babies, honey. Her words sound far too sensible, and I hate that she's making me feel like a petulant child. I also hate that everything she's saying is right. If Knox trying to make Keith leave me alone is my biggest problem, I have a pretty good life. Maybe so. She reaches over and puts her hand on mine, ignoring my cringe backward. Let me tell you something about babies. How you're feeling right now? Queasy? Protective, she says, ignoring my sarcasm. Protective and fierce about that little one. Like you'd do anything and everything in your power to ensure that baby has a good life. He probably feels that way about you. If he's a little overprotective of the mother of his child, I don't think that's a flaw. Just imagine how he'll be with the baby. I try to picture Knox with our baby. In my mind, the kid's dressed in black onesies and wearing a tiny matching trucker cap that looks just like Knox's favorite hat. I picture Knox's expression while holding the kid. And, okay, yeah, my ovaries melted a little. I picture Knox swapping pacifiers out on the baby to see if he'd notice. But if he's Knox's kid, he'll notice. His dad won't be able to get anything past him. I imagine a little boy grabbing a fistful of Knox's beard, and how Knox would smile like it was the most adorable thing he's ever seen. And then he'd look at me like I'm the center of his world. And, well, shit. Maybe Keith Lawrence isn't the hill I want to die on when it comes to relationships. I toy with my spicy sweet hash browns, not really hungry anymore. For the first time in my life, it feels lonely to be alone. I want what I had with Knox. I want to be able to curl up against him and imagine our life together. But I'm terrified of that very same thing. I'm not good with relationships. Honey, who is? The hard part isn't fighting or fucking. It's meeting in the middle when things are important to you. You learn that as you go. I'm not sure she's qualified to give that advice, but she sounds pretty sensible so far. Maybe so. All I'm saying is give him a chance. If he wants to be in the baby's life, maybe you let him. There are worse things out there than a dad who wants to be involved. She pats my hand and gets to her feet as the doorbell clangs. And now, back to work for this mama. She squeezes my shoulder as if we're best buddies, and then heads off. Funny, but I feel weirdly better after that talk. Maybe it's one a mother would have given me if my own mother hadn't been such an unforgiving wretch. I rub my stomach. I'm not going to turn into that for you, baby. I'm going to be the best mom you ever had, even if I'm the weirdest mom in the PTA. I think of Knox and the way he flinched when I called him a bastard. He doesn't want the baby to grow up a bastard like he did, I realize. All the problems he had growing up, he wants to fix them for our parasite. I know how that is. Maybe his declarations of marriage aren't so crazy after all. Maybe I'm the one that's being unreasonable. I don't know what to think. My stomach cramps again, and this time it's a sharp, awful pain. And I realize it's not my stomach. It's lower, deeper, almost like I'm getting my period. Except I'm pregnant. Ill at ease, I slide out of the booth and get to my feet. Even as I do, I can feel a warm rush between my thighs that shouldn't be there. I glance down, and there's a smear of blood on the bench I just vacated. I'm bleeding. The waitress brings my pancakes, which I've completely forgotten about, and I set down a couple of 20s on the table to pay for the food and tip. Where's the nearest emergency room? There's no ultra-close urgent care since I'm in the middle of nowhere, but the waitress gives me instructions to a nearby dock-in-the-box urgent care location one exit over, and I head there. They immediately take me back and draw blood, running tests, and then I sit alone on the table, waiting for the doctor to come see me. It's a busy night, and there's a lot of people in this place, but I feel very alone and very vulnerable. Old Lexi wouldn't have cared about how alone she was. old Lexi would just push off her feelings and make shitty comments to everyone that tried to talk to her. She'd take everything in stride. She'd be all, "No sweat. I have this." I'm trying really, really hard to be the old Lexi right now, but I don't know that it's working. I'm scared, and I'm sad, and I ache all over. I want nothing more than to have Knox here by my side. I know I'm angry at him, but he just makes everything better by being nearby. I'm dependent on someone once more, and strangely enough, I don't hate it. It's not like before with Jonas, where he would throw everything in my face and become even more controlling. Knox is different in every way. He's supportive and caring, and he knows just what to say and do to make me laugh and feel better. I miss him. It's not even been a day since I left, and I feel like I'm being torn apart. What if I lose the baby and all of a sudden he no longer wants me? Just the thought makes it feel as if all the air's left the room. I can't breathe. I might lose everything tonight, all because I was stupidly mad about how he was trying to push his way into my life. He was being protective, and I acted like a jerk. What if he's glad that I'm going to miscarry and he can part ways with me? What am I going to do? Somehow picking myself up and starting over doesn't have the appeal it did 5 hours ago. Actually, I don't know that it was appealing 5 hours ago either, but I was too stubborn to admit it to myself. I don't want to be alone anymore. I liked being with Knox. I liked the way we were together. For the first time in a long time, I was happy and not holding in knots of stress. I love him, and the thought terrifies me, because what if he doesn't love me enough if there's no baby? I sit in my paper gown, a towel underneath my thighs, waiting for the doctor to come in. This is stupid, I tell myself. Can they even do anything if I'm miscarrying other than pat me on the head and tell me to take some aspirin? Should I leave or wait to hear from the doctor? As the minutes tick past, I hear people crying and arguing on the other sides of the thin walls. There's all kinds of emergencies here tonight, and it might be a bit before they get to me. They've already been treating me like I'm a pain in the ass because I have to keep reminding people not to use latex gloves around me. It just makes me feel even worse, like I'm bothering them with my bleeding. I can't help but feel like all of this is my fault somehow. And even though I've been fighting my panic, I can't help it. I start to cry. I'm overwhelmed and scared and really, really lonely. I wish Knox was here. I wish I hadn't freaked out. I wish we had talked through what he did instead of me losing my shit and yelling at him and then running away. He's right. I do always run away. Now, what if my stubbornness destroys everything? I don't know what I'll do. I pick up my purse and pull out my phone. If Knox loves me the way he says he does, maybe he won't be too unhappy with me. Maybe we can talk things through. Maybe he won't hate me if the baby dies. Of course, the thought of that just makes me cry harder, even as I dial. Knox picks up on the first ring. No text message? His voice is a smooth drawl, his tone neutral. He's trying to figure out why I'm calling. He's wary. He probably thinks I'm angry over something else and getting ready to light into him. Like all this other silly stuff matters. Keith, keeping people at arm's length and arguing over where we live seems like stupid, pointless stuff now. I just want him here. I sniffle and suck in a stealing breath before we speak. Hey, Knox. My voice isn't quite as brave as I want it to sound. In fact, it's pretty wobbly. It's real quiet on the other end of the phone. Lexi? What's wrong, sweetheart? Are you okay? There's real fear in his voice. Just that little sweetheart is enough to make me start crying all over again. Not okay. Doctor's office. Baby. Bleeding. Pulled over on the way to Houston. I can only squeeze out a few words at a time before my throat closes up again. I'm scared, I manage between choking gasps. Can you come and stay with me? Of course. His voice is soothing and wonderful. Tell me what you need, baby. I'll bring it to you. I think I really need my doctor, I tell him in a wobbling voice, and manage a sorry laugh. They're too busy here for me. You don't need to worry about that, sweetheart. I'll handle everything. Now tell me where you're at. I look around the little room I'm waiting in, but I don't see anything that tells me a name. It's a chain, and that's all I know. I'm not entirely sure. Somewhere about an hour outside of Houston. I cringe at how useless I am, but I was so scattered when getting here that I didn't bother to write down the name of the street or the exit or anything. I start to cry again. Lexi, Knox says, in that smooth, calm voice. It's gonna be all right, baby. I need you to go to the Find My Phone app, and it'll give you the info where you're at. Text that to me, all right? I'm on my way. Okay, I say in a small voice. Thank you. Don't thank me. You're my girl. I'd do anything for you, he says fiercely. And now I'm going to come and take care of you. Okay? I hiccup something that sounds like agreement. Send me that info. I love you, and I'm on my way. I hang up, do as he says, and then clutch my phone to my chest. It'll take him a few hours to drive here. I'm okay, I tell myself. I've got this. Knox is on his way. For some reason, just knowing that makes me feel less alone. The doctors come in and out, and one lady gives me a pelvic exam before the nurse comes in to take blood and hurries away. No one tells me anything, so I just clutch my phone and hope that Knox gets here soon. I'm staring at the choking Aogo poster and reading the steps for the millionth time when a low thud, 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 thud begins to drum somewhere in the distance. I can't tell what the heck it is, and I watch the door, wondering if someone's about to come in. Voices start arguing and grow louder and louder. To my surprise, the door bangs open in my room, and Knox comes flying in, one of the nurses racing right behind him. I sit up, shocked. Knox! I'm stunned, and so happy to see him that I burst into tears again. I'm here, sweetheart, he tells me, moving around the nurse and coming to my side. He sits next to me and takes my hand, a look of concern on his face. I'm here, and everything's going to be okay. Don't cry. Easy for you to say, I weep, and when someone enters the room behind him, I'm surprised to see it's my obstetrician. What? I swung the chopper by his office to see if I could persuade him to come with me. Knox squeezes my hand. I hope that's okay. Okay. It's wonderful. I sniffle and nod as Dr. Kwan moves forward, pulling a pair of gloves out of his pocket and smiling at me. No latex for Miss Lexi, right? Immediately, my agitation goes down a notch. He remembers. That's right. I hold on to Knox's hand tightly. Can Knox stay? I don't think we'll be able to move him, the nurse says dryly at the door. If there's a problem, I'll pay whatever fines you need. Knox doesn't look away from me, his expression calm as he strokes my hand. But I ain't leaving my girl. The nurse just rolls her eyes. I'm going to go get the doctor so he can talk with yours. Dr. Kwan waits for the door to shut, and then pats the edge of the table I'm lying on. Feet up here, Lexi, so we can do a quick pelvic exam and see what's going on.
Chapter 20. Knox. Nothing's as fucking scary as seeing my gorgeous, funny Lexi pale and quiet on a doctor's table. Her eyes are red from crying, and she just holds my hand tightly as the doctor examines her. I know she's mad at me for what I did earlier, but I'm just so fucking relieved I can be here for her now. Anything she wants, I'll do it. Anything she needs, I'll get it for her. I just never want to see her cry again. I can take anything but her tears. She can hate me and cuss at me and call me names, as long as she doesn't cry. I'm just so fucking glad she called me, that she turned to me when she was hurting and scared. It tells me I've still got a chance with her. Of course, I'd give it all up to change the fact that she's up on that table, but at least I can be here for her. For once, I ain't in the mood for my usual tricks. There's plenty of tools and such that are within reach and ready to take. It'd be nothing to switch out some of the equipment and see how long it takes for them to notice. But this ain't fucking funny. I just want Lexi to get better and leave this place. It can all stay as far as I'm concerned. I just want Lexi to get the best treatment possible, and I'm not letting go of her hand until then. The doctor finishes his exam and purses his lips.
Well, everything seems all right from this end, but I'll see if they'll let me use the ultrasound so we can get a heartbeat. Now I'll check in on your blood work.
Thank you, doctor, Lexi murmurs, her hand tight in mine. Dr. Kwan heads out, and then it's just me and my girl. She looks over at me again, her big dark eyes sad. I'm sorry I dragged you out here. I was freaking out. I needed someone at my side. She bites her lip and then shakes her head. No, I'm doing it again. Doing what? I ask, curious. Keeping you at arm's length. You were right about that. She squeezes my hand again tightly, her hand gripping mine so fiercely our palms are sweating, but I'm not gonna let her go. Never. I do it without thinking, I guess. And I needed someone at my side, but I wanted you. I didn't want anyone else. Shit. It's hard for me to say that aloud. She frowns, almost as if she's mad at herself, and then glances over at me. I'm not very good at this. I think you're doing just fine, I reassure her, stroking her arm with my free hand. I hate that you were right, because it means I'm the asshole. She sighs and lays her head back against the paper covering the examination table. I know I overreacted. It's just that Keith has been a problem for me for so long that I'm sensitive about what people know in regards to him. I've always felt like it's my fault that he won't fuck off. It embarrassed me that you stepped in, and I freaked out. I don't think you're controlling at all, and I want you to know that. I know it's taken her a lot to confess this. I can tell just by the pinched look on her face as she speaks, and it makes me feel good that she's trying. That's all I've ever wanted from her. Sweetheart, I overstepped. I realize that now. I should have said something to you first. It was just that the moment I heard he was bothering you, I thought, here's something I can do to take care of Lexi and my baby. That's all I wanted to do. Wasn't to try and control you or make you feel like I'm choking you. I just wanted to help. I pause, then add, and okay, I wanted to punch that smug bastard in the face, but I didn't get the chance. She chuckles a little. He is a dick, isn't he? She sighs. I'm so sorry I freaked out on you. I just worry that something bad is going to happen and then everything that's good in my life is going to disappear. Like the baby? Lexi looks over at me, all vulnerable and so pretty it makes me ache. Like you. Her mouth trembles a little.
I don't know what I'm going to do if I lose you and the baby both.
You won't ever lose me, I tell her fiercely. I want to crawl up on that table and hold her close, but I'm scared of injuring her or the baby even more, so I just lean in and rub my knuckles along her jaw. I will always be there for you, even if you hate me. I love you. Baby or not, it doesn't change the way I feel about you. I love you, and I want to be the one you lean on. Her mouth trembles again.
I'm so tired of being alone and scared, Knox. I don't think I can do it anymore.
You shouldn't have to do it, I tell her fiercely. It's okay to lean on someone else, sweetheart. That's why I'm here. You don't have to be strong all the time. You can just be your wonderful, weird self and let me help out when it gets to be too much for you. I don't want to change a thing about you. I just want to be at your side, supporting you in whatever you want to do. She licks her lips and gives me another shiny-eyed, half-hearted smile.
I think you're the best guy I've ever met. I'm so sorry I called you a bastard. You know I didn't mean it like that. If I could take it back, I would.
Now I'm the one getting all emotional. I know you didn't, Lexi. Ain't no reason to apologize.
Yes, it is.
She lifts my hand to her mouth and kisses my knuckles, and I swear to God my heart's gonna explode with how fiercely protective I feel of her in this moment.
I should have thought about why it hurt you, and why you keep proposing marriage. It bothered you growing up that your parents weren't married, and you want to stop our baby from feeling the way you did. Sometimes I'm a little slow on the uptake, but I get it now.
It ain't just the baby, I correct her as she lowers our linked hands. I trace my fingers up and down the veins on her pale, pale skin. Just want to touch her mostly. The moment I met you, I knew you were the one for me. Thought it might be a little early to confess my instant love for you, though, so I've held off. But the way I feel about you ain't gonna change whether there's one baby, no babies, or 30 babies.
30 babies? My uterus hurts already, she says, a lighter note in her voice. Her eyes are soft as she gazes at me. Though I will be really, really sad if there's no baby now.
Me too, I admit, and there's a knot in my throat. But we'll get through it together. She squeezes my hand again gently.
I think you're the best guy ever, Knox, she whispers. Even if you're a youngster.
I snort. 5 years doesn't make me a youngster. It just means I have more time to keep up with you and you hit your sexual peak.
This is true. I should have been cradle-robbing this entire time.
Her words are playful, but her hands still tight in mine. Her voice still a little wobbly. She's trying real hard to be strong through all this, and it makes me want to squeeze her to my chest and stroke her hair and make everything all right for her. I'm gonna take care of you, baby, I tell her again. Let me take care of you. Let me love you. If things become hard, let's talk about it instead of running away, okay? Whatever we do this together. If you want to raise our kid in Natalie's guest house, we can do that. If you want him to live in my trailer, we can do that. We can move to Houston if you want, or back to Luca. I don't fucking care. Let's just make sure we'll do it together, all right? She nods and opens her mouth to speak, but a knock at the door stops her. The doctor enters a moment later, along with a woman who, I assume, was the original attending physician. They bring in a cart of equipment, and someone squirts some clear goo on her stomach for the ultrasound. I'm in the way, so I have to let go of her hand and move to the far end of the room. But I don't leave. Fuck that. I ain't leaving her side ever again. The doctor runs the wand over her stomach and then pauses, glaring up at the monitor on the cart. He nods slowly.
Good heartbeat.
Dr. Quan smiles at my Lexi.
It looks like everything seems to be all right with your blood work. Your HGG blood tests look great, and the heartbeat seems strong here.
Lexi looks across the room to me, eyes wide with relief. I smile at her and give a thumbs up. I can't wait to shower her face with kisses. I'm ecstatic that the baby's fine, but more than anything, I'm happy that Lexi's all right.
It looks like your bleeding's already slowed, which is another good sign,
Dr. Quan continues.
We'll do a follow-up in the office next week as long as everything seems to be all right. But if you have any trouble, you come back in to me immediately.
Lexi nods.
What could have caused bleeding, do you know?
He shrugs and doesn't seem all that concerned, which makes me relax.
It's normal to have bleeding in the first trimester of a pregnancy. Any number of things, really. You don't have a urinary tract infection, so I'm gonna guess that you had some sort of vigorous exercise that might have irritated tissues.
Vigorous exercise? I echo, unable to stay silent. What the hell's he talking about? You mean yoga?
Not unless she's doing yoga with her uterus,
Dr. Quan says, and Lexi looks as if she's fighting back a howl of laughter. I can feel my face flushing with embarrassment. Guess that was a dumb question.
What I'm saying, the doctor continues, is that you might want to tone it down in bed. No sex until her next appointment, and we'll see how things are from then.
I pull off my cap and rub my hand through my hair, feeling a little sheepish. Rough sex did that? I didn't think we were that rough. But, then again, Lexi's never been one to hold back in bed, and neither have I. I think of how many times I bent her flexible body as far as it'd go and pounded into her and feel guilty. Damn.
Damn? Lexi asks, amused. Damn that we can't have sex for a week?
Damn that we were that rough, I correct. And now my ears feel as red as my face.
I guess the whips and chains were a bit too much, she says dryly.
Back to being my sly Lexi all over again. She's lying, Doctor, I say.
I guessed,
Dr. Quan replies.
He's right, Lexi continues. Whips and chains are never too much.
Chapter 21. Knox. I take Lexi home after that. Her car's still at the urgent care, but I'll send my assistants over at Price Brothers Oil to go and retrieve it tomorrow for my girl. I'm not letting her out of my sight tonight, and she doesn't seem to mind that. The chopper pilot helps me secure Lexi in her seat, and all my girl says is,
I can't believe you really flew a chopper here.
Of course I did. Borrowed Boone's the moment I heard she needed me. Fastest way to get somewhere. We drop the doctor off, and then the pilot lands back at Boone's helipad and I drive us back to Lexi's little cottage. She's awful quiet, but she's had a rough night. Hell, we both have. Still, she's allowed to be a little thoughtful. I don't push her to talk to me. Plenty of time for that. We pull up and I park the car, then race around to Lexi's side to open the door for her and help her out. She gives me a funny look. If it was up to me, I'd carry you inside, I tell her. I'm gonna fuss over you tonight. There's no getting around that. Her lips tug into a half smile.
Fair enough.
She rubs her arms and shivers in the night air.
I mostly want a shower, honestly. A shower and pajamas.
We can do that, I promise her. I help her inside, despite her fussing, and it takes everything I have not to go into the bathroom with her and help her shower. She doesn't want me in there, though, and so I sit on the couch and twiddle my thumbs until I decide I'll make her a snack instead. I I fix a big bowl of kettle corn, one of her favorites, and a glass of milk, and then wait for her to come out. She emerges a short time later, hair wet, and wearing her biggest, fluffiest flannel pajamas. That's all right with me. I pull the popcorn bowl into my lap and pat the sofa next to me. Come sit. I worry she's gonna think I'm pushing too hard, but she moves to sit next to me and curls her legs up under her. I put an arm around her shoulders and she leans in, snuggling against my chest. Don't think we ain't gonna talk, I murmur, wrapping my arms around her. 'Cause we got a lot we need to hash out. Don't want either of us sleeping on it and thinking the problem went away. Lexi groans and grabs a handful of kettle corn, shoving it into her mouth.
Look, so busy snacking, can't find time to talk.
She gives me an overly bright smile, her cheeks puffed out. I snort and put the popcorn on the table, out of her reach. That's what I get for trying to feed my woman.
Crumbs on your lap?
She brushes a bit of popcorn off the front of her pajamas. More like her using it as a stalling tactic. Lexi sighs heavily and gives me a chagrined look.
Old habits die hard.
That's all right, I tell her. As long as they do eventually die. I put a hand on her back and rub the small of it. You can talk to me, can't you? Am I that hard for you to open up to?
That's the thing. I'm not used to opening up to anyone.
She scrunches her face and puts two fists in front of her and shakes them.
Bottle it up until I'm ready to explode.
That ain't healthy.
Well, that's what yoga's for. Instead of exploding on people, I make them do really tough poses. Their groans of distress soothe my ego.
I can't help but laugh a bit at that. It's true. Lexi's favorite thing about yoga is trying to watch other people attempt the same poses. Just try for me, all right? I promise I won't keep anything from you or do shit behind your back no more. She sighs again, as if pained.
All right. Let's talk about Keith Lawrence, that fucking dildo of a human being. It was really sweet of you to go and talk to him, but I don't like that you didn't talk about it with me first.
I don't like that you felt threatened by him and didn't say anything to me, I counter, my tone as gentle as I can make it. How do you know he isn't dangerous?
Because I figure he would have chopped me into pieces and hidden me inside his fridge already if that was his intent. No? Hey, don't frown like that. I'm just being funny.
She puts her hands on my cheeks and tries to force a smile to my face manually.
Smile.
If he so much as touched you, I growl, seeing red at the very thought, I'm gonna burn that fire station down to the ground.
Which wouldn't be all that useful, seeing as how it's a fire station and they probably can put it out. But hey.
She crawls into my lap, trying her best to distract me.
Look. Keith just has a hard time taking no for an answer. I thought I had him handled, but I didn't. Part of me is glad you stepped in, and part of me wants to smack you around for pushing ahead without my permission, because it was my problem and not yours.
That's where you're wrong, I tell her, letting my hands settle around her waist. If she wants to crawl all over me, I'm more than happy to oblige. There ain't no more you problems or me problems. There's us problems. And the way I see it, he was scaring my baby. Who's carrying my baby? Understand? Lexi purses her lips.
Much as I hate to admit it, yes. So what did you say to him? Did he actually listen, or was he just a dick about it?
He postured a lot. But he didn't have a choice but to listen when I brought in the lawyers and mentioned his record in front of everyone. Her eyes widen.
Record? What record?
I nod and tell her all about the scene at the firehouse. About Keith's prior record and all the threats I lobbed at him. Course, I point out, I should probably give the dick back his keys, but I'll let him sweat on 'em for a bit. Then I'll have my lawyer return 'em once enough time has passed."
"You stole his keys?" She shakes her head. "What am I saying? Of course you did. This is you we're talking about here."
Lexi slides her hand down my chest.
"Just give them back. I don't want to even think about him anymore. If what you said is true, if he even tries anything, he's going back to prison to be someone's bitch for a long time."
I think for a moment and then add, "I might have also strongly hinted that you'd have bodyguards following you around for a while."
"Bodyguards?"
Her brows go up.
"Were you planning on telling me this?"
"Well," I drawl, "I wasn't at first, but since we're telling each other everything, I figured I'd better. You mad?" She considers for a long moment, and then rubs her hand over my heart again.
"I'm glad you told me. And now that I have time to think about it, no, I'm not mad. It might not be a bad idea if Keith does have a prior record. Just, how closely will they be watching me?"
"You won't even know they're in the area," I promise her. "I'll introduce you, and then we'll make sure they stay clear of you to give you the room you need. I just don't want him trying anything, that's all." She nods.
"All right, I can handle that."
Lexi brightens.
"Look at us, handling things like real adults and talking about them. I feel like I leveled up at life."
I chuckle. "Want to level up again? Let's finish talking about living situations." Her nostrils flare, and she gives me a mildly panicked look. Her fingers clench in my shirt.
"I don't know if I'm ready to figure out houses yet. That feels so very domestic."
I stroke her back, and she leans in close to me again. "We don't have to be domestic just yet, but I figure we should do something between now and the time Junior's born."
"That's still over 5 months from now. Do we have to decide today?"
"Nah, baby. We don't have to decide today," I tell her gently. "Long as we decide where the baby's staying between now and then." Lexi looks relieved. She idly rubs up and down my chest again, and my cock's getting uncomfortably hard just at that small touch. I don't say shit, though. I like her hands on me far too much. My cock can play again in a week or two, when Lexi's been okayed by the doctor. Until then, it's gonna have to just ache a bit.
"I can make a decision in a few months," she tells me. "Can we get a place with a studio of some kind?"
Whatever you want, love. I mean it, too. If she wants to live in one of them tiny house things and move from town to town, I'd be just fucking fine with that, too. Long as we're together. I rub her thigh idly. I'll go home tonight after we get you all settled and...
"Wait, why?"
Her arms go around my neck. "Well, because this is your house, and you ain't ready for a home yet."
"Correction. This is Natalie's house. I'm just guesting here. And just because I'm not ready for setting down roots at a permanent house doesn't mean that I want you to leave."
She slides closer to me, practically rocking against my hips.
"I want you to stay."
I nod slowly. Truth be told, I'm relieved. I want to stay too. I don't want to leave her side ever again. All right. And marriage? Since we're getting all the tricky stuff out in the air tonight. Lexi blows a breath out, thinking.
"I know it's something you want. A lot."
"Yeah," I say, and there's a thick knot in my throat. Can't deny that it's what I want more than anything. Well, almost. I want her and my baby in my life more than anything, and if I have to compromise for that, I'll hate it, but I'll do it.
I...
She hesitates.
I kind of like the idea of you being all mine, but marriage also scares the piss out of me. Does that make sense?
I relax a little, because that's not the no I thought it would be. Scares me a little too, but in a good way. I'd love to have you be all mine, sweetheart. I'd love for our kid to have 2 married parents that love each other.
And if it doesn't work out?
She asks, worried.
Remember, I don't have a great track record.
You got married real young, I point out, when you felt like you had no other options. So I ain't exactly holding that against you. You made the choice you had to at the time. It'll be different between you and me. We'll go into it knowing exactly what we're getting into, and we'll talk about everything every step of the way.
Talk about everything? Like...
She gives me a wry look.
Like how Texas is a 50-50 state? And if we divorced, I'd get half of your billions? That kind of talk?
Didn't cross my mind, but we can talk about it. She gives me a frustrated look.
How can that not cross your damn mind? You could lose billions if we divorced.
But I'd still have billions. How much does one guy need? Her brows go up again.
I can't decide if that's wise or ridiculous.
Both? I shrug. So you want me to have the lawyers draw something up that says you don't get shit if we don't work out? She shifts on my lap.
I said it was ridiculous. I didn't say I was crazy.
Her teasing look disappears as quickly as it crosses her face.
I do worry about that, though. That's a big consideration, Knox. Money.
Well, the way I look at it, if you and me don't work out, it'd be for one reason only.
What's that?
I touch her jaw lightly, because she's so fucking beautiful I can't not touch her. That you were so miserable you couldn't be with me anymore. I'd never be the one to leave you. So it'd have to be you leaving me, Lexi. And if you hated being with me, I wouldn't want you to stay. I'd want you to be happy. So I'd give half my money to the woman I love and the mother of my child anytime she asked, even if it was so she could leave me. Her mouth parts slightly and her eyes get suspiciously shiny again.
Damn it, Knox. Quit being such a sweetheart. Be a dickhead. I know how to deal with those. I have no idea how to handle someone like you.
You have as much time as you want to find out, sweetheart. I rub my hand up and down her butt, caressing her. Let me give you everything, Lexi.
And what do you want from me in return?
I want you to be happy. That's all I want. She shakes her head, as if not sure what to make of me, then leans in and tucks her head against my neck, her breasts pressing against my front, and her arms go around me. She's draped herself completely over me, and I love it. Love the feel of her body on mine, my hands on her as I hold her close, our hearts beating together.
I was really freaking out tonight,
Lexi admits in a soft voice.
I was alone, and I was scared, and all I kept thinking about was how much of a mistake it was to blow up at you, because I didn't want to leave you. That you were the only person I ever wanted at my side. And normally when things get tough, I'd rather retreat and handle them on my own. I didn't want that tonight, though. All I could think about was how much I felt hollow without you, and how if you were there, you'd make everything better. I hated that I gave up on you.
I didn't, I tell her easily.
Didn't what?
She taps my shoulder with one finger. Give up on you. You may have given up on me, but I didn't give up on you, sweetheart. I refuse to.
That could be taken as a stalkery way,
she muses. Or a devoted way, I correct, squeezing her delicious ass again. You're my life, Lexi. You and our baby. I ain't never gonna give up on you, even if you dress the kid in black and call him Scissorhands. You can be as weird as you want, as prickly as you want, and I'll be right there at your side loving you every step of the way. She sighs.
You make it sound so easy.
That's because it is easy, I murmur. I can't resist touching her. That wonderful, bouncy ass of hers is making me want to do naughty things. I slide my hand under the band of her pajama pants and touch bare skin. Lexi grabs my hand.
Wait, Knox. We can't. Doctor said no sex.
I wasn't gonna suggest sex. Nothing says I can't make you come, though. She sits up, frowning at me.
Are you kidding? I have never felt less sexy, Knox.
Which is ironic, because you've never been more sexy to me. I move my hands away from her pants and cup her face instead, pulling her forward and into a kiss. It's a gentle one, full of promise and heat and lots of tongue. When I pull away from her, she's breathing hard, her eyes unfocused and her mouth shiny and pink, her skin reddened from my beard. You want me to show you just how sexy I find you?
Should we?
She whispers, looking into my eyes, waiting for me to make the call. Just trust me, love. And my beautiful, perfect Lexi hesitates for a moment, and then presses her mouth to mine. She gives me a feverish kiss, and then tells me,
I will. I'm going to trust you with everything, Knox.
She might not give me everything like she's saying, but tonight's a damn good start. I lower my mouth to hers again and slide my hand into her pants once more. Eventually, she'll realize that, like tonight, it's always all about her. Nothing matters to me but her. And I intend on showing her that every damn day.
Chapter 22. Lexi. You know, they say pigeon pose opens your hips up. I just never thought it would open them quite that much, I tell Knox as he holds our newborn son close. I wonder if we should use the video of that in class, water breaking and all. It might be an incentive for women that are overdue to push their babies along. I think he has your nose, Knox tells me, and it's clear he's not listening to a word I'm saying. He hasn't since the nurses put the baby in his arms. That's all right. He's allowed to be enraptured by our small son. I am too. Tired, but fascinated, and feeling more love than I thought one heart could hold for one small baby and his father. My husband of 2 months gazes down at our child with the most tender, adoring look on his face. People say newborn babies are ugly, but I don't see it. He's the handsomest little fella. He's got a handsome daddy, I say back. And then, because I'm getting too mushy, I add, you're practically the same age. Knox just snorts with amusement and holds one tiny fist. So, what name do you want, sweetheart? Did you decide? I groan and lean back on the hospital bedpillows. The name has been a thing of contention between us for the last few months, ever since we knew for sure that it was a boy. We wanted something with an X in it, because both of our names have an X. But deciding on that name has been tricky. It's been one of the more difficult decisions lately, and we've had several big decisions in the last few months, like getting married and buying a house. Those were easy compared to figuring out what to call our perfect baby. I'm sure something will come to us. I'm not worried about it. Things always seem to work out wonderfully when I'm with Knox. It's like the world slides into place when he's around. I keep expecting things to get hard or awful, but they never do. He's been at my side every step of the way with the pregnancy, from natural childbirth classes to doctor's appointments to midnight runs for artisan ice cream and spicy pickles. After a few months of being together, I realized that I no longer wanted to spend my nights apart from him, and that we were spending every night at his trailer or together at my tiny cottage. After that, it just made sense to get a house together. So we did. It's a wonderfully weird house with avant-garde styling, a water fountain in the foyer, a sunken floor for the bedroom, and some strange-ass murals on the walls. The realtor kept trying to convince us that we could paint over everything, but I liked the weirdness of the place. I knew it was going to be mine when I saw there was an exercise room just large enough for my studio, and it's now covered in delicate pink wallpaper with a light skull and crossbones pattern. So far, being in a house with Knox has been perfect. We let Natalie decorate, since she loves that sort of thing, and it brought me even closer to my friend. She wasn't even upset that I was pregnant and didn't tell her. She was just excited we'd get to go through this together. I feel a little guilty about that, because Natalie's pretty much been sick every day of her pregnancy, and I've only had a few weird cravings. My baby bump was half the size of hers, and I've put on exactly the required amount of weight. Poor Nat. Of course, her sweet little newborn, Esme, makes up for a lot of things, I imagine. After Knox and I moved in together, it seemed natural to try out the marriage thing. Like everything else with Knox, it's been effortless. There hasn't been a day that I've regretted it, or that he's been an asshole. It's all been perfect. My husband gazes down at his son with the most besotted expression. We need a name for this little man. Something has to feel right. We could call him Keith, I say dryly. Really blow that asshole's mind. Knox shakes his head. I don't want my son growing up even knowing who that dickweed is. Me either, I murmur. Keith hasn't been a problem either. About a month after Knox threatened him, Keith got caught breaking into the house of the Luca mayor's daughter. I guess she was his newest stalking obsession. He's currently awaiting trial, but Knox has his lawyers all over things to ensure that he goes away for a long time. That's fine with me. I'd be more than happy to testify against Keith. I'd even be less weird if it had helped sway the jury against him. We could name him after you, Knox tells me. Alex, or Alexander. I wrinkle my nose. Nah. What about Rex? I had a dog named Rex once, Knox says with a shake of his head. Bitey fucker. Dexter? Makes me think of the TV show, I point out. Let's go with something that has meaning. What was your mom's last name? Knox's face grows soft as he looks away from our son and over to me. Jackson. I don't know if I'd want to name my kid after her either. She wasn't a great mom. Then we reclaim it, I tell him softly. We could call him Jackson with an X and make it our own. Get rid of all the bad memories. Jackson Price. I kinda like it. Knox gazes at me and then reaches out to caress my cheek. I love you. It doesn't scare me to hear that sort of thing anymore. In fact, I kind of crave it. I'm glad you do, because you're going to be shaving my legs for the next few weeks. I can do that, he tells me with a grin. My brothers are waiting outside. Should I introduce them to little Jackson? Sure. I'll just lie here and bleed quietly, I tease. I don't mind, really. I love how excited he is to show off his son, and I'm too tired to entertain right now. Knox just chuckles and gets to his feet. With the baby tucked against his chest, as if he's always done this, he leans in and kisses my forehead. I'll be back very soon. I'll be here, I tell him. And just before he leaves the room, I realize I forgot something important. Knox? He looks back at me, all beard and disheveled hair and gorgeous face. I don't care that he's scruffy or younger than me or anything else. He's mine. I love you, I tell him softly. I don't say it often enough, and I want him to know it. My sexy husband turns around and returns to my bed, and then comes and gives me a fierce kiss on the mouth. I love you too, Lexi Price. And now I can let him leave, because I know he'll always come back to me, just like I'll always come back to him. That's what you do when you're two halves of a whole. You just fit together perfectly.
If you enjoyed the book, be sure to like it and consider subscribing for more. If you would like to listen to the full version of the book, please visit Amazon.com to purchase the book. Thank you for listening.